Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It is a lovely Thursday morning here in Antigua and Barbados after we had some early morning showers. Play is expected to start at 9:50 a.m., which is in 5 minutes' time right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 9:50. And I welcome everyone who have just tuned in to Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and wherever you're listening to us. It's a lovely morning, and I'm joined by Joel. Joel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm lovely this morning. Ah, beautiful sunshine and ready for cricketing action.
How was your night rest?
I mean, you can always do with an extra hour of sleep, but yeah, I mean, as a young plant, I'm doing fine.
All right, so the good news is that play will start at 9:50 a.m. All of the teams have gone through their paces, the Guyana Harper Eagles and the Barbados Pride. And from overnight's position, Barbados will be looking to try to see if they can prize out the remaining 5 wickets, but Shamar Springer will still have 2 legal deliveries expected to bowl. The umpires for this game, Patrick Gustard from Jamaica and Carl Tuckett, former West Indies one-day player from the island of Nevis, or St. Christopher and Nevis, but born in Nevis, and Christopher Taylor from Jamaica, who is the standby umpire. Match referee is Van Roy Burns from Antigua and Barbuda in his 14th first-class match referee game. Patrick Gustard in his 46th first-class game, and Carl Tuckett in his 26th first-class game. The good news is that play is about to start anytime soon, and Guyana will be resuming on 205 for 5, 76.4 overs. And the man of the moment happens to be Matthew Nandu, who is not out on 71, 222 deliveries, and it's really been an inspiring knock so far from the young man. At lunch, Guyana Harper Eagles, they were 29 without loss. At tea, 122 for 3, and they closed a play on day one, 205 for 5, some 76.4 overs bowled. Your thought process on what might have been said by head coach Vasbert Drakes and Ryan Hines to the Barbados team. Last night I took a pass over at the end of the day's play and saw Kean Harding, who was more or less maybe figuring out in the back of his mind how poor he was maybe on day one, and maybe would have been reflecting. But Shane Darwish coming out today, what would be the expectations?
In terms of the expectations, I know that the boys will certainly be wanting to come good and come hard very early this morning. They were there and thereabouts with the ball yesterday. They put down a couple catches. They will certainly want to improve on that. They will certainly be looking to make these batters play a lot more deliveries early on, knowing that at a position of 205 for 5, this could easily be 250 all out, as long as, things go well with the ball. What they will also know is that they let the Guyana Harper Eagles get away a bit in the back end of yesterday evening. A couple quick runs which would help push up the total, so they know that they're maybe starting behind but still almost on level footing. So in terms of the advice from the coaching staff, I know that it's just a case of sticking to what they've been picked to do. These guys are talented and they're here for a reason, and I know that the coaching staff has told them, trust yourself, believe in your abilities, and you can definitely come on tops in the morning session.
The umpires are in position, and coming out is Matthew Nandu, who's not out 70 from 219 balls. Kevin Sinclair not out 28 from 47 balls. And just to give a very quick recap in terms of what would have happened on day one, Chandapal Hemraj was LBW to McAllister for 11. Tevin Imlak was LBW to Akeem Jordan without scoring. And Kemal Savory was caught Dorish bowl holder for 25. Leon Johnson, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain, he was caught Jordan bowl holder for 26. Anthony Bramble caught Nicholas Curtin, Bone Jordan for 20. And Kevin Sinclair, like I said earlier, not out on 28. And Matthew Nandu is not out on 70. 70 from 219 balls with 9 boundaries so far in his innings. The Barbados team led by Shane Darwish coming out. Bowling figures very quickly. Kean Harding, 14 overs, no maidens, 66 runs, no wickets. Shem Holder, 25 overs, 12 maidens, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Akeem Jordan, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 34 runs, 2 wickets. Nicholas Curtin, 1 over, 1 maiden, no runs. Jaya McAllister, 10 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket, and he bowled with real pace. And Shamar Springer expected to complete his 11th over, 10.4 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket, all to play for here on day two.
Certainly all to play for indeed. I was walking around the ground just a little bit earlier this morning and saw that Matthew Nandu was getting a bit of extra stretch work being done, and it's quite understandable given the length of time that the young man has been at the crease. He's been there all day yesterday, obviously yesterday being somewhat shorter in the morning session because of an incident with the surface, but that stretch work will hopefully put him in good stead to set for what hopefully could be his first class 100 here on debut. Kevin Sinclair will know that he is the supporting partner here this morning. It's going to be very crucial for these boys to ensure that they bat the morning session. There's been a bit of rain around, not sure how much moisture is still left in that surface. The sun certainly baked down on it yesterday, but certainly all to play for. It's been said that the track should get a lot better for batting here on day 2. We're about to see as the umpire calls play and Shamar Springer get ready to deliver to Kevin Sinclair.
So Springer, the first delivery of the morning, is a back of the length delivery to Kevin Sinclair on a very important new day here. Umpire Carl Tuckett just pulling away slightly. And we look exciting today, except that I see one change. There's no Shane Dorish. Shamar Brooks is keeping wicket, so is Dorish injured?
Oh, that I'm not too sure about. I had a walk and chat with him this morning. He didn't seem to have anything wrong there, so we'll try to find that out.
Shamar Springer, good delivery to complete over number 11 and over number 77 has come to an end. And Matthew Nandu is on 70 not out from 200. We come back again. I'll get this here sorted out very, very, very quickly. The end of another over. And more comments from you, as we have not seen the Barbados captain Shane Dorish come out this morning.
No, I'm actually looking towards that Barbados dugout, and I cannot see him sitting there, so that's actually very interesting. He was walking around the ground this morning, having a chat with the guys, looking at the surface, so I'm not sure if something might have happened in that period of time that they were warming up this morning, but we'll certainly try to get that information for our viewers.
So we see Shem Holder starting. He's going to bowl to Nandu. 77 overs completed. And Barbados would want to get into the spirit of action very early. Start with 2 slips, silly point, backward point and a cover. And here's the first delivery, which is just played into the square leg area, more or less. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Shem Holder will be looking to continue his good bowling form. Partnership, 42 runs, 42 from 91. And he's just turning this to the left of square leg, picking up his first run for the morning. And according to our scorers here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Matthew Nandu goes up to 72. So we go to 72.
Looking quite easy to start the morning again. Yesterday he was a picture of concentration. It didn't seem too fussed or flustered at the crease. Nothing really bothered him, and he forced the Barbados pride to change their approach to him. So it's going to be interesting to see how he continues here this morning.
Shem Holder weighing the number 33. Shamar Brooks goes down behind the stumps with the first slip being in position. So they got 1 slip, a short leg, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. More or less 2 short mid-wickets, more or less. 1 catching and 1 just in the orthodox position. Dead ball signal by umpire Patrick Gustard. And there's protection on the leg side area. Deep backward square leg feeler. Shem Holder from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Comes quietly forward is Sinclair, who himself is also an off spinner, as we say good morning to the world. This is regional Cricket West Indies 4-day championship, red ball from St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. From the Coolidge. Here is Sinclair back and punching that past the backward point fielder and down to the boundary for 4. thought they missed a trick there by having McAllister at backward point. I don't know what you felt about that, Joel.
What I can tell you is that was a lovely shot by Kevin Sinclair. That one dropped a little too short by Shem Holder. And Kevin Sinclair rocked back and cut that one beautifully into the boundary.
Big, valiant effort there for McAllister to cut that off. He was able. Here is Sinclair sweeping and gets another boundary, the second of the morning. So the boundaries are coming here. 9 runs off the first over from Shem Holder. And oh, how things can change. 50 partnership up for Sinclair and Nandu of 96 deliveries. Very important period of play here for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Certainly indeed. Shem Holder on that occasion guilty of overcompensating with that delivery. Short and wide the ball before, this time coming too straight onto the line of the legs of Kevin Sinclair, lapped around, and that is an easy one to get him going again this morning.
So, score at the end of 78 overs, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 214 for 5. As I say, good morning to Basil Morgan, who's almost like a historian, following and taking all of the stats. So good morning to Roland Cox in St. Lucia. 26 overs bowled by the big man himself, Shem Holder. 2 wickets to his name, 2 for 45 and 2 for 30 from Akeem Jordan. Shamar Springer will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I think what is going to be important here for Shamar Brooks, who is the acting captain this morning, more or less, it will be to get early wickets. Shamar Springer into Nandu, and Nandu comes stylishly across, in line, very head position, everything in line, back and across, and really playing the ball as late as possible, right under his eyes.
No, it's definitely important this morning that he resets. Sure, he's got 72 runs under his belt already, but it's certainly a new day, and he needs to get into that work again. Quite early on yesterday, he was seen leaving the ball quite well outside that off stump.
He begins to concentrate and keeps his eye on this delivery from Shamar Springer. He's just turning this into the square leg area. Feel him moving from the right of umpire Patrick Gustard into more or less a mid-wicket position. And no runs scored so far. Barbados needs some spirit. I'm not hearing anybody chirping on from through the outside microphones. Got to get the cheerleader. It's normally Shamar Brooks. He's normally a little vocal. Springer into Nandu, and Nandu is just turning this. Ball coming off of his bat sweetly up to the mid-wicket area. The score looks like Kevin Wickham. Do I have that right? Who's on the field?
Yes, it is. It is Kevin
12.
Wickham. Again, his first taste of first-class cricket somewhat here.
An exciting player. 104 against Zimbabwe. I think he's one for the future. And somebody has to find Kevin Wickham in a team. He's got beautiful talent, and he's an excellent bowler also. Here is Nandu coming quietly forward. And the thing about Kevin Wickham, and I was saying to you, Joel, is that I think he bowls so many deliveries that he's just a talented. I saw him bowl in the Super 50 right here and tied up a number of teams because they really didn't know what he was bowling.
No, he's certainly a very smart and crafty young man when it comes to both bat and ball. Is going to be an exciting prospect when he can get his first-class game for sure.
Springer in the bowl to Nandu. Nandu stands up straight and tall and just punches that down. The fielder from Gully comes around, saves it. In the end, the partnership is 51 from 101 deliveries. And this looks like a very controlled maiden over so far. 5 good deliveries to Matthew Nandu, back of the length. And Springer just early morning yet, just moving into his own grind. From the Sir Andy Roberts end into bow to Nandu down the onside, and he just works it into the square leg area. They're thinking about a single, but Wickham is an excellent fielder. He's got to get back into his crease. Sinclair, a throw darted at the end. Maiden over to start with by the man himself, Shamar Springer from the Sunday Roberts end. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day 2 in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship, 214 for 5.
Certainly a very tidy over there from Shamar Springer, and definitely what Barbados Pride need at the start of the morning. What was also nice to see is that he forced Nandu to play at all 6 deliveries quite early yesterday. We talked about the fact that Nandu was very easily leaving a lot of those balls outside the off stump, allowing himself to get in to gear this time around this morning. He's been forced to use that bat. And it's good signs for the morning from the Barbados Pride.
Barbados need to lift their game, and they can't afford to allow Sinclair, who is on 36. It's almost like a repertoire of what happened when Anthony Bramble came to the crease yesterday. They just sort of looked out of sorts. Just would like to see some more attack. In fact, I would have maybe even brought a silly point in as early when Sinclair was batting this morning. Shamar Brooks will have other ideas. Shem Holder starting with a slip, and he's backing across. You have to look to create wickets. You can't hope that the batsmen are going to give you the wicket. You have to create opportunities. You have to come up with new dimensions and give the batsmen something to think about. Like, they have a silly point and a shot leg for me. Yes, very early. It's a new day. Here is a heave into the onside. I think he'll get away with that one. And they get 2 runs quite easily. Shem Holder is very upset and thought that, is it Kean Harding?
No, that's Jerry McAllister there.
McAllister could have made a bigger effort. Yeah, it was in the air. But the luck always favors the brave. By Patrick Gustard just warning Shem Holder of his tone. He apologized very quickly. Sinclair 38, 216 for 5. Sinclair comes quietly forward.
Certainly those moments that you need to take quite early. Jerry McAllister setting off a little late on that occasion. I'm not sure if it was a case of the sun would have obscured his vision before he got off.
Shem Holder is in now to Sinclair. Sinclair comes quietly forward. But first of all, you got to understand the ball was hit in the air, and you have to look at the flight of the ball first, really. So I really can't fault him. And as you said, the sun beaming right here in the middle, you've got to think all about that. That's possible. Bang on target. But Barbados will have to work again. Didn't go to hand. To 16 for 5. Partnership 53. Sinclair on 38. So good morning to the folks in Guyana. Sean Devers and company, Hakeem Green, driven up to mid-off. Can't score, and so over comes to an end. Shem Holder is still upset, but that's life. 216 for 5.
And I can certainly understand being a bit upset on that occasion, because as you can see right after that delivery, Kevin Sinclair settled down again, didn't play any shot in anger, so to speak. You know that in moments like these, you need to take those chances. I would say that it was catchable. I would say it was indeed catchable. Jerry McAllister, as I said, set off a bit slow on that occasion, did not end up getting a hand to it. But Barbados will know that probably was a very good chance this morning to get off on the right foot.
Well, they dropped 4 catches yesterday, and I didn't see anybody get after anybody for those drop catches. So I really can't fault McAllister this morning, because he tried, and the ball fell in no man's land, more or less, as we would say. That's history now. Shamar Springer will now bowl to the left-hander, Matthew Nandu, who's on 72 not out. They're now bringing in more or less, it's not really a short leg, but he's pushed back now to a short mid-wicket. I'm trying to understand the tactics here from Shamar Brooks. Shamar Springer. Here is an open face, slice past the first and second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Now I think Barbados is going to have to be patient. There are just too many things being tried and sorted out here. It's a patient game, and they got to bowl to a plan. Boundary to Matthew Nandu, he goes to 76. And this young man is going in confidence. 29 boundaries so far in the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 3 for the morning already.
3 for the morning already. That one pushed at it just a bit, but didn't reach out past his eye line. So soft hands allowing to drop before they slipping into the boundary.
Springer into ball to Nandu. Nandu is steering again. The second slip diving away, getting a hand onto it. And it dropped short of the length right there. They're going to also have to judge the pace of this track this morning. This is only over number 3. Shamar Brooks is now strengthening his slip area. So they're going to have 2 slips and a gully.
That's very interesting.
I was talking to you yesterday about the positioning of the slips. That's something that I find that we don't execute well in the Caribbean. The positioning of where your first slip goes and where your second slip goes. Springer doesn't want is pulled back. So there's a little bit of myth and confusion and discussion taking place. First, Hakeem Jordan was brought to first slip. Now he's pulled back out of first slip. And they have a wide position, more or less. Nandu is driving beautifully, but can't score, and the score remains on 220 for 5. Now, I want to say something to you, Joel. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. And you can't be in between. You can't have a second slip and asking the keeper to act in both positions to be at the keeper and still at first slip. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. And I find a lot of the teams, they have this sort of wide gap there, and they get themselves in trouble.
Well, the slips certainly have taken at least a step and a half closer to the bat.
Springer into Nandu, and Nandu is just working this into the square leg area, thinking about the single. He's got to scurry back in because coming around there nicely is Kevin Wickham, who's a really excellent fielder. And Nandu would know that from the under-19 days. He had to get back into his crease very quickly. In the meantime, the score remains on 220 for 5. Over number 81 being bowled, Matthew Nandu is on 76 from 234 deliveries. Remember, he's on debut. His first-class debut for the Guyana Happy Eagles. And he looks an accomplished player. Looks like somebody who's played 60 games already. He's driving beautifully up to cover. Can't beat Hakeem Jordan. The score remains on 220 for 5. Kevin Sinclair on the non-strikers end is not out on 38. And he's looked good.
This pair certainly have looked good. And Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping that they could bat at least that first hour, that first 15 overs. Probably deflate the Barbados probably just a bit more, especially after that half chance.
First hour is going to be very important. Here is Nandu undriving, but can't beat the fielder short mid-wicket. Over comes to an end. 4 runs out of the over. And Shamar Springer's 13 overs so far has cost him 40 runs. To come, Vasami Pomol, Niall Smith, runs with beaten, and Shamar Joseph, extras 24. 220 for 5 is the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at the end of 81. Guyana Happy Eagles winning the toss and opting to bat first.
Now, it's very interesting to see the approach of Matthew Nandu this morning. Those 2 deliveries, and that would have come down to slip. 1 into the boundary, 1 being stopped at second slip. Those, funny enough, were deliveries yesterday morning that he was leaving alone outside his off stump very early on. So it's interesting to see that he's been pushing at those deliveries a bit more, not necessarily with hard hands, because they've both fallen short of the slip cordon. But it's just interesting to see his approach this morning.
Kevin Sinclair waits. Gets a nice flighted delivery. Didn't really step out into that. That was in the air long enough, Kevin. Got a bigger stride out and stroke that. Kevin Sinclair, this is his 9th first-class game. He's got 3 half-centuries already before. High score 58. He'll be looking to get his 4th half-century. He comes quietly forward. He's on 38 from 61 deliveries. So he'll be mindful about that. And he's no rabbit with the bat. Even though yesterday Joel tried to get me into a tangle. Here's Sinclair driving straight down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot by Sinclair. He goes up to 42. And like I said, this is his 9th first-class game for Guyana. Before this, he would have scored 224 runs and already would have had 3 half-centuries. Let me just make sure that I get that run. Right. Just hold a minute there. But a boundary to him in the meantime. No, he had 1 half-century, sorry, so far. I'm giving him 2 extra ones, so he can get his 2nd one here. 58 is his highest. And so he'll be eyeing that total today. And he would also know that he wants to support Matthew Nandu, who is on 76. Now, the middle-off is pushed back too long on. I would have still kept that up there. Sinclair coming quietly forward. And that's what I don't like, Joel. You get hit. It was a good cricket shot. So why would you push that man right back? You know, keep him going if he wants. Let him go again. Flighted, driven. Can't beat Springer at cover. So more or less short extra cover. 224 for 5. The partnership now yielding 61 from 119 deliveries. Shem Holder. Delivery. Just, I don't want to say blocked. He just came quietly forward and it rolled all the way back to Shem Holder. 224 for 5 at the end of over number 82. I don't see the intensity from the Barbados Pride. You tell me, Joel.
Well, I'm not sure if I can say that I don't see the intensity because I know for sure that these boys would love to take the wicket. What I can say, though, is that it's been interesting cricket from Kevin Sinclair in his approach to batting against Shem Holder. In each over, he's picked one delivery that he will go hard at. That occasion, he picked up a boundary. Obviously, the one before was the one that went into the air. Barbados Pride are at what I believe to be a very interesting position whereby it's a case of you want wickets, but you also don't want the runs to get away from you this morning. So in pushing back that long on, I can almost say, well, Shem Holder knows that he still has to have that balance between attack and defense in a way. Even though they're looking for those wickets this morning, you still don't want to ensure that the Guyana Harpy Eagles get off to somewhat of a flyer here and set themselves up to maybe declare maybe a little bit later on today.
Nandu just refocusing himself to get his composure going. Just had to make some adjustments. And Springer over the wicket to Nandu. And ball pitched between middle and leg, and Nandu is just good wrist work. He's got beautiful wrists. Just been able to just work that around. And as he grows, he will get stronger. Something that the Asian players have been able to master. When you look at Gill and Coley and company, they've been able to get that ball maybe just to the left of umpire Gustard. Almost feel like their wrists have been broken from an early age. Here is Nandu. First aggressive shot into this innings there. His feet didn't get there. The hands went. He sort of almost looked like an Anthony Bramble there. He got out yesterday. But the good thing about it is that he stayed low to the ball. And because he's got a solid base, he was able to still, even though the right foot didn't come out to the pitch of the ball and the hands went, he was able to still be able to just stroke that ball out the backward point. Umpire Carl Tuckett has called out Christopher Taylor. Shamar Springer has a question about the ball. And so standby umpire Christopher Taylor is marching out. Don't know if maybe there's a string there that he maybe would want to cut off or something. Let's see what's going to be happening. Or he's also called for the new ball as well too. Or is the same, replace the ball. What did you see, Joel?
I saw the switch of a ball from hand to hand.
Okay, so, and the right ball is now handed. Well, he's going to have to first show the batsman. No, they're taking the new ball. So Barbados is taking the new ball. So it's that time of the day. Interesting. So 82 overs bowled, 82.2 overs, and Shamar Brooks has called for the second cherry. Here comes Springer. In now to bow to Nandu, and that's good pace carry, good bounce. Nandu was able to just drop his hands, got in line.
You see that ball kissing out to the surface and getting some good bunks on that occasion. And seeing that now, it makes me question how long before we see the introduction of Jeremy McAllister into the attack. I would want to see that new ball in his hand with a burst of pace. Given what I saw yesterday, right after that lunch break, I believe that he could be the man to do some damage with that new ball.
224 for 5, Nandu 76, Springer into Nandu. And Nandu is, that didn't really bounce, he didn't get up, he was looking for more pace. It was more or less a slow bumper from Shamar Springer, like a change of pace. and he sort of went early, but because it was a slow cutter, he really didn't get on top of it. Hit the toe end of the bat, but he's still there. Macho Nandu, 240 deliveries faced. He batted all day on Wednesday, and we'll be looking to bat all day on Thursday as well. He's got that attitude for batting. He's put a price on his wicket. Shamar Springer will have other ideas. He's in out about to Nandu. Going across him, good take by Shamar Brooks, who himself is a very accomplished keeper as well.
All around, he's an extremely talented young man. Been around the cricket circuit for many years. Also is very handy with the leg breaks as well, Shamar Brooks.
I first saw Shamar Brooks, the St. Kitts Nevis Invitational 13 and under cricket competition. That seemed like a long time ago, along with the likes of Carlos Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite, so many outstanding, even Kamari Boyce, a number of youngsters would have come out from Barbados. Good morning, Adrian Donovan. Here is a well pitched up delivery, and Nandu like a lazy in his approach there. But the most important thing is that he's still there. End of the over, number 83. Umpire Carl Tucker took a little while to call over there, because just for a moment I thought he had one more delivery. So 83 overs have been bowled. 224 for 5. Macho Nandu is not out, 76. And Kevin Sinclair has looked a complete player so far in his batting. He's 42 from 65.
On that last delivery, I wish that I could have seen it twice in my mind in live play, but it looked like it was a bit of inward movement from Shamar Springer, which means then with the introduction of Akeem Jordan, it's quite nice to see that, because he is someone that gets the ball to move a bit. It was interesting yesterday that the guys made the comment that the ball wasn't necessarily coming out of the surface with much pace. With the amount of sun that we've had on it, it should probably quicken up a bit. Things could look a little bit different here at the start of this morning with Akeem Jordan. He got into a rhythm quite nicely coming on to the back half of yesterday, picked up 2 wickets in the latter stages of yesterday, and he'll be hoping that he can start well this morning.
Well, 2 maiden overs bowled by not Akeem Jordan, but Shamar Springer. Akeem Jordan, wearing the number 81, will start from the circuit, the Ambrose end. So there's no McAllister. Instead, it is Jordan. In Ducker, and that one sort of hit a little high up to Kevin Sinclair. You'll now have to adjust. It's not Shem Holder bowling. In the meantime, Kevin Sinclair has come up and just rubbed his hands in the turf and maybe just say a few words to Kevin Sinclair. Did you feel that one? Might have been asking him. Sinclair sounds like he's the chirpy guy here. Shamar Springer at first slip. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. A fielder down on the fine leg area. McAllister. Jordan in cramping Sinclair, whose right foot didn't move. His hands went, really. And normally in batting, your trigger movement would be that you need to get your right foot across. He's still trying to rehearse, but his right foot is not moved from his original positioning. He'll have to understand that this is a brand new ball. It's the second cherry used by the Barbados Pride. Sinclair, 42, represented the West Indies at the one-day level. Inside edge. In Ducker, a little bit to him, but getting a quiet single into the square leg area. Coming around is Kevin Wickham, who fires an easy return to Shamar Brooks. There's no Shane Darwish this morning. And I don't know if that injury yesterday where he maybe twisted his ankle at one point in time where the physio had to come out might be a cause for concern.
Well, we certainly hope not. I'm still trying to get that information. But it's been nice to see those first 3 deliveries from Akeem Jordan, all 3 coming back in quite nicely to Kevin Sinclair. Probably why he was unable to get that second last one through the cover region. All 3 deliveries hitting the inner portion of his batting. We're going to see now as the ball goes away from Matthew Nandu.
Nandu gets a delivery which he just leaves again. How many times has he left the ball outside the line of the off stump? Really perfection of knowing where his off stump is. And that's simply because his head alignment has been Real good. He's kept his head still, and he's always looking at the ball for a very long period. Jordan to Nandu. Nandu is back and cracking that lovely save by the fielder at backward point. And that's what you have to execute in the end.
Nandu has certainly looked a lot more busy at the crease this morning, striding out and looking to drive the ball, getting back there and punching that one. So it looks like he's looking to get on somewhat with his innings, probably beaming on the confidence that he had yesterday. With this new ball, though, he might be better served taking a little more cautious of an approach.
Partnership is 62 from 132 deliveries. Another bang-on target delivery from Hakeem Jordan. Searching at the pads. And Guyana losing wickets at 1 for 30, 2 for 35, 3 for 80, 4 for 126, 5 for 163. And the present score here, or the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at the start of day 2, 84 overs bowled, 225 for 5. Guyana Happy Eagles.
It was certainly a good start with the new ball from Hakeem Jordan. I see Jerry McAllister with the hat off, walking in the direction of the umpire at that Sir Andy Roberts end. So it looks like we're going to see him with that new ball in hand, and it could be a very exciting prospect on the cards here. The helmet also being brought onto the field. So there could be some short stuff involved. We saw a couple deliveries from Shamar Springer get some nice bounce out of the surface. Jerry McAllister, a heavy set bowler, a lot heavier than Shamar Springer. I would imagine that he would probably get a bit more out of this surface here this morning as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things go. He, to my mind, will be the trump card quite early if Barbados Pride are to take a couple quick wickets here.
Jerry McAllister. I see Ryan Hines on the fringe of the boundary. So it really means that something has to be seriously wrong with Shane Dorish, because he's not even in the dugout. Mackie, as he's been nicknamed. They're chirping him on. Let's go, Mackie. Started with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, and I feel it 3/4 of the way on the square leg area. Nandu, just looking to see what is going to be happening, and Sinclair will be in strike. Sinclair's out caught behind. Poor shot. No feet movement at all from Kevin Sinclair, as I was talking about it. He's disappointed. The right foot never moved, and he just fired his bat. Sinclair goes. Early strike for the big man himself, the big fast bowler from Barbados. Sinclair goes, caught behind for 43 of 68 deliveries. It was almost like a swipe.
Guilty of playing at a wide one. That delivery, you would have to tell yourself, it's not one that a fast bowler would say, yes, this is my magic delivery to take the wicket. But like I said, the trump card in Jerry McAllister, he strikes very early, and this now could be the period of play that Barbados Pride sense that this is their moment to make serious inroads into the remainder of this Guyana Harpy Eagles side. He bowled well yesterday. That certainly was not his best delivery, but it picked up a wicket, and the Pride side will certainly be happy that they took that new ball and put it in the hands of Jerry McAllister.
So early success so far for the Barbados Pride. Guyana losing their first wicket for the morning. 225 for 6 in 84.1 overs. Out comes Versamy Pamal, who's playing in his 61st first-class game at this level in this competition. A high score of 86 not out. He's got some 2 half centuries, so he's a very accomplished player based on his stats. No, I did say it was Versamy Pamal. No, it's not Versamy Pamal. It's, let me just look and see who's come out. Yes, it's Versamy Pamal who's come out. And look at dodgy guy. He's just looking around there at the crease, and I'm sure he would have stayed from the dugout yesterday and looked at McAllister and says, well, he knows he's got some pace. So he wasn't thinking about coming forward there. He's going to be on his back foot, more or less. But one thing I can say to you is that Versame Pomol, he's going to fight. He's got his arm guard on, and he wants to support his teammate Matthew Nandu, who's on 76 not out. Wide delivery there, just trying for that extra pace there. Young man, how much more I can say? He reminds me of a Franklin Stevenson when I look at his bill walking, going back to the Sir Andy Roberts end. Big, tall guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it lined up. Obviously, that first delivery that took the edge of Kevin Sinclair. On the wider side as well. But if you can get it just a bit closer to that off stump, things will certainly look a lot different here this morning.
He's away in a big number. DJ Bravo 47, pitched up. Good Yorker, squeezed away down to backward point. Can't score. 3 slips a gully. Barbados looking to go on the attack here. They want to wrap this innings up.
This is certainly the moment we talk about balance and swings and all these different terminologies in cricket. You have to tell yourself that this certainly is what you would call a swing moment. No ball in hand. The sun is bright and beaming down on a young man with all to prove.
Versame Pomol leaves alone a wide delivery. Good leave, good carry. Pomol bowls left, bats right. Versame Pomol, servant to West Indies cricket. And when you look at his bowling stats, he's got 309 wickets at this competition. This is his 61st game. Best bowling figures of 8 for 18, but he's batting now. And he's comes more or less just staying on the crease there and just playing quietly forward. So wicket maiden to Jaya McAllister is now 2 for 24 from his 12. And Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 225 for 6.
Brilliant stuff from the young man. He struck in his first over after lunch. He struck with his first over to start the day. So good signs for Barbados Pride and Jerry McAllister. Like I said before, they would know that this time period, these next maybe 30 minutes or so are crucial for them. So breaking this partnership very early, because someone like Versame Pomol is someone who can stick in with the bat and can hang around. Matthew Nandu has looked like a pillar all match long. So it'll be a case of ensuring that they just take everybody else from the other end.
Akeem Jordan is 16 overs, 2 for 31. So 4 slips now in a gully. Barbados on the attack. Nandu, just quietly just backing across and just turning it into the leg side area.
A young man like himself on first class day, but I wonder how he slept last night. It'd be very interesting to know if he really got any real sleep, but then again, he batted all day, so he certainly would have been tired, but his mind would have been running about the possibility of reaching those 3 figures this morning.
Jordan to Nandu. And Nandu just leaves that alone. One thing I can say for sure is that Nandu is not going to be caught into the trap like a Bramble or a Sinclair. He knows where his off stump is. And once he picks up the line, he's not going to be flustered. But I can say to you, if it's in his area and he feels that he can be able to cut it or go hard at it, he's going to play a big shot. But right now, his mind is not on that. He's 76. Faces the delivery from Jordan. And again, extravagant enough. But because that's going away, there's no need for him to follow that line. Almost reminds you of the days of old when you would have had the Wayne Daniels and company and Sylvester Clark. And when you see Barbados here with 4 slips in gully, I don't know if Akeem Jordan is quite capable to have the pace of those guys in those days. But Shamar Brooks is maybe sending a message to young Nandu. Jordan in the bow to Nandu. Nandu is just working this into the leg side area. He's going to come back for 2. Versame Pomol is just gingerly running at it. The most important rotation of strike is important. He gets 2 runs quite easily. Mosley chasing and just fired a high return to Shamar Brooks. Nandu goes up to 78 from 249 deliveries. Vasami Pumal, who's just come in. Guyana Happy Eagles have lost the wicket of Kevin Sinclair. Poor shot this morning. 227 for 6. And sometimes when you look back at the dismissals of the Guyana Happy Eagles, you have to question their shot selection. And Sinclair's shot selection this morning was not good at all. Around the wicket comes Jordan. Again, good leave. Big stride out there from Matthew Nandu, picking up the line.
I like this move by Akeem Jordan here, coming around the wicket to Matthew Nandu on this occasion, making him think about something just a little different from this angle. Obviously, coming over the wicket is a lot easier to leave the ball, especially when it starts on the line of the stump, knowing that it's going to be going away. On this occasion, it almost brings two types of deliveries into play, the one that goes away and the one that might just hold its line and come back into the bat.
Jordan to Nandu, pitched up. And again, wide enough, over completed. So 2 runs off the over, 227 for 6. 86 overs bowled. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana Happy Eagles won the toss on day 2, 227 for 6. Guyana really pushing and really batting themselves into a comfortable position.
They certainly are batting themselves into a comfortable position, especially given what would have went down yesterday. Barbados Pride would definitely almost tell himself that they've gotten a bit too much already for their liking, given how play had set up yesterday. Obviously, you had Kamal Savory being dropped on a duck. You had Leon Johnson being dropped on a duck. Those batters went on to score 24 and 25, respectively.
Here comes McAllister to Vasami Pumal real wide. And it's got to force Vasami Pumal to play. I think that is going to be critical.
Correction, they actually went on to score 25 and 26. But those 51 runs are runs that Barbados Pride would look at and say, maybe they shouldn't have gotten them yesterday. Could have had Guyana in a far worse position given that situation. Obviously, you can't look back on that too hard. But with Jeremy McAllister now with ball in hand, things certainly looking good. Somewhat of a wasted delivery on that occasion. Short and wide from Jeremy McAllister. Still overall a good 1.2 overs from him this morning. He will certainly be looking to line it up a bit better. Ask for Sammy Permal to probably play at 1 or 2. Bring those 3 slips and a gully into play. Akeem Jordan there at first slip. The rising delivery handled well by Versami Permal. Given his experience, he will know that he can stick around here and do the job that Guyana Harpy Eagles need from him today.
Just had a call from my lawyer, who is in Antigua. He's on his way to Trinidad and was just scouting out on the cricket. So because he's traveling, he'll have to stay at Coolidge. So won't get a chance to see him. Permal is defending nicely. Played up to mid-on. This is a much better approach here so far. Joel by McAllister.
Certainly lining up well. When you said that you got a call from your lawyer, I was hoping that there was no legal trouble ensuing after that.
He's just making sure that I'm all right and that I'm grounded. Chesley Hamilton heading off to Trinidad on a business trip. He's a very active, cricket-minded guy. You'd have loved to see McAllister. Ooh, that had some pace. That one, he really bowled a heavy ball there. And it hit the glove, the right glove of Shamar Brooks very hard there. He's a big, strong guy.
No, it definitely is big and strong and heavy set.
He's about 6'5". What do you think? 6'5", 6'6"?
Anywhere around there. Could have played basketball, maybe a bit of NFL. You never know, but he's a cricketer.
Well, he could have maybe threw javelin as well, too. Why would you go down the road of NFL? He could have been a good javelin thrower. Never know. Or maybe even shot put. But he's got a cricket ball in his hand, 5.5 ounces. Here's a beauty out of an outswinger there. Permal didn't know anything about it. The only thing he did was miss it. 87 overs bowled, 227 for 6, and all of a sudden the game just looks different.
Certainly indeed, and this is what happens when you make things happen in cricket. So made a good decision to take the new ball. Obviously, I agreed with starting with Shem Holder, especially after what we would have seen yesterday. Had a bit of turn out his surface, asking Shem, okay, can you take one or two early up this morning? Okay, he didn't. Let us go now to plan B. Plan B, take the new ball and put it in the hands of Akeem Jordan and Jerry McAllister. A wicket there in his first over, and certainly things are looking different. And like I said, these are the moments that you know you need to capitalize on. A new batter at the crease, a bit of pressure being added to both, knowing that you're just one down now in terms of another batter. What is the approach?
4 slips a gully. A backward point here is Nandu slashing that for 4. Wide delivery. And he pounced on that and played it late beautifully. Down to the cover boundary for 4. That is a lovely cricket shot. Execution at its highest.
Oh, simply sublime from the young man. Short and wide from Akeem Jordan. And for somebody who's been at the crease all day, he's certainly not going to miss out on that. I said he's looked a lot busier. He's played a lot more shots. And that was one of the classiest that he's played.
He goes to 82. Growing in confidence. He's one for the future. Nandu 82. Jordan into bow to Nandu. Fuller length. And Barbados, they have to be patient. They have to keep talking to themselves. They have to believe. They seem not to be able to have a plan and work out how they're going to bowl to Nandu. Because what Nandu has been able to execute is leaving the ball. And that has frustrated the Barbados team itself, especially the seamers. Because he's really not gone at anything loosely. And he's waited until it's come into his zone.
Well, I wouldn't say that they haven't had a plan, but what I will say that Nandu's plan has worked a lot better than theirs thus far. The young man has certainly, like I said before, been a picture of concentration. It's been a wonderful innings to this point. As we see now an adjustment in the field with Shem Holder now going back onto the point boundary.
Jordan pitching up this delivery, spanked out to the sweeper more or less on the offside. And that's what I was saying to you, Joel, that there has to be a plan. You can't give away that single that easy. The delivery that he bowled before was a wide ball. So you still have to believe in what you're trying to achieve. I don't know with 4 slips in a gully, with Jordan at his pace bowling around the wicket, is the correct line in what Jordan is bowling. If he's going to bowl that line, then he has to bowl a fuller length. And I don't just want to see people in artificial positions if you seriously don't have a plan for what you want. Little mix-up. But they've gone back now to the 3 slips of gully. And looking at Versame Pamal, let's see what's going to be happening. Jordan to Pamal. Pamal is looking to push down the ground. Jordan gets his big hands, his big right hand, and cut it off.
What was interesting to see there, almost looked as if Pamal decided to take a step down, a bit of an advance
Really,
to Akeem Jordan there.
as compared to a McAllister, who's got more pace. So, Jordan is a little bit more medium, trying to negate any swing that would have been possible. He's a campaigner. He's an old campaigner. He's charging again. Could leave. And because of that, it's forced Akeem Jordan to have to bowl a different delivery as to what he was going to bowl before. Pamal has decided that he's going to advance to Jordan and most likely trying to hit him over mid-on or mid-off if he gets to the pitch. He's a naught still. 232 for 6. 5 runs off the over so far, all 5. To Machu Nandu is on 83. Jordan to Pamal. And again, he's had to push that one wide because Pamal is advancing. Over number 88 is completed. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana Happy Eagles batting first against the Barbados Pride. They're 232 for 6.
And I like the approach somewhat of Pamal to Akeem Jordan. It's thinking cricket to my mind. When we think back to Imlak and the fact that he was LBW to Jordan with one coming back in, Pamal with his movement forward is now asking Akeem Jordan to probably pull back that length a bit. To my mind, then it takes the LBW out of the question just a bit, given the fact that he's coming down. Akeem Jordan probably pitching it a little further back. So it's, I would say, decent thinking cricket from Permal to put Akeem Jordan off of his lines and lengths there.
All right, so for the first time today, McAllister will be bowling to young Matthew Nandu. A lot of movement taking place all around. Kevin Seclair gets a promotion. He goes to first slip. So they're going to have 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg, a gully backward point, very short mid-on, and a mid-off. McAllister in the bowl to Nandu is just back and just turning this beautifully, well played on the hip line there. I can't overemphasize how accomplished this young man has looked. And simply because his position in and his balance at the crease, that's been the hallmark of this innings here so far.
Certainly good positioning, good balance, but also good wrist work on that occasion. With the man under the bat in front of square, Nandu just getting on top, breaking his wrist and allowing that one to come behind square for an easy single off McAllister. Turn all around the strike. That is good cricket all around.
Versama Permal not. He's in strike. McAllister into Permal. Permal is just working this one. He's finally off the mark. It is 15th delivery. So Permal is 1. And he adds to the Guyana score, 233 for 6. Game has been played in high spirit between these two teams. Very, very, very high spirit.
It's always an interesting contest and competition when Guyana faces up against Barbados. I would mention the fact that in the last 5 games, there's always been a result. Guyana coming on top in terms of 3 wins in those last 5. One of those 3 wins being in the very last time these teams met. That was in Trinidad. They won by 5 wickets. And so they'll have that in the back of their mind, knowing that there's a slight edge that they've had over Barbados.
Good short delivery to Nandu. He really bowled an effort ball there. McAllister, he's been told to get Nandu out of the way. And Nandu with some acrobatic skills seemed to have did a little limbo dance there on that one. Got out of the way.
Giving Nandu something to think about. Also with the fact that the field has changed. Now I talked about the fact that the man under the bat was in front of square. He's now come behind square. They also now employed a leg slip. Nicholas Curtin is there at a short mid-wicket as well. It tells you the plan here is short to Nandu, prize him out, take this wicket.
Nandu just working this into the square leg era, getting an easy single. And McAllister just saying to him, today's got to be your day. Imagine I can't get you into your defense. Nandu is just saying, good delivery, but well played in the end. 235 for 6 over in Grenada. And the Windward Islands, they're fighting back. The second innings, they're 92 for 1. Kimani Melius is on 50, and they lost this morning. Jelani Robinson, LBW to pair for 23. So they now lead by some 20 runs. Barbados looking for wickets here. Vasami Permal defends. Good length delivery. And up at Coolidge, the Leewards are in a spot of trouble. They're 185 for 7. 100 overs. I almost thought that we were have to talk to Vinod. I don't know the last time the Leewards at the end of day 1 would only score 160. But the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, has been sent back into the hut by Mansing for 23. LBW to Mansing for 29, Rakeem Cornwall. Permal is defending another length delivery. End of over number 89. Your final comments before you head out, Joel. And Vinod will step into the hot seat.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting, just under an hour play that we had so far between the Barbados Pride and Guyana Harpy Eagles. Barbados Pride will be happy with the fact that they took 1 wicket so far for the morning, knowing that it could be a fairly long day if they don't take any more at regular intervals. Akeem Jordan will know that he has some work to do with the ball here, getting it into good areas so far, but now is to take that wicket and know that there's not that much batting left in the hut for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But I'm going to head out to the chair now and make way for Vinod Mamchan to step in here.
10:44 in Antigua and Barbuda, 9:44 in Jamaica. And in Trinidad and Tobago, where they're getting ready for Carnival. I listened to some new tracks this morning, both soca and calypso. Couldn't understand why Vin had never even brought me a chutney tune. 235 for 6, Jordan into Nandu. Nandu once again leaves alone a length delivery. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Vernon. Good to see you in person. I was listening to you this morning on Point on the Street, is it?
Point on the street.
Yeah. I enjoyed your offerings this morning. Of course, you had CEO of the Tourism Development Authority here, Colin James, on with you.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought you were the Minister of Tourism, the way you spoke very eloquently.
Thank you very much. I learned from the best, which is you.
Your check is in the mail.
There is Nandu coming quietly forward, playing with soft hands and getting a single. When is the last time you've seen a young player look so accomplished? He look like he's played 50 first-class games.
Yeah, I think the other player comes to mind is Tejaran Chandapal, being a young player, and he is still experienced. He's been around for quite a while. I like the look of Nandu, though, and, you know, I heard when I was coming on air, you were speaking of the fact that when last the Leeward Islands would have scored 160 odd in an entire day's play. I'm not too worried about that. In fact, it encourages me. It shows me that the mentality of our players might be changing, that they're probably looking to put value to their wickets now.
We'll wait and see. Pamal gets a wide delivery, and he certainly has upset Jordan by charging him.
Yeah, Pumal in there, looking to do things differently. I'll put Guyana on top at the moment, 236 for 6.
Well, they have to.
Given what we normally see in regional cricket, 86 to Nandu. This morning, unfortunate dismissal there of Kevin Sinclair. But back to that point, it's good to see guys occupying the crease. And speaking to the crew, that's driven through the offside again, walking out of his crease. Is Pumal getting to the pitch of it. I think that is what he's doing, because it's no secret that Hakeem Jordan is swinging the ball.
He is. Ryan Hines has just come out of the dugout. There's no Shane Dawes this morning, the Barbados captain. We hope that he is well.
Yeah, we should get a report on that pretty soon. Well, I was speaking to the production crew, the 360 production crew across in the Coolidge, and they were telling me that they were mentally drained after yesterday's cricket because runs were not coming.
Yeah, everybody was complaining.
Yeah.
Speaking to Philip Spooner last night, he said he wanted to know what was happening. It couldn't be the same Leeward Islands team. He says, no, Mr. Springs, I went to look at the trials in Liberta, and what I saw yesterday, I wonder if something was off with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Well, probably something was on with the Scorpions, with their
just never know.
bowlers.
Because what he said was pretty interesting is that, you know, he said he spoke to Jamie Merchant at lunchtime, and he says it's a good batting track. So it wasn't like any devils was there.
And pretty soon I think we can get an update from across there. What's the latest there, Spoon?
I think they were 186 for 7. I'll give you that very quickly.
186
186 for 8 now.
8.
True.
Then we'll swing across to Grenada shortly.
Give you
Springs will be bringing that for you. Oh, that's good. You want to charge me? Take that.
In Grenada, Windward Islands in their second innings, they're 94 for 1 at 28 overs. So we have some exciting games today, but here Coolidge, the latest score at the end of 90. Guyana Happy Eagles 238 for 6, and as Vinod called it right, Guyana Happy Eagles large and in control here.
Yeah, they are in control of this one. And as Springer has been saying since yesterday, this pitch gets better the more you bake it. And it's going to probably be the best for batting on today, Springer.
Today, I think today is going to be a beautiful day. What we saw this morning is a different day, because yesterday Shem Holder got the ball to rip. Didn't get the ball to rip this morning. But the wicket is seaming around more this morning, we would agree, even though with the old ball and with the new ball so far. So there's enough for everybody, both the spin and the pace, and also the batter.
Well, I like this guy, McAllister.
Yes.
Gives it his all. Here he is.
Every time. Beautiful, lovely straight drive here by Nandu, and the big man wearing the number 47, DJ Bravo, getting down. One for the future. My concern, Vinod, is we've got all these young, fast bowlers, but are we taking care of them?
I think CWI, they're trying their best to foster fast bowling. I'll tell you why. You look at the youth tournaments, and they have been trying over the years to have inducements to encourage the fast bowlers, and by implementing fast bowling points. Some of the coaches, they still don't read that play.
They don't read that.
They don't read that play.
They don't read the rules.
No. No, what CWI has done this year, they're forcing them now. For the first 10 overs, you can't bowl spin.
It's a much greater problem than that, Vinod. We'll
No,
talk about that.
but you know,
But I understand what you're saying.
even in Trinidad and Tobago, it's frustrating. In Trinidad and Tobago, especially, and now I see a new trend. You open with a fast bowler on one end and a spinner at the other end. Yeah, that is what you do in Trinidad and Tobago these days.
Nandu gets one, which is maybe just targeted it, hit him a little high up on the tie pad, and for the first time, he's in an uncomfortable position because he was beaten for pace there by that delivery.
I'll tell you something though, Springs, just to go back on that point of guys putting value on their wicket, guys learning to bat longer. It has been a problem in West Indies cricket for quite a while. And someone at CWI seems to be finally getting that message through to regional coaches, to regional administrations. Because now, you look at Trinidad and Tobago, they have decided now to, out of their 7 rounds of top flight domestic cricket, I think they call it the elite division here. In Barbados, they call it the elite division. I don't know what they call it here, but in Trinidad and Tobago, it's the premiership. 3 of those 4 rounds will now be played from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And next year, the president, as Ambassador, has promised that all 7 rounds will be played from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Some of the club owners, they've had issues with the Friday, saying that it's a heavier payload now because extra days cricket, and some of their players who are not professional cricketers will have to gain time off from their work. There is a move by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to hold discussion, and they have been having discussions with the government of Trinidad and Tobago to take up that wage slack on a Friday. If it comes true, I think that'll be a very good thing. But what is the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board telling its players? They're telling them, let's play 3-day cricket. Take your time on bat. Put value. There's an appeal here.
I think he came off of his pad, and McAllister knows that. Umpire Carl took it. He's been a bowler, but that was an interesting over there.
McAllister just having a word from a distance with Nandu.
It's been good banter between them this morning. And for the first time in his innings, he played one loose shot where he missed a wide one from McAllister. And I think the bounce and the pace maybe undone him for the first time in his innings. But let me applaud the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board of Control as Ambassador for his vision. And I love what you said there. If you start Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you see, we always have to find solutions around problems. What we do in the Caribbean is that we get problems that we don't sort out.
No, we
can't think outside the box.
What we do in the Caribbean is we look at solution and find problems. It's the other way around. But it's good that Azim Basarat is leading in that way. And there are clubs, though, who are against it.
They will. Because they don't understand the big picture.
No, they don't. There are some clubs in Trinidad and Tobago, and I will say it openly. There are some clubs in Trinidad and Tobago that advise their groundsmen to prepare tracks. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Again, charging, coming down. He's not charging to be aggressive. He's charging to negate the swing. There are some clubs in Trinidad and Tobago that advise their ground staff to prepare pitches that turn from ball 1 because it's all about winning. There's a club, I would not call the name, that every fast bowler runs from. So much so now that one of the batsmen will just bowl a
half-tracker,
token opening over, and that's the end of that.
Oh, my. Interesting signs. And I've always had this conversation with Sir Andy Roberts. He says, Springs, contrary to what you might feel when a lot of people are saying that West Indians can't play spin, it's really not spin that has undone our batsmen, you know. He's always said that to me. He says, you follow the history. Go back and do your research. So you hear a lot of people saying, oh, West Indians can't play spin. How many spinners around the world have bowled out the West Indies? He's always said that to me.
You can't dominate the world for such a long time and can't play spin. It's logic.
238 for 6. Permal gets a lovely outswinger.
But I must congratulate you, Springer. This morning, as I said, I listened to your program. I enjoyed your line of questioning. You know, you basically pull Colin James right around the island, touch on a number of topics, and also you were able to get to the root of the problems here during that interview that I was listening. And also, you gave him the opportunity to showcase where they will be improving and where they're going, the angle in which they're coming with. I didn't know that Antigua has 4,187 rooms. So you see, I did listen to the program.
Yes, you did. And it's hard to get a room here, Vinod. You know that.
Yeah.
Well, and that is the A and Bs are not included in that.
According to Colin James, that's another 500-600 rooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's really tough, Vinod. Very, very, very tough to get a hotel room here in Antigua and Barbuda. Back and across comes for Sammy Pomal. He's upsetting the apple cart here, Vinod.
Yeah, he's just coming down the track, as we said before. I don't think Jordan knows where to bowl him.
That's the problem.
Right? And the most effective delivery
are we looking at a
replica?
Are we looking at a replica of Anthony Bramble here?
I think probably.
The only thing is that Bramble will score quickly.
No, Jordan might not be happy with this. But if I were Jordan, I would have called the wicketkeeper up to the stumps and just
make him go back.
Yeah.
Good
Send
point.
him back.
Good point, Vinod. Jordan again. He's advancing. Oh, he gets a lovely outswinger.
That's a beautiful delivery there by
but
Jordan.
it's wider, so that's okay. Getting some war words again between Jordan. Jordan is saying, what is happening here? Where are you going?
But Springs, if you look at even Permal coming in now, even Permal is putting value to his wicket. 27 balls for those 3 runs. So when our fast bowlers or our spinners start to show that kind of inclination that they want to hang around. And to be fair, I've been seeing this from our regional bowlers for the last, I think, 3-4 years. Look at our bowlers. They always contribute runs, sometimes more than the top order for the West Indies these days.
That is true. But it had a time, Vinod, when that used to happen creatively for when we were on top. The Holdings, the Eldin Baptist, the Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall and company.
Yeah. Joel Garner had a 16 at Test match.
Yes. You know, so I listened to Andy talk about the partnership with Derek Murray. And Andy says, I never practice any batting, but I understand the fundamentals of batting. And the idea was to watch the ball.
Yeah.
And I entrusted in my partner Derek Murray, and I said, we're going to win this game. Now, there would have been a lot of pundits around who would have said, and Roberts coming in, that's the end of that.
Yeah, that was against Pakistan, semi-finals of the World Cup. And the West Indies had a famous victory on that day.
Here is Nandu just driving. A little on-drive there. Only Nicholas Curtin could be cutting off that.
He's excellent, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he gets picked. One of the errors, you have to be three-dimensional. Fielding is one of them.
I'd like to say a very good morning to a very dear friend of mine, Philo Wallace. Good old Philo is now an attorney, and he's not a Tampa entry attorney like you. I learned that yesterday. He's out in England. Philo Wallace, probably outside of Courtney Brown, one of the more successful captains of Barbados over the years. I think Mr. Manning will agree with that.
It'd be interesting to see the stats. Really,
I thought it was Philo. I thought Philo was the most successful. But then Philo himself told me, he said that Courtney Brown was more successful than him as a leader in Barbados. But take nothing away from good old Philo. Remember Philo giving me a story. I'll get back to that after this beauty here. Yes, Philo telling me once Barbados were playing in Antigua at the ARG. They were playing the Leeward Islands.
I think that would have been his debut game.
His debut game, I think it
Yeah,
was.
it was a blinder.
And Philo made a century.
Yeah.
He said he struck a few sixes. He remember hitting Curtly Ambrose for a six. And Viv Richards at first slip was clapping. And he said, Philo said, man, I struck a mighty six. And Viv Richards is clapping at first slip and saying, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. And he said, what do I have to do to impress the legend? So he scored a century. He said, when Viv came off, he came to him, tapped him on the back and said, well done, son. You have many more to come.
Yeah, it was a blinder. I saw that one, and trust me, I think we ran into a hurricane that day because nobody knew anything about Philo Wallace. This big, tall guy. It was almost like we were looking at McAllister. The same height. I could just remember seeing him. Big, powerful guy walking out, not afraid. And Leewards had Benjamins, Ambrose, and company. And trust me, it was a good track. It was a good knock.
But I think that was the second coming of that hurricane because Trinidad and Tobago felt it as well. Philo Wallace at Guaca Park made a century before lunch. Avides Samari remembers that up until now. He was on debut. A number of balls were struck into the oil refinery at Guaca Park. So it's water break. And at the water break, 238 for 6. Nandu standing out there on 86 of 271 deliveries, and with him Pumol 3. Kevin Sinclair, he fell 7 short of his half century this morning.
And then I could remember we participated, we went back to Barbados. That lineup included Von Hungry Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, Kenneth Benjamin, Winston Benjamin, Hamish Anthony. And we were having a team meeting, Hugo is the manager, to discuss how we're going to bowl to Philo Wallace. Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge had just come back from Australia. They were playing a 4-day game at Kensington Oval. And so we're having this major discussion as to how you're going to bowl to Philo Wallace. And I could distinctly remember Winston Benjamin saying, listen guys, if we're going to bowl Philo Wallace a bumper, we can't bowl him anywhere around chest height or anywhere there. The bumper has to be lined up above his helmet. So when he hooks, he has to hook from way above his head because he was that tall. So if you're going to run into bowl him a bumper, you can't run in and bowl him anything that's going to be 3/4 length because at Kensington he's just going to help that.
If you're hearing, just a break there, Spoons, if you're hearing hissing sound, that is a stump mic picking up the blower. Where they're blowing the pitch out. Yes, and you can see, is that a harbor there, Springs?
Well, that's just an...
or is that houses?
Just houses. On top of the
No, not on top, to the bottom.
No, it's just houses.
Everyone has the same roof.
Yeah. A housing project there. So I can remember during that same game, Hungry was deciding, at that time Desmond Haynes had made some adjustments in Australia with his stance.
It's more open.
Yeah, he came back open. And all Hungry was kept saying all the time, nobody with that stance is going to survive against me. But the guys in the dressing room, in Ambrose and Baptist and so, wasn't really listening to Hungry. And Hungry was just saying, tomorrow morning I'm going to bowl down Desmond Haynes. Nobody can come with that stance and survive. Lo and behold, Vinod, next morning, Hungry Watch broke Desmond Haynes' middle stump.
Wow.
Because he just went to sleep. In the team meeting, he's saying, nobody with that wide open stance is going to survive to me. And in those days, Hungry Watch had pace.
Yeah. That was good.
Roughed up Desi, a couple hit him on his thigh pad. And then he came with that in-swinging Yorker. I'll never forget that. But in those days, it was pace for pace, because Barbados had pace and the Leewards also had pace. So it was always a big one, as you would say, at Kensington Oval. But we're searching for some more Ezra Mosleys. We're searching for some more Sylvester Clarks and some Malcolm Marshall. And so far, we're seeing McAllister. I hope that we can keep him on the park, Vinod, because that's what I was saying to you. we have so many of the guys, and then when we see them, we're looking for them in maybe a year, 18 months time, and we can't find them. So the
Well,
first, sorry,
um,
Vinny.
just to go back a bit to Philo and being positive and Philo being fearless. You will well remember a couple years ago, about 2 years ago, when Alan Donald said that Philo Wallace was feared. He feared Philo Wallace, Alan Donald. He said there's this guy called Philo in the Caribbean. I was fearful of him because Philo was very positive. Philo reminded me of an innings he played against England where Andy Caddick was giving him some
Chat.
chats, yeah.
and Caddick was always like that.
Yeah, giving Philo a lot of chat. Philo said that he would have passed a couple close to his head. And he just decided, you know what, I'm going to deal with this man. And he struck him for 2 beautiful drives down the ground. And Philo, as a gentle giant he is, walked down the track and whispered to him. He said, and I deliberately whispered. I did not shout. And I said to him, everyone drives a Cadillac.
238 for 6 for Sammy Pumal, continuing being a nuisance here for the Barbados Pride. He keeps advancing to Akeem Jordan, and it's to the point that it's getting Jordan frustrated.
I think what Jordan needs to do is to put in a short leg. If he does not want the wicket keeper up, put in a short leg and just bowl those hard lengths at him. Let's see how much he can advance. You see, he's trying to bowl length deliveries and he's advancing just to kill the swing. What he needs to do is to shorten it, put in a forward short leg, and I think he will go back home. When I say go back home, get back into his crease.
I support you. And the other idea, which I also support in your main cap, would be to ask Shamar Brooks even to be a dummy and come up at the stumps.
Again, he goes advancing. There's another trend of thought. He can also go round the wicket. If he goes round the wicket to him,
I don't think that he'll be coming advancing.
you can't advance because it's going to be difficult to judge the length if you want to advance. But I must be critical of Jordan. He's just doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a different result.
And I also looked this morning and see Barbados is like they're just waiting for the Guyanese batsmen to give their wicket away like Sinclair. Pumal is not going to think about that.
That's it. But he needs to have someone in that short leg position because if he's advancing and you bowl him deliveries that he fends, if he does not give the catch, at least the ball is in the vicinity of short leg, he could get a run out as well. You need to send him back.
Very important point there is Barbados need wickets. 238 for 6, 31 boundaries hit so far in this innings. Matthew Nandu stands in the way. 86 from 271 and Pomor 3 from 31. He faces his 32 delivery.
Again, he comes forward. That one jumped on him a bit because he was in motion. I think the entire Caribbean, and nothing against Barbados, of course. I'm a big fan of the country, Barbados. Nothing against them. I think the entire Caribbean is supporting this young man to make 100. Because if you're a cricket fan in the Caribbean, you're looking for something. You're looking for batsmen to show their hands because the West Indies team, they've suffered too much for lack of runs.
Pitched up and coming down on that one, Jordan is fearsome and bowls another maiden over. The most important thing is that Pumal kept him out. 238 for 6, 94 overs bowled. And Barbados, they need some answers. Questions coming out left, right, and center from the coaching team on the boundary. I was saying to Joel yesterday, Vinod, when I first saw Adrian Barrett, I'm not saying that Nandu is Adrian Barrett, but similar in stature. And he will get a little bigger, he'll put on a little bit mass in his own approach here. But he sort of reminded me of Adrian Barrett when he first came onto the youth scene.
Adrian Barrett had a century against Australia very, very early.
It's so great to see Nandu. Guyana has always produced some classical players over the years.
And although you would have had Vijay Singh and Leon Johnson and company, they've not been able to establish a batsman in the West Indies team. So even when they were dominating the regional four-day competition, none of their batsmen were able to command a spot in the West Indies senior team. And I'm sure that is also still a grave concern for Guyana's cricket.
It is of grave concern. We see coming through the ranks, stage rank Channel Paul recently. We're all keenly looking at this young man, Nandu.
I think the last established batsman before Tejnarayan Chandapal, you would have to say, would have been his father, Shivnarayan Chandapal, and Rami Sawan. Would have been the two most established players who would have been in the West Indies team. Leaving out Carl Hooper and company, but on a consistent basis.
Leon Johnson was there.
Played some 9 test matches, but never hung around enough. Singh played a couple of test matches also. Here's Nandu pulling this one away, short delivery, and Kean Harding continues to struggle here, Vinod.
Yeah, why bowl short when you have only 3 guys on the onside and 1 is long leg? All he had to do was to pick his spot, and Nandu moves into the 90s now.
Shamar Brooks has a headache because Kean Harding, not for 70, is into his 15th over and has not bowled well. He's not found his rhythm.
Well, he's been poor, to be honest, Keon Harding. Misses his run.
No, I think Nandu pulled out.
Oh. Well, Nandu is not going to be rushed.
No, he just needs 10 singles. Your first 10 singles to your 100. He's going to remember this for a very, 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 very long time. 242 for 6, Kean Harding. He needs to come up with some goods. Here is Nandu just turning this and getting his 91st run. He's on debut. I have to remind you, he goes to 91. He batted all day on Wednesday. He wants to bat all day on Thursday. Is it possible? Vinod will tell me. 243 for 6. Vasami Pomol, all threes. 3 from 33. The only thing, he's never scored 333 like Chris Gale. Pomol, I wonder what his approach will be. He's also advancing to Harding as well.
The Pomol has faced 34 deliveries right now. Similar in stature to Nandu Pomol.
Just a little taller. Barbados, Jordan is at second slip. 2 slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. Square leg.
Shot through the offside into the boundary for 4. Short and wide. I really can't understand it.
Harding is just not here. He's really not in. He's not in sync with this game. His strike pattern is just off. And this is not the Kean Harding that I was seeing a couple of seasons ago. He's really just looks below par in this game. He's struggling. Wonder if something is going on in his mind. 9 runs off the over so far. Not for 75.
Again, short and wide. Too wide to tempt Pomol. It's the end of the over, the end of it. 247 for 6 on the tank. My good friend Springs for his service this morning. And coming up next will be Joel Manning. Well, good morning. Good morning, Joel. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. Doing wonderful. Shining as bright as the sun is today here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
That's very good. So it's going to be Jordan to continue. He's going to round the wicket. Edged. No. Not out, says the umpire. Lovely catch there by Shamar Brooks. Let's have a look, Joel.
Oh, definitely getting down that leg. A wonderful one-handed grab there. Akeem Jordan was convinced. Nandu said absolutely not. There was somewhat of a death stare between the two of them there.
Probably clipping the hip on its way through. Take nothing away from Shamar Brooks. Excellent catch behind the stumps.
Through our stump mics, I could hear Nicholas Curting saying, I think I heard something there to the umpire. Might have heard something, but it wasn't bat.
Driving. I was telling Spring, I think everyone wants to see this young man complete a century. He's on 91.
Oh, I definitely agree. This morning, I woke at about maybe 3 something this morning, and the first thought that came to me was, will Matthew Nandu do it today? He's looked wonderful yesterday. He came back today. I said this morning he looked a little busier at the crease, played a few more strokes this morning, and he certainly looked picture perfect and deserving of a first class 100.
Has to be careful. I was too close to him to cut. But what were you doing up at 3 a.m. this morning?
Well, you see what happens when you drink too much vitamin C before you sleep. The body decides that it needs to wake you at a certain time to relieve itself, and as such, I woke this morning at a strange hour. I managed to probably catch up maybe a 30-minute after that of sleep, but I've been up ever since.
Well, information reaching us here in the com box is that at 3 a.m. is when you walked in to your hotel. So it's going to be Jordan. It's good. Much better. Your thoughts on Permal advancing to Jordan?
And I was talking about it a little earlier when he started to do it, and I thought it was a perfect plan by him, especially given how we would have seen Imlak being dismissed by Jordan with that LBW decision, the ball coming back in very late and sharp into the pads, and Permal trying to negate that late inward movement from Jordan. It was honestly brilliant from him, put Jordan off his line, caused him to think a bit more about what he could bowl here. And funny enough, that is what you want to see at this level of cricket. It is certainly what people call the testing format of cricket here, being first class, and it's been a test for both bat and ball. Jordan obviously having to think a bit more. You never want to see it being too easy for either side in a contest like this, and those are the things I like to see in cricket, forcing the bowler to think about, what can I do now, what can I do next, how do I prize out this wicket.
So it's the end of the over. The end of it, 247 for 6.
It's a little similar to what I saw Shem Holder doing yesterday when he was bowling to Nandu. So Nandu, as we said, was solid. He was a pillar. He was resolute in what he was doing. And it caused Shem Holder to have to decide, okay, I'm going to switch from over the wicket. Let me see what can happen when I go around. Sure, he was not getting as much turn, but it would have caused Nandu to have to think about something a little different, caused him to have to set up a little different, that little adjustment from being a little more open in his stance while he was coming around to having to close that stance now when he was coming over. Also thinking about, okay, what happens if this ball is not turned with the angle now into the pads, forcing Nandu to play a little differently. So these are the things that I like, and the thinking that I like from our bowlers.
Well, Harding continues to struggle. I'm getting the impression that both Dorish and now Brooks, they're trying to work him into some sort of form.
It could appear that way yesterday. I would have mentioned that he was all over the shop. Bowled a couple deliveries. Was a little hard done, obviously, with the edge off of Nandu that was put down second slip. That could have maybe done a lot for his confidence. But with a day like yesterday, having that catch put down probably ended the day. Obviously down on, I was going to say cloud zero, but that would mean still in the sky. He was nowhere near the sky yesterday. Comes back today now starts a bit wide, starts a bit short, a couple boundaries off of him. But he's a bowler with a strong mind, and I know that he's very capable of coming back. The question is, what does he do? How does he get himself into rhythm here?
And it continues to be erratic here this morning, and I think we probably I think it's more mental with him. Probably just off his game, not feeling good about his game. He probably just needs something to get him going. If he gets a wicket, that might settle him up nicely.
Yeah, it's those small little moments, hence why I mentioned that drop catch yesterday. That could have been the deciding factor for him.
That's well bowled. Purmall right behind it. It's with 39 deliveries now, Purmall.
He's certainly been a thorn in the side of Barbados Pride this morning. Exactly what the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have expected from him is about batting Barbados Pride out of the game. You know Nandu is there. You know he's solid. He needs that support. Who can support him? Somebody with the experience at the first class level of Purmall. He's certainly someone that knows how to hang around, and he's doing just that this morning.
Advancing again, pulling that bottom hand away from the bat. An effort not to spoon anything to short mid on.
What I can also say about Guyana Harpy Eagles batting a lot deeper into the day is that you're starting to see a bit more rough coming into play there this morning. I took a walk out to the surface, and just outside of that right-hander's leg stump, some roughage was beginning to develop, and that's an area that Purmall now will be looking to bowl into come a little later on today.
Solid as a rock. So another beautiful day here in Antigua. We had an early start this morning. Remember, we're still making up time lost due to pitch repairs yesterday. So we went very late, closed off, I think it was about 20 to 6. And this morning we started at 10 to 10, which will be the case for the next 2 days as well. So my friend Joel will probably want to get in about 1 a.m. as opposed to 3 a.m.
I was pretty much asleep just before 9 p.m. I can promise you that. I had myself some dinner, I watched a little television, and then I was out cold.
Have you gotten an opportunity to move around a bit since being here, Joe?
Yes, I have. So I actually took a little boat trip. I was telling Vincent a little earlier that I had a little boat trip out towards Bird Island. I think it was, don't ask me what direction that is.
Yeah.
A lovely little spot.
No ball. Now, looking at the issues that we've seen Harding face since yesterday, number of no balls as well, I'm starting to think that the problems with his bowling may well be his run-up. Probably not confident whilst running in. Something is just not right. End of the over. Good over again for Guyana. 248 for 6.
Something certainly isn't right indeed, and it begs the question then of how long do you keep Kieran Harding going, knowing that you need to also pick up wickets. If it was a case of he was stringing together a set of good deliveries and maybe one or two were offline, you could tell yourself, okay, I'm going to persist with him because you know that a chance is coming. However, without the chance is coming and more of deliveries being offline, off length, how long do you persist knowing that you need wickets here?
And comes forward and drives a full pitch delivery. Now this is an obvious ploy by the bowler to get him driving in the air. There's a short cover in place in the form of Curtin, and anything hit in his region will be snapped up. I'm very impressed with him as a fielder.
In fact, it's actually Kevin Wickham.
Kevin, I was
Kevin
just
Wickham.
seeing that Curtin is at mid-off.
Kevin Wickham, just as good a fielder, though, I must say.
Nandu continues the battle here. Solid.
He's now been on 91 for some time.
So he's 282 deliveries.
It's moments like these that I wish I could get into the mind of the batter. Debut, possibility of a first-class century. Been on 91 for some time. What are you thinking?
Outside.
With leaves like that, I'm telling myself he's thinking that he has all day to score that century. But this has been phenomenal cricket from this young man. I'm thoroughly impressed by how he's gone about his work and workload. Obviously, coming to this, you know that he had talent. You know that he could put together performances like this, but to see it happen in front of your eyes on debut, it's been special to watch. Thought about one there, correctly advised by Pramal to stay in his crease.
And I will think that if he can get up to 300, 320 here, he can really put some serious pressure on the Barbadian batting lineup. Given the fact that as play continues to go on, the pitch is taking more beating, where the left-hander's off stump and the right-hander's leg stump will be. It's playing wrong that front pad. Has to be careful here, Nandu.
Jordan certainly thought he was in with a shout there just now on that particular occasion. You can hear him through the stump mic there, barely gets piece of bat onto that one. He's absolutely correct.
Had he not gotten bat onto that, I think he might have been going for a walk.
I can agree there. But I was having a chat with a couple of the players earlier this morning, and they were mentioning the fact that they think that spin will certainly come into play a lot more as this match goes on.
No, that's not a bad delivery at all. It was wide, yes, but you have 3 slips in attendance, and he's asking Permal to drive. Permal is still not driving. 246 for 9.
Yeah, I was mentioning that a couple of the players were telling me that they think the turn, the spin will come into play a lot later, or rather a lot more as this game goes on. They were saying, though, that it's not quick, sharp turn, but still it is enough turn to cause a couple problems. And it'll be interesting, obviously, with the likes of Permal as there. Then you also have Kevin Sinclair. So Permal bowling into that rough is just on the leg stump of the right-handers. Then you have Kevin Sinclair bowling into that rough is just on the line of the off stump for the left-handers. You have the likes of Mosley and Curtin is there. So it'll be very interesting, this particular contest.
So let's see how he goes against the likes of Keon Harding, none for 76. He's in his 17th over.
Yeah, it's not lost on me that Keon Harding, even though he was wayward, was the only bowler to create a chance off the bat of Matthew Nandu, chasing a wide one that he left quite early on yesterday. Took that edge, put down Akeem Jordan there at second slip again, where he was put down. We talked about that wide delivery that he's gone at. That one, not as full as the one that would have taken his edge on day one, but still going at that wide length, that wide area from Harding. So it could still be a very little interesting period of play here with Harding to Matthew Nandu.
Nandu seems to be a little more aggressive against Harding, looking to play his shots. That one was too close though to cut, and not timing it properly.
Strays down the leg side on that occasion. And it was interesting because, I mean, I don't think I've seen everything that's gone on today, but I'm wondering if anybody has gone up to Keon Harding at any point and said, okay, Keon, let's work on this. Let's these next deliveries, this is what I need from you.
I haven't seen that. I think he's all on his own. I haven't really seen that, to be honest.
Another no ball there. Done a bit of slight damage to Matthew Nandu. He's down on bended knee now.
Probably struck him on the soft part of the inner thigh.
Out comes the physio now. I saw him doing a lot of stretching work whilst the guys were getting in a bit of a warm-up this morning. Obviously, having batted the entire day yesterday, out there was extremely hot as well, because even with the AC on in here, we're still feeling the sun coming through our comms box. But obviously, he'll be a little tender there now in that particular area. Might hamper his ability to maybe take a quicker single or two now that he's in the 90s.
Yeah, so a short break in proceedings here at the moment. Just about 25 minutes to lunch, and Joel will have his fare. Did enjoy lunch yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, it was absolutely lovely. I found that the food in Antigua is quite delightful. I was here for the Test Series, West Indies, England. I did a little mini food tour. I saw some lobster on display, and I, enjoyed that. There was a bit of, I believe you call it fungi.
Fungi.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay, we will try some.
I believe that's the name of it.
Springer will get it. We'll try some.
So it seems that we're all good again here. Matthew Nandu taking on a bit of patchwork after that delivery. It'll be Keon Harding to continue.
Yeah, the food has been good in Antigua. Haven't had Springer's cooking though. Probably that's why I'm saying the food is good. Driving over the infield, and did that go all the way? Let's wait for the umpire. No. 4 runs. So remember, mid-off is up, pitched up, and Harding is struck down the ground for 4. So that's a lovely shot there by Permal.
Quite a wonderful shot indeed. Well timed as well from Permal. Not a shot that we were looking for on that particular occasion, but pitched up too full on that occasion from Keon Harding and accepted by Versami Permal.
Cut away. Down through backward point for 4. So runs continues to leak here as Harding was short and wide on that occasion.
Taking advantage of the whiff now on offer. So too full, dealt with. Short and wide, dealt with as well by Versami Permal. So he seems to be motoring along right about now. Getting that score to tick over in the favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Barbados will know that these are vital and crucial runs here against them.
Well, I think he has been in there long enough. His 46 deliveries. He's probably seeing that ball as big as a breadfruit. So he's able to dispatch it clinically. And Harding has given him enough opportunities to do that. Harding looks like doing Bravo from the back when he's running in. Better delivery.
Closes out the over. 259 for 6. You mentioned breadfruit there. And I must say, a good roast breadfruit is also wonderful as well. You pop it open, pop a bit of butter in there, maybe, I don't know, add some tuna, some anything, and it is delightful.
Joel, you seem to be a food man.
Oh, well, you see, I do enjoy my stomach, you see. Sustenance is required to talk for so long, you know.
Yeah. I do enjoy my stomach as well. Not looking at it, but I do enjoy it. It's going to be Jordan to continue round the wicket to his little friend Nandu. Nandu's driving, not going through the shot, so he's mindful that there is a short cover waiting for the opposite drive. So just opening the face, down to backward point, he gets one. Thinking on his feet, the young man. He gets one more.
Certainly a relatively safe shot there from him, knowing that the man is back on that point boundary. Just needed to open the face of that bat. He's had wonderful wrist work, especially at the start of today, finding those gaps and getting ever closer to that landmark.
Jordan goes up just to have a word with Purmal. And Purmal comes down to have a word with him as well.
We love that friendly banter, friendly chat. This is what we like to see in the cricket. You want to ensure that it's competitive. So sure, at the moment, Versami Purmal is getting the better of Jordan, but Jordan letting him know, I am still here. I am still in this contest. I'm still in this fight. And who knows, he might come out as the victor.
I think Jordan probably went up to Purmal just to tell him, did you hear what Joel said just now about roast breadfruit? You think we're getting that for lunch? Excellent delivery. So he's not still. He's on the move. And this is why deliveries like that will always give him problems.
Oh, that particular delivery had the looks of a roast breadfruit. It was delightful to see there from Jordan Purmal. Just having a little fish at that one. By the way, a roast breadfruit also goes down well with some fish. But this is a very interesting period of play for Barbados. They would have thought that it would have taken less time to get Purmal. Another delivery there on a good length. This time leaving it quite comfortably with Purmal. That one a lot shorter than the previous one that kind of induced the play and the miss. So if Jordan can continue to just get in that very good area, you never know what's possible.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty there. And I think the conversation will continue.
You know, that was that good area that I was now talking about. Just getting it just a little fuller. Purmal uncertain. Obviously with advancing, he has no base. And all he can do is play around at it. This has been good bowling from Jordan. Obviously, he's not taken the wicket as yet, but he's been consistent. He's been in and around that particular area and causing a few problems for Purmal. Going a lot fuller on that occasion to close out the over. 260 for 6. As I welcome Vincent back into the commentary box with me.
Welcome back. It's really indeed a pleasure. I had a little chance to just walk around. 100 overs bowled so far in the Guyana Harbour Eagles first innings here. Nandu is on 93 not out, 291 deliveries. And it's really taken a beating this morning. Started yesterday and today. But he's soldiering on. And what I really like about him is the growth mindset of how he's just kept his composure and has just remained focused on the progress of the team, which is to bat all day and everybody to bat around him. You could see the mental focus working away. Shamar Springer will start from this on the Roberts end. He bounds away now to both to Nandu. Nandu is back and just gliding that past the backward point fielder. Coming around nicely is Kevin Sinclair. He can't stop the single, and Nandu goes to 94 for Sammy Pomal, who was frustrated the Barbados Pride this morning with his 15 from 51, comes into strike, 261 for 6.
Forgive me there, Vernon. I don't know where I got Vincent from. For some reason, my mind was off in the distance, probably another Caribbean island, but Vernon Springer back in the commentary box alongside me. Shamar Springer being given the ball and now replacing Keon Harding at that end. Keon Harding obviously not making the inroads that Barbados would have liked him to.
It's not bowled well at all either. He's been really disappointing and has given, well, the acting captain today, Shamar Brooks, a headache, and he gave the present captain, Shane Darwish, a headache on day one, and on day two, it was even a more headache for Shamar Brooks. Just never looked himself. Don't know what the issue was, but maybe we'll find out a little later. Maybe low on confidence. Springs the ball to Pomal, who's just turning this one. It's racing away down into the vacant fine leg area, hits the rope now, and 4 leg byes in the process.
Just straying there was Shamar Springer, getting too close onto the pads for Sammy Pomal, who's really been a thorn in the side of the Barbados Pride this morning. He spent time at the crease, took a while to get off the mark, but since then he's been doing the job that the Harpy Eagles need him to do.
Break for a while, and Pomal is just looking to turn this one into the leg side area. He's got to change his mind very quickly.
One thing Barbados Pride must ensure to do here is that even though wickets aren't falling, they need to ensure that the runs aren't ticking along as well. 265 for 6. Guyana right now in the driver's seat in this particular encounter. We did mention that it would get better for batting on day 2. So Barbados Pride probably in the back of their mind, knowing that this surface still has some runs in it.
Here's Pomal pulling this one into the square leg area for 4. Short ball, sat up, and he had all the time in the world. It was almost like he was practicing a tennis shot. A slow bumper by Shamar Springer, and on this track, put away nicely. 269 for 6, and Barbados, they're in trouble here. Pomal growing in confidence, 19 from 54, and the man standing tall is Nandu on 94.
I did mention that the surface still had runs in it, and those were 4 of them.
Again, he comes quietly forward. Here's for Sammy Pomal, and he doesn't have to do much. He's a short guy, so he's contented to just stay in his range. Leeward Islands at the Coolidge, 245 for 913 overs bowled. And in St. George's, Grenada, the Windward Islands are 155 for 1. Kimani Melius is in striking distance of scoring a big 100. He's 93 from 120 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Here's Pomal playing around the delivery. It's gone. Good take by Shamar Brooks. And over number 101 comes to an end. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 269 for 6. So more good news for West Indian fans. Nandu is on 94, and Kimani Melius is on 94 also. 121 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. And he'll be looking to really get the first century of the Cricket West Indies for the championship.
These young rising stars are certainly shining here in the round number 1 of the West Indies Championships. We're getting ever closer to lunch here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Akeem Jordan to continue.
Jordan to Nandu. He's up, bows to Nandu, pitched up, and Nandu is working this beautifully. He's going to get a couple of runs here for sure. He's going to come back, and he comes back nicely for 2 runs. It's always so important. You'd want to also get your 100 before lunch, and all of a sudden Nandu is saying, listen, I'm getting incher and closer. He must have heard me when I said that Kimani Melius is on 94, so he goes to 96. So let's watch the matchup. Let's see who will get to their century first. And if Nandu gets to his 100, This would really be a special 100 for this young man. 19 years of age. Barbados under some pressure here. 2 slips, a gully, a sweep on the offside, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. Square leg and a fine leg. Exciting times here. Jordan into Nandu. Nandu is working this one again. More runs again. He's going to come back for 2 more. And he's quickly hustling back there. 2 more to Nandu. Goes up to 98. It's all happening here.
Oh, this is brilliant cricket by the young man. The last couple deliveries, Akeem Jordan has been trying to get into the pads of Matthew Nandu, obviously because of one that he barely got an inside edge onto. Had he not gotten that, he would have been back into the hut. But Akeem Jordan searching for that front pad there of Matthew Nandu. But he is up for the task, working those 2 deliveries into the leg side, picking up 4 runs off of them, and now just 2 away from a landmark moment for the young man.
Jeremiah Louis at Coolidge. He's 65 not out, 155 ball, 51 balls, 7 fours, 2 sixes. Matthew Nandu 98. Here is Nandu staring this one down to third man. 100 for the young man on debut. What a 100! Magnificent. Matthew Nandu celebrates. He takes his helmet off, waves to the crowd, small crowd here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is a landmark achievement. Matthew Nandu, 100, 295 balls, 13 boundaries, a strike rate of 33.90. What a 100 on debut.
Certainly a moment to savor and a day to remember for this young man. 100 on debut, his first first-class 100, and hopefully the first of many to come for this young man.
What a knock. What a knock. And you're talking about, dedicated preparation. He's really prepared himself for this journey. Jordan to Nandu. He's in out the boat to Nandu. Nandu back and across. He starts all over again. And look at the focus on the job. Back and across and defending again. What a knock. The partnership is 50 from 107 deliveries.
No, this has been special from this young man. I talked about him being a picture of concentration. I talked about him being a pillar, and he's really picked his deliveries wisely. He's gone about his innings quite methodically, left alone when required, came forward and worked the ball using those wrists to get the singles, rotate the strike, and capitalize on the bad balls.
This 100 is for his parents. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper. And trust me, I did say to you this morning that anything within that area there, he's a good cutter of the ball. And when I say cut, he cuts the ball down. He's just trying to wave to the dressing room to just get some treatment. He's talking to umpire Patrick Gustard, and he's saying at the end of the over, can I just get some new gloves and get myself organized? He's on a mission. 276 for 6. Nandu, 101 not out. Versami Pomal, he's frustrated the Barbados pride here. He's 19 from 56.
On a mission indeed to ensure that his name is remembered.
2 for 50 here so far. Sorry, Joel. We're in the number 81 is Akeem Jordan. Arms pumping in out the ball to Pomal down the leg side. Beautiful take by Shamar Brooks, diving away like a jack in the box. Alan Norton pulling off a screamer. So 102 overs bowl. Akeem Jordan 25 overs. 2 for 40, 2 for 50, and all of a sudden things have changed. Matthew Nandu wearing the number 78. Remember that number. Put it in your phone. Put it in your directory. He's going to wear that number from now on, and one day he'll wait for the West Indies senior team.
I know, it's actually just wonderful to see that smile on his face. It's a moment that he will never forget. I was questioning, did he get any sleep last night? Was he thinking about this moment? What were the thoughts going through his head? He no longer has to wander because he has it here on debut. A beautiful view of Antigua and Barbuda there. Maybe might find myself in one of those hills this weekend, but we're currently here with beautiful action at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And for everybody that has watched this young man back from yesterday into today, they've been treated to something special.
And what a place to score your first-class 100 on debut at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Springer in the ball to Nandu. He starts all over again. Barbados toiling away here. 276 for 6 in Grenada, Spice Isle. The Windward Islands, they're fighting back. 161 for 1. They lead by 89 runs. Kimani Melius is on 96 not out. And at Coolidge, Jeremiah Louis, the emerging all-arounder, is on 65 all out. Action in galore here in the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-day competition. It's day 2. Grenada, Antigua and Barbados. Springer into Nandu. Nandu is squaring up, but the most important thing is that the bat is straight. And it's because he's playing the ball so late, he doesn't look ruffled. He never seems to be in a hurry, never seems to be in trouble.
He certainly looked easy across this entire innings. Barring that one lapse in concentration, this has been perfection from the young man. How much longer can he carry his bat through this innings? We will soon see, but this has been brilliant.
Here comes Shamar Springer from the Sir Andy Robertson in the ball to Nandu. Nandu is on driving up to McAllister, and he gets a single, and straight away he gets off strike. And that's very, very, very important. You learn those trips. You're sure you would have read a number of books, including Sunil Gavaskar. They would have always told you the best place to be is on the non-striker's end. 277 for 6, Nandu. Matthew Nandu, 19 years old, 102 not out. Barbados in serious difficulty here of dislodging this pair. Pamal, bang on target, defending and defending nicely. 162 for 1. Kimani Melius is on 96 not out. Kevin Hodge, former captain, is on 38 not out. And at Coolidge, 255 for 9. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Jeremiah Louis is on 74 not out, and Sheena Berridge is on 2 against Jamaica Scorpions. 277 for 6 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Another adjustment made. It's got a long leg and a deep backward square leg feeler has gone out now. Springer into bow to Pamal. Pamal defending nicely. Barbados under the pump here.
Certainly under the pump indeed. As I look at this phone in front of me, 8 minutes until lunch. I would probably tell myself that Guyana Harpy Eagles will keep things relatively quiet until that lunch interval, but when they come back out, it'll be interesting to see that approach. I believe that they may start to go after the bowling a bit more, given the platform that they have set here. Probably get into that 320, 330, 350 range, and then let's see what happens from there.
Shamar Springer bungs away from the Sir Andy Robertson. Is in now to bowl to Pamal. Pamal is defending and defending nicely. End of another over. 103 overs bowled. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who won the toss like a long time ago on Wednesday, they're 277 for 6.
Quite a wonderful platform set here, especially how things looked on day 1. You always question, had chances been held, what would it have looked like? But what it looks like is a very good total so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Leewards have lost regular wickets. Colin Archibald for 17, Hayden Walsh for 13, Jeremiah Louis not out 74, Raheem Cornwall 29, Terence Ward 10, Jama Hamilton the captain 40, Kofi James 15, Casey Carty 2, Kyron Powell 9, and Monson Hodge 37, Kean Harding. There has to be something that they like about Kean Harding, because he's coming back in the 17th over, not for 85. Explain that to me, Joe.
Well, what I can say is that
tell me what's happening here, Joel.
maybe a change
In ends?
in ends
Might help?
might help.
Okay.
That we're about to see
Oh, well,
before lunch. Give it a try and see what happens.
We will find out. Let's wait and see what's happening. Harding into bottom. Nandu is back and just delaying the shot and playing it as late as possible out to the sweeper. And he goes up to 103. And in the meantime, at St. George's Grenada, Kimani Melius goes to 98. 125 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes.
It's wonderful to hear that runs are being scored in this first round of the West Indies Championships. A lot of questions being asked to the batters before we came into this tournament, and a couple of them already put up their hand and said, hey, look at me. I'm here. Take notice.
Pamal 19. Harding. The ball to Permol. Didn't know anything about that. It's a beauty. Beat him all ends up. But the most important thing I can say to you is that Permol knew where his off stump was. And that was very important.
I love the fact that you described it as a beauty, because we've not been able to say that a lot about the bowling of Keon Harding. Because hopefully with a change in ends this morning, something different can happen. That ball certainly looks a lot different to what we've seen from him. Let's hope he can string together another 4.
I would hope for that. Permol is pulling this one away. He's out. Oh, another miss. And a costly miss. Who is that?
That is Shane Mosley out there
you
coming
have to
off the
take
boundary.
that. Let's look at the replay there. 282 in the meantime for 6. Permol 23. And you've got to catch that at this level. Mosley, a test player, you can't drop that. You have to catch that.
He made good ground. Got his hands to it. And it just burst through. You have to feel for Keon Harding. He sunk to the ground after that ball was put down. Yesterday, he had a chance dropped off of him. That could have done a lot for his confidence. The ball was put back into his hand. A change of ends. He created another chance. And once again, it's gone down. You have to feel for this young man here. He's working, he's trying, but nothing is going for him.
Harding into bowl to Permol. Permol is defending nicely. Kamani Melius is on 98. Kevin Hodges on 44. They are 169 for 1. A lead of 97 runs against Trinidad and Tobago. It's all heating up here in the Regional 4-Day Championship in the Caribbean. It's the Cricket West Indies. Introduction of 2 rounds. They'll take a break. And then the final 3 rounds. They only 1 round of competition. 282 for 6. Harding to Permol. Permol once again just leaves that. No need for him to even think about troubling at that one. Harding is running back. He feels energized. He feels motivated. The partnership is 57 from 120 deliveries. So another important partnership constructed here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Harding bounding away into both the Permol down the onside, coming across nicely, skipping is Shamar Brooks, who is the acting captain. There's no Shane Darwish today. He's not even in the dugout, and I hope he's well. 282 for 6.
Keon Harding there pulls his hat over his head, and you know that he has to be wondering, what must I do today
to get a wicket?
To get a wicket? You have to feel for the young man. He's putting in all the effort. As we see the hills of Antigua there.
They just need to take all the catches. That's all they have to do. In Barbados, their ground feeling has been poor. They've dropped some 5 catches, and at this level, you can't drop important players. In fact, for Sammy Permol himself is a test player. So when you give him a chance, he's going to work on it. Springs to bow to Nandu. Nandu is just turning this quietly. And he goes and relaxes at the non-striker's end. 104 to Nandu. Permol 23 comes into strike. 283 for 6. Kamani Melius at the National Stadium in Grenada is 98 not out. 128 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. But here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Shamar Springer has other ideas.
Well, we're on the stroke of lunch here.
Springer into Permol. Permol is playing a nothing shot. He was just having a swipe, more or less. He would have been advised to stand up and just have an uppercut. There's no third man. And you'd have got an easy boundary. He decided that he wanted to pull.
He might have even been better advised to leave it alone, given that we are on the stroke of lunch. Guyana Harpy Eagles will want that himself. And Matthew Nandu walk back into pavilion when the umpires clip those bails.
Kamani Melius, 100. Not out. 129 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Windward Islands, 173 for 1. Permol comes quietly forward. So, Two centuries on day two. Kamani Melius, the emerging star, an opener from the Windward Islands, and Matthew Nandu, 104 not out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Two young men putting up their hand and saying, look at me, I belong at this level. It is wonderful to see and good signs of a cricket here in the Caribbean.
Springer into bowl to Pamal. Pamal just defending. Doesn't even have to do anything. At Coolidge Cricket Ground, the Leewards fighting back. After I would have to consider to be a very disappointing day one. They're 258 for 9. Jeremiah Louis, 76 not out, 165 balls, 7 fours and 3 maximums. And Jamaica fighting on. Some exciting games building here on day two. Shamar Springer bongs away to Pamal. Ken pitched up and Pamal on driving, can't score. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 283 for 6. Into over number 105. Some 37 boundaries have been hit in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. Shamar Springer not for 47. Taps his bat, Pamal, just to get some composure, make sure that everything is right. Gets a wide ball, and in this time he decides not to go at it. So, the end of another over. 105 overs bowl. It's lunch here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And just to give you a recap, Guyana batting first. Shanta Paul Hemorrhage, seems like a long time ago, was LBW to McAllister for 11. Tevin Imlak, LBW to Jordan without scoring. Kamal Savory caught Dorish bowl holder for 25. Captain Leon Johnson caught Jordan bowl holder for 26. Anthony Bramble caught Curtin bowl Jordan for 20. Kevin Sinclair caught Brooks this morning, bowl McAllister for 43. For Sammy Pamal is not out 23, 71 balls faced, 5 boundaries, but the man of the moment on debut, 19-year-old, receiving a standing ovation at lunch. And some of the Barbadian players did congratulate him before. Matthew Nandu, 104 not out, 298 balls faced, 12 spanking boundaries, and on debut, the 19-year-old still receiving applause from the dressing room. What a knock. 283 for 6. The bowling figures for Barbados. Akeem Jordan, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 54 runs, 2 wickets. Keon Harding is bowled poorly. 18 overs, no maidens, 91 runs, no wickets. Shamar Springer, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. Jaya McAllister, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 23 runs, 2 wickets. He's bowled with hostility. Shem Holder, 28 overs, 12 maidens, 51 runs, 2 wickets. And the lone over by Nicholas Curtin has been a maiden. It's lunch here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And just to give you a roundup in terms of what has been happening around the Caribbean, so you can get a feel in the Cricket West Indies for the championship. At lunch, Ghana Harpy Eagles, they're 283 for 6. In Grenada, the Windward Islands at lunch, they're 174 for 1. And at Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 260 for 9. On behalf of the entire team, which included Joel Manning, Vinod Banchan, I'm Vernon A. Springer, along with the 360 television crew, signing off for lunch. We'll get a good, much relaxed lunch, and we'll be back right after the luncheon interval.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned, your dad coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, I obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
Yeah, you know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, he always thinking about what you gotta do, so yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly your batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. Yeah, watch all the good players, Sachi, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you have a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, you know, I think he is strong mentally, yeah, bat for long periods, and he runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guys been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now, obviously, a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's Super 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys. I must really say, he was really really kind to us. Really open, willing to hear what we have to say, and he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dulwich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing, knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then funny, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're getting ready for the second session of the all-important game in the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Barbados Pride. I'm joined by Joel, my colleague, Joel Manning, and exciting times ahead for us. 283 for 6 at lunch. The Guyana Harpy Eagles with the man of the moment, Matthew Nandu, who would have got some lovely treatment, a lovely cup of tea, 2 bananas and an orange, and he'll be ready to go to continue to frustrate the Barbados Pride. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. He certainly would have deserved whatever he got when he went inside. He earned it based on the fantastic innings that he's played thus far, and he would want to carry his bat even further. Guyana Harpy Eagles want him to carry his bat a lot further as well. It'll be very interesting to see the approach that they take once they come back out from lunch with this platform set here at 283 for 6. Do they start to go after the bowling a bit more, attempt to put a lot more pressure onto the bowlers of the Barbados Pride, who this morning started fairly decently. 1 or 2 bowlers were a little guilty of missing their lines and lengths, but for the most part, I would say it's been Guyana's day, and the question is, for how much longer will it continue to be Guyana Harpy Eagles' day?
So 283 for 6, and just to give you an update in terms of what has happened so far in the games around, we can alert you and let you know that the Leeward Islands, they have been bowled out for 260 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Jeremiah Louis, 78. Just give you an idea. I think he might have been left not out on 78. And so just to give you a quick recap, 260 all out, first delivery up here. It has to be something special about Kean Harding that he's still bowling not for 90. Maybe Joel maybe has a secret for Shamar Brooks of the Barbados team. But I can't see you have McAllister on the field and he's not even given another spell. And we have Harding who's now getting you could say a third spell before McAllister.
I will say it's interesting how they've used McAllister. He's had some extremely long breaks in between his bowling spells. But what I will say, though, is that Keon Harding, his last over before we went into the break, was actually the best over that he's bowled all day.
I don't think it has anything to do with the best over. I think he's just been poor. Not for 90. And if you're waiting until his 18th over to know that it is his best over, he's been the most expensive bowler for the Barbados Pride. 283 for 6. And the headaches continue for Shamar Brooks, the acting captain here today, because no one has really stepped up today in terms of the seamers outside of McAllister and said, listen, I want to be able to make a difference here. And that has been my concern. Kean Harding, he'll have to prove me wrong. He'll have to get 4 for 90. He comes in to bowl to Nandu. Nandu stands up straight and defends the ball. Plays it down to backward point. The score in the meantime remains on 283 for 6.
Now, it certainly will be interesting to see how he goes coming out after lunch. It's still nice to see, though, that he's given the confidence by Shamar Brooks, the acting skipper, to go out there and do what they know he can do. Those first 2 deliveries looked better from him. Like I said, the over before lunch also looked like he was starting to get into something. He had that drop catch off him as well. So potentially he could have also had 2 wickets in this innings.
Potential is almost like a dream. Down the outside, there's people caught behind her. That has come off of the pad. They thought that they had a little nickel onto it, but I think it brushed off of his pad. And Matthew Nandu is saying, the ball brushed my pad. In fact, he's dropped his back to explain to Kean Harding that the umpire is doing an excellent job here. Barbados getting frustrated. Joel.
Ever so slightly as we see that replay. Just down the leg side, and yes, indeed, coming off of that thigh pad of Matthew Nandu. So a correct decision there by the umpire.
The frustration creeping in.
Certainly at this stage, you would have to say that there is a bit of frustration there. Obviously, Keon Harding wants to pick up that first wicket. He wants to do a lot better for his Barbados Pride side. Barbados Pride will want to bowl out the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They certainly know that they've gotten a bit too much runs already when you look at this score of 283 for 6.
Harding to Nandu. Down the onside again. So his radar is gone off. And you have to understand, we're trying to work the plan out here. Help me, Joel. I really don't understand the frustration in what you want. If you're going to bowl that line, then I don't know if you need the deep backward square, because Nandu has shown you that he's not going to be somebody who's going to pull or he's going to hook. So I don't know if you need that feeler there, because that's like a wasted feeler. Hardin from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the legendary. Down the onside again, pushing the ball. And the troubles continue. It's a mid-over, but it's really not the line that I sure Shamar Brooks would need from a Kean Hardin.
It was a little interesting there, those last 3 deliveries, all landing in similar areas, barring the one that was just a touch fuller and taking the thigh pad of Matthew Nandu. But that actually could be the approach I would say that they will take, especially wondering what type of innings it will be after lunch for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Will it be a case of they start to go after, as they bowling a bit more, like I said, obviously with their eyes set no one, what type of target can they reach given the foundation that they've set? So with that in mind, they might tell themselves that Matthew Nandu already getting that 100, maybe he might begin to play a couple more shots. He actually pulled 1 or 2 deliveries before lunch. Granted, he did pull them down, got a couple of boundaries as well with them. But it appears that could be the potential plan of attack of Matthew Nandu. As we see Shem Holder now being brought back into the attack from that Sir Andy Roberts end. He has been wonderful with the ball, picking up 2 wickets thus far. Let's see how he goes now.
So the partnership so far for the Guyana Harper Eagles, 62, 46, 45, 37, 35 and building. Shem Holder, for the first time in this game, is bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He gets one to rip. And Shamar Brooks, who is acting captain and acting wicketkeeper, came across. His glove work was not excellent at all, but there was no run in the end. There's a short leg, a slip, and Pomal is getting down the wicket to the pitch of this delivery. Just went past the short leg in the air, and they got quite an easy single. Nicholas Curtin coming around there very quickly. Just wanted to look at the Barbados bowling for a little while. It's been really almost like a headache for Shamar Brooks, the acting captain. We'll get back to you in a little while. Nandu comes into strike, 104. And we have a situation, break for a while. Shem Holder into bowl to Nandu. Nandu's just turning this one into the leg side area. Jordan is after it. They'll only get 1 run. Bowling figures so far for the Barbados team. Akeem Jordan, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 54 runs, 2 wickets. Kean Hardin, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 91 runs, no wicket. Shamar Springer, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 46 runs, no wicket. Shem Holder into his 29th over. Bang on target again. Nicholas Curtin, 1 over, 1 maiden. And Jahir McAllister, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 23 runs, 2 wickets. He's been the fastest and most impressive outside of Shem Holder on show for the Barbados team. Here is an on drive by Versame Pomal, tumbling save by Nicholas Curtin to cut that one off in the short middle area, putting his body on the line. And the score in the meantime remains on 285 for 6. Flatter faster. And he's just turning this into the short vacant fine leg position. And they get another easy single. McCaskey, who's under the helmet, can't stop that. Over comes to an end. And the score at the end of 107 overs, they're 286 for 6.
And once again, interesting to see the approach of Versame Pomal here. Anything was given a slight amount of air by Shem Holder. He was quickly down the wicket, forcing Shem them to adjust a bit, as we saw there with that last delivery, coming a bit flatter. Easier shot for Versame Pomal to play, just working it into the leg side. So like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see as this develops and this after lunch session, how the Guyana Harpy Eagle batters go about their work.
19-1, 90 not. Still continuing with Keon Hardin. And the ball is gone to Shamar Brooks. So we have a bye in the process. Score in the meantime goes up to 287 for 6. And Nandu, the left-hander. No, in fact, for Sammy Pomol, they ran two. Two byes. So a little sloppy work there from the Barbados team. Brooks goes down behind the stump. And had a look at carry and pace, but it's a no ball signal by Patrick Custard. So the problems continue for Keon Hardin.
They're certainly continuing. Good kick out to the surface there from him, just to get that front foot behind the line there. And if he could string together some deliveries like that, it will work in his favor. In moments like these, when you've been off length for some time, is about string together deliveries, and that's all this young man needs to do. String together a good couple of deliveries.
Down the onside again. And Keon Hardin is certainly, there's no rhythm. There's the mindset to bowling is just not here today at all.
It will be interesting to have a chat with him after all of this. See what potentially could be the reason that he thinks the things were not going for him yesterday. And then also today, obviously starting a bit short and wide today. He's now asking the man at point to run back to the boundary.
So, he's running. Can't get the rhythm going right there. Dead ball signal. And it seems to be low on confidence. And really, really low. And in fact, the Barbados team they just look flat. Something is going on. We've not been able to get to the bottom of it. They're without their captain today. We still have not had a report. 289 for 6. Pomol 25 into strike. Nandu 105 not out. Hardin missed his step there. And his strike pattern has just not been consistent at all with getting up to that crease. Pomol gets his 26th run. In the meantime, the score goes up to 290 for 6.
Things are looking a little flat. Oh, there understandably is quite hot. They've been made to work today. Obviously, the plan coming back out would have been to take a couple quick wickets at the start of the day's play. That did not happen. Guyana Harpy Eagles have stuck in, and now it's a case of what moment will it take?
Seems like a long time ago since you last picked a wicket. Again, is missing his stride. The strike pattern just not consistent there. 290 for 6. Wicket of Kevin Sinclair caught Brooks. .290 for 6. Some 37 boundaries hit in the innings so far. Nandu 105. Guyana Harpy Eagles upped into bat first here. Here we go as Keon Hardin bungs away. The ball to Nandu. Nandu is back and across. And when he gets there, he just defends. Another no ball again by Keon Hardin. So this is totally unacceptable. I mean, you can't conform to something of this nature, and you can't continue down this road. And you can't have McAllister on the field, and Keon Hardin's rhythm is just not there. And it doesn't take a rocket science to see that.
It'll be interesting to note how many no balls have been bowled.
291 for 6. Here is Nandu just turning this into the leg side area. Will only get 1 run. The rotating of the strike is so important. And score in the meantime goes up to 292 for 6. I want to say good evening to my comrade brother Stedford White and his son, who are viewing this cricket here as we speak in England. They are enjoying all of the games. The televisions have been on, the YouTube channels, Leewards, Grenada, and also right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So they've been viewing all 3 games. Thanks again, Stedford. Down the onside. Here is a tickle. No ball again. Down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Somebody has to read Keon Hard in the right attack.
Some damage certainly being done here by the batter to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, capitalizing on the fact that Keon Harding has been off of his lines and lengths for Sammy Pamal earlier in the day. Capitalized on some short ones. That one just angling down the leg side, just needed to get a bit of bat onto it.
Another short ball wide. Over comes to an end. And as you would say, you thank God that it's the end of it. Score in the meantime goes up to 297 for 6 at the end of the 108 over.
As we look at that Barbados Pride bowling card, you question who will be the person that they can turn to that will add a bit of spark to this innings, put a bit of life into the efforts. Shem Holder bowled extremely well yesterday. He was getting a bit of purchase out of the surface, some good turn, especially to left-handers when he was coming from over the wicket. He's opted now to come around the wicket to Matthew Nandu.
So 297 for 6. Another dot ball. There have been 34 dot balls in the innings so far. 297 for 6. Holder, 2 for 54. He starts his 38 over. Here is Nandu getting a slow turner. It really didn't have any pace on it. Pace off there from Shem Holder. And so he really couldn't get the power and get close enough to find the gap. And he was more or less pulling away around the wicket. The ball to Nandu, a little rip on it. Bounce and turn. Went across him. Good take by Shamar Brooks. Hakeem Jordan is at first slip. Slip, a backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, short leg. Here comes Nandu getting quietly forward.
Definitely a better delivery there by Shem Holder.
Kenny comes quietly forward.
He's better served keeping it there and thereabouts, because that's the only way that man at back pad will come into play. He's now looking to make an adjustment to the field. I can definitely say, like this, he's asking, it looks like Mosley to come up from the boundary.
Beautiful delivery, good line there. Maiden over from Shem Holder. Some 539 dot balls in the innings so far. And standing tall is a 19-year-old Matthew Nandu. 106 not out, 318 deliveries. And Keon Harding, not for 99, continues. Don't know what's the thinking behind the plan here, but Harding can't be part of the plan. $297 for 6. Barbados toiling. down the onside. And Vasami Pomal is just getting inside of it, turning it down to the boundary. And a big effort there from McAllister. And they got 2 runs in the process there. So 2 more to Vasami Pomal. He goes up to 32. And the score in the meantime goes up to 299. Good work by the big man coming around the boundary.
Certainly good work. Indeed, we know that it's going to take some time for a man of his figure to get down. So simply employing the boot on that occasion, wearing roughly maybe a size 11, 12, or 13.
It's got to be 14. Looked at his feet. He's a big guy. He's about 6'6". So anywhere between 14, 15 might be his size. Here is Pomal on driving. Shamar Springer is after it. It will not hit the rope, but they will get 3 runs if they want. No, 300 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And this is a major milestone for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In the meantime, the score goes up to 301 for 6, 301 for 6 in the process. Pomal in the meantime goes to 34. Wide delivery. No ball again by Keon Hardin. So it's almost like every over he bowls a no ball. And it's just something just has to be wrong. And what is upsetting is that no one is saying anything to him.
Oh, well, it actually looks like Shamar Springer is walking across to have a bit of a chat with him.
302 for 6. Nothing going right here at all for Keon Hardin. Not for 104. This is his 21st over with 1 maiden to match it. Hardin to Pomal. In bows to Pomal. Short, wide. Bouncing, rearing. No threat at all to the batsman. So it's almost like he's trying to take out his frustration on the pitch itself with his line of attack. And if I know Coach Vasbert Drakes, he's going to have some stern words for Keon Hardin.
I can really see that he's trying. And I would have to say trying a bit too hard. But obviously that happens when the mental aspect of the game comes into it. Nothing seems to be going your way, out of rhythm. You're not pitching it where you want to.
Down the onside again, another no ball again.
The trouble's certainly continuing here. And like I said, I think it's because he's overextending himself. He wants to get it done. And you can understand why, given the position that he's found himself in, not getting it right yesterday, not getting it right today. Obviously, the ball is still being put into your hand. The captain is saying, or well, the substitute captain in Shamar is saying, I believe in you, I trust you. And he's trying to show why he has that ball in his hand, but he's just trying a bit too hard at the moment.
303 for 6. Here is Pomal just helping this one around. It's gone. Big effort by McAllister. Sort of lost it in the end. His teammates had to say to him, the ball is coming. And because there's a little shade down on the Sir Andy Roberts end. Good recovery work by him. They only got 1 run in the end. And the extras continue to pile on here. 304 for 6. I'll tell you what the problem is. His stride pattern, getting up to the crease, is missing a couple of steps. He's not being consistent. That's what it is. And it doesn't take rocket science for you to say that. The way you walk is the way you run. And once you get that sorted out, then everything else falls into place. His non-bowling arm, he's not using his non-bowling arm either, and that's why he's pushing the deliveries all over. There, stutters. Here's Nandu driving airily down to the 3rd man area, coming around nicely, and they'll come back for an easy 2. Giving some room to free his arms. And Mosley coming around nicely, can't stop the 2. Nandu in the meantime goes up to 108. The partnership is 81, the highest for the Guyana Harpy Eagles so far to date.
Certainly, I would have mentioned earlier the fact that Vasami Pomal can be a thorn in the side of the opposition bowlers. And he's proved that this partnership gone to 81 of 161 deliveries. This, to my mind, is what has set up the Guyana Harpy Eagles for the position that they're currently in.
Harding is on his way to bowl to Nandu. Nandu is backing across and defending nicely. So finally the over comes to an end. And in the over coming to an end, you see that Matthew Nandu is on 108 not out so far. 108 not out. Another daunting over so far from the man himself, Kean Harding. And I think that might be it for him for the day. Can't see him coming back to bowl again.
.2 overs bowled today, and Versami Permal has been the perfect foil for young Nandu. This time he's gone. Finally, Nandu has to leave. In fact, it's Permal who has to go. He's out caught just behind square, and the little left arm spinner has to leave. Delivery on his legs, clipping it away down to a leg gully, and he has to go for 37. But I'm sure my good friend Vernon will be very happy with the contribution that he made. It could take nothing away from him, Vernon.
Excellent work there. I would say that he would have done his job. He feels a little disappointed as he normally walks off because he really knows that the game plan really would have been maybe to bat up until T, 315 for 7. And the way Nandu is moving into overdrive, 113 from 327 deliveries is just interesting. But there's an interesting piece also, Vinod, in that Barbados have bowled 15 no balls for the day, and Kean Harding has bowled 14 of them.
Wow. I think you were quite right when you said that there is an issue with his run-up. Seemed to be an issue with his run-up. And that sells it right there, Vernon.
And even though he would have picked up a wicket, really curtains behind. Umpire Patrick Gustard is having a discussion with him. And he seems to be not bothered when he's even called for a no ball. So there's no adjustment being made in the approach of his run. He's not even looking.
He hasn't bowled well at all. 112, he's taken just the one wicket. And even that ball that he got the wicket with was not really a good one.
Well, he's now recorded 62 first-class wickets at this level in this competition.
No doubt he's a very talented young man, great prospect, but he has really been off the boil here.
Shamar Joseph also on on debut. There's an interesting story to this young man. I'm sure you have been following
Shamar Joseph?
Yes.
Tell me for now.
But all that's actually happened is that he's moved from a particular place in Ghana and has come into town, given up his security job, and his girlfriend has been supporting him. And he got into the trials, did well, and got into the Ghana team.
Excellent. Those are great stories, and it's stories that hats off to his girlfriend for supporting him, and one hopes that when he
makes it, he remembers her.
Yeah, he remembers her. That'll be sad if he doesn't.
He's flashing at a wide delivery, and so he decided that he likes cricket, and where he wasn't really getting the opportunity. So he's moved.
You have to come to town, man.
Yeah, moved into Georgetown. And in moving into Georgetown, it meant that he would have had to give up his actual job as a security officer. He did that last year, and it has paid dividends for him. And sometimes they say that you have to appeal to the man of God or whoever you worship. 3:15 for 7. Kieran Harding, he needs to talk to God here very quickly and see if he can get something going. Short and wide delivery.
Erratic, to say the least. You have, with all due respects to the batsman Joseph, he's coming in at number 9, and you can't be bowling so erratic at him. You should be attacking the stumps. Vernon Springer has been calling from day one for the bowlers to attack the stumps.
Especially on this track. Especially when you're moving into this track here. We see 3:15 for 7. Shem Holder is going to continue. I don't see the thought process coming from the Barbados team. They're just going through the motion and just waiting for Guyana to either declare or for Guyana to get bowled out.
Yeah, they're just waiting for things to happen.
It has to be more than things just happening here. Shem Holder, 2 for 59 from 31. Switch now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to the Sir Andy Roberts end. And let's see what he will come up with. He's
Shem's been a different bowler today as compared to yesterday.
Yes, he got the ball to rip from this end. This morning he came back and he just was not himself. It was a brand new day. Flighted, and Nandu is just on driving. Nice use of the feet. First time I saw Matthew Nandu, Vinod. Within 2 years ago for ICC, the Cricket West Indies trials. I think they had like about 50 to 60 odd players here in Antigua and Barbuda. And just the use of his feet as a young man, you really would have been impressed with him. Didn't make a lot of runs, but you could see the ability of him. And I'm glad that I was here to witness him scoring his first class 100 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Joseph is getting himself into a tangle here. He was neither forward nor back. He's on naught. He's on debut. Not a debutant. Shem Holder will fancy himself bowling to Shamar Joseph. And to come next will be beaten. Here 2 slips. Short leg. All waiting. Joseph correctly comes forward. Everyone, his family in Guyana, will be looking at the YouTube channel, glued with interest. Around the wicket comes Shem Holder. And he's off the mark.
Yeah, that's a significant milestone for him. He's off the mark in first class cricket.
Yes.
Squeezing it away just behind the second slip. And he's off and running.
Yeah. Jordan, I find it a little bit strange. You've had Jordan and Springer in the slips era.
2 fast bowlers.
Yeah, now he's going to slip. Here's Nandu just turning this and getting a easy single. Joseph was thinking about 2, but already he was like a traffic policeman and saying, no, I'm not coming back. So 113 overs bowled, 318 for 7. And the man standing tall here like a wall at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is Matthew Nandu. 150 not out, 330 deliveries. .318 for 7. Harding continues.
Harding has been really off the boil, so to speak. One hopes that he can get it together here. Driving. That one will bring a single to Nandu. Nandu, I was across the ground. I went to get your lunch. And I was sitting close to the guy in a dugout. And on him getting his century, his coach came out and he was yelling at him and was telling him, come on, you have to go to work now. That's significant.
It's a big one. He wants to register a big one. And he's hungry for batting. He's prepared mentally. Tongue the onside. Oh, gosh. And Just really poor bowling here so far by Keon Harding. And I don't know, maybe I'm not...
What has happened to Harding?
Well, not in what has happened. Is just that I can't be the only person who's looking at this, and I can't believe you have McAllister on the field here, and he's not bowling.
And he's not bowling. He's not injured. He should be bowling.
There has to be a boys' club going on here. So maybe needs to break up the boys' club. Shamar Springer at first slip.
That's a big statement there, Vernon.
There's a wide slip. Here is...
Cutting well. They should go into the boundary. Will that be the first boundary for the young man?
Boundary
Yes,
to
it
Joseph
is.
on debut. Short and wide. And the Barbadian players, their heads drop. Nobody's leading. Who's leading? 323 for 7. Now he changes. He's going to come around the wicket, Venard.
Well, at least he's trying something. It's not working the way just sticking to that side. He has just been erratic. And I cannot understand. You cannot say, okay, this is Dorridge, because Dorridge pushed him to the limit yesterday. Now you have Brooks pushing him to the limit. It's as if no one else on this team could bowl.
Something has to be wrong. I think my best option, even if you have to try Curtin, it might be a better option as we speak right now.
Much better.
If you don't want to bowl McAllister. But Harding's own body language is indicating that he's not enjoying the spell.
He's not here. He's not with us.
40 boundaries so far hit in this innings. High proportion of boundaries scored here by the Barbados bowlers. No maximums yet. Joseph is 5. And that is going to be a wide, and in fact it's gone.
That's 5. It's into the boundary now.
5 wides.
I wonder what Vasper Drakes is saying. Your good friend Vasi.
Yeah, I know him. He must be grimacing. Ryan Hines is a little bit more emotional, but Vazzy will be hurting inside. Seriously. Good afternoon to my comrade Henderson Springer. 328 for 7. Harding is steering this. Big effort there. Looks like it's Kevin Wickham. Down a backward point area. Diving away. 329 for 7. Into over number 114. Joseph goes up to 6. Matthew Nandu comes into strike. Harding to bowl to Nacho Nandu. Pitched up wide.
Oh, come on. He's really struggling now. You can see he's falling apart in his delivery stride now. And, he's losing shape. Look at, if you can see that one again, you would see that he is falling away badly. We'll get our producer to produce that replay for us. So 330 for 7.
Here is a lovely drive by Nandu through cover for 4.
That was sweet, wasn't it?
Oh, it came off the bat, timed nicely, didn't try to overhit it, half volley. And Nandu has been there for a long time. He just leaned into that and stroked it away into the vacant cover point boundary for 4. Another boundary, making it 41 to date. And the wars continue here for the Barbados Pride.
So 334 now for 7. $120 Nandu.
That over will, of course, maybe about 14. Just lean into that. Sweet. And just going in confidence. You could very well get 150 here. based on how he's batting. A slip, a short leg slip. Shem Holder into bowl to Joseph. Joseph is turning this into the leg slip era. And had that not been a leg slip, that would have been a couple of runs. 334 for 7.
The funny thing is that Shem is getting the ball to grip from the far end. Now there is some rough outside the left-handers off stump. So there is something already for him to work with. And Shamar Joseph is showing that he has the appetite as well for to spend some time at the crease. I dare say I'm impressed with Guyana. I'm very impressed with their attitude. And I always know Guyana needs to be very hard-working people, and I think this innings represents that.
It's a situation, Vinod, where you're looking at the present moment and how they've focused their innings. Matthew Nandu has been given a responsibility in terms of his role. His role is to bat, and everybody else bats around him, and he's done that so far. He's executed well. Here is Joseph back and slashing
That's
that.
4.
And he's going to race away down to the boundary. The third man era for 4. 42nd boundary hit so far. And more wounds, more trouble here. Shama Brooks, he just bows his head down. And he just can't believe what is happening. 338 for 7. And I don't want to say London Bridge is falling down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But the Barbados team, there's certainly... It's been a dull moment here for them. 2 wickets in the day's play. So over comes to an end. Shem Holder 2 for 66 from 33 overs, 115 overs bowled. Latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 338 for 7. Finally, don't know if Vinod would have sent out a quiet message to Shamar Brooks via his cell phone, but somebody has found McAllister.
They need to find him. They need to get McAllister in. McAllister has really been good. 16 overs, 2 for 27 years. Tried things. What I like about a young man is that he tries things, tries to make something happen. And in fact, if I may be critical of the Barbadian team out there, they have not tried to make things happen. They have been very reactive as opposed to being proactive. Except this guy, McAllister. I'm sorry, Vernon, but I have some time for him.
Well, he's on debut.
Yes.
And he understands, he's prepared himself mentally for this. You know that. You could look at him and see that he's dedicated his preparation for this series here. His first delivery stared down to the third man area by Nandu. It goes up to 121. And every time I see McAllister, I see effort. Mm-hmm. And I keep mentioning it all the time. I see Franklin Stevenson in him. Hope he can bat like Franklin Stevenson.
Franklin Stevenson, a man who would have saved his best batting for Orange Free State in South Africa. A genuine all-rounder. A little early on today when I went to get your food, Vernon, I was admiring the hall here, the main hall at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, looking at some of the greats of Antigua. I was looking at them. I saw 2 very good all-rounders in Winston Benjamin and Eldin Baptiste.
Yeah. Here is
Joseph
4. Just tearing this one down to the third man area for 4. I thought that played him rather than he played it.
It rushed on to him, but credit to the young man, Joseph.
He adjusted.
Yes.
Let's look at it.
Ooh, that was quick.
It was. And it flew off too. You know, Antigua have now produced 15 test players, Vinod. And there's an interesting talk going around by many folks to pick the best 11.
To be led by Sir Viv.
To be led by Sir Viv.
I put some money on Kirtley getting in there.
Well, the big question is, who's going to get left out? You know what I mean? You know for sure Adam Sanford will be out of the mix. We know that. I'll come back to that in a bit. McAllister, short delivery turned into the leg slip era. But there was a debate with...
So 15, you have to get rid of 4.
You have to get rid of 4. And the debate has started around, and it was ignited by the president of the Umpires Association in Antigua and Barbuda, James Sonson Stevens.
If you have to leave 4 out, who would you leave?
Well, Adam Sanford is one, for sure. There's going to be, I think, Kenneth Benjamin. I don't think Kenneth Benjamin will get into the final mix. I'm going to come down to you there because I did have my notes, but it's going to be an interesting period of time. Come back again. Short air
That's
is
4.
one being helped around. And because he's got so much pace, Vinod, this is what is going to happen.
All of a sudden, Joseph on debut has gone to 18.
Yes, he has. And the partnership is 32 from 26.
Guyana seems to have batting right down to Irfan Ali, the president.
And he will tell you that he's a cricket fan also.
Yes.
See, he's been playing a lot of cricket. You say good afternoon to the president. Ghana, booming. One thing eluding them, the Caribbean Premier League.
Well, just out of the reach of Brooks.
Dropped.
Well, we wait on the umpire. Did that hit the hip or did he get a glove onto it? Let's wait on the umpire.
I think he got a nick onto it.
Yeah, so that's a chance. McAllister could have had 3.
Yeah, could have had 3, and that's the 6th drop catch for the Barbados innings there. Oh, cricket has just not been great at all.
Well, here it is. Just out of the reach. Well, he did get his glove onto it there, Shamar Brooks. Well, Shamar Brooks will tell you that although he has done a good job behind the stumps today, when he applied for this job, he never put on his resume that he was a wicket keeper.
11 off the over so far. Here is Joseph steering this one. Can't beat the field at backward point. Over comes to an end, 116, and Guyana Happy Eagles. They're racing on here, 349 for 7, and Barbados continues to be flat. They're hoping for something to happen, and the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're just rubbing the wounds into the souls here. 2 coaches, Ryan Hines and Fastbutt Drakes, they converse. What are they saying? Should they put their whites on and come out here? We don't know. Still no signs of Shane Darwish, and we have not any report from the dressing room as to what has happened to the young man. Let's hope that he's fine. 349 for 7. 132 here in Antigua and Barbuda. 1232 in Jamaica, if you're listening to us. And Matthew Nandu continues.
Where's Joel Manning? He left about an hour ago to eat. Is he eating a horse?
Comes quietly forward again.
As soon as he comes, Vernon Springer will be off and running to devour his beef.
121 to Nandu. I think it might be a little bit too late for me, Vinod, to get going with all of that beef. You know, beef takes about 48 hours to settle. Here's Nandu. That was a good delivery. Sort of squared him up.
That's an excellent delivery. But again, well played by Nandu. Just
soft hands.
Soft hands. Must have creamed those hands this morning, Vernon. Very soft.
Not only that, too, his center, his base is solid. He stays low to the ball.
Yes.
Driving past the first slip.
Just past slip, and it's going to run away now into the boundary for 4.
Not a boundary to Nandu. So, more trouble here. Continues. And to be fair to him, Vinod, he was not really in first slip.
He was driving, and yeah, that would have been difficult.
Very difficult.
So this has been a good spell so far for Mashem Holder. Much better than this morning. But the runs continues to pile on here. 353 for 7. I think Guyana will want to bat one time on this track. Nandu is still there, 126. Shamar Joseph is showing that he can get runs at a quick clip.
354 for 7, 45 boundaries hit so far. And Guyana continuing to pile the pressure on here on the Barbados Pride. Holder to Joseph. Joseph is defending and defending nicely. They're playing to a plan, and the objective is to get 400. They know if they get 400, that could really put some immense pressure on a Brickle Barbados batting lineup that will be led by Shamar Brooks and Shane Dorish, along with Mosley. Those three are the test players. Holder. Nice flighty delivery, but Joseph comes quietly forward. So,
Vernon, we want to thank you for your spell after lunch as you run away to eat. Mr. Manning is going to come in and join me. 126 not out to Nandu. At this point in time, Shamar Joseph is on 20 not out. And Guyana must be very proud of their batting lineup here. They've really, really batted well. 354 for 7. And Nandu has faced 338 deliveries in holding Guyana together. And now he's put them in a serious position of strength. The way they're looking here, 400 is on the cards. As I say, a very good afternoon to Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Joel. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Oh, it was simply superb and wonderful.
Good. So, once that is set, it's going to be McAllister. Driving, and he's gone. So, Nandu's innings finally comes to an end. He goes for 126. Take a bow, young man. There is a bright future for you, and a great touch by the Barbadians. They're all shaking the young man's hands. You know, I always say Barbadians are classy people, and they showed that there.
Oh, we'll certainly accept that compliment. This young man, though, and can walk with his head held high. This has been a phenomenal innings by him. Obviously, Guyana Harpy Eagles going after some quick runs here. That delivery just wide from Jerry McAllister, and taking the edge, accepted easily by Shamar Brooks.
Well, Brooks seems to be upset. He seems to be telling McAllister that this is what I was asking you to do all the time. But take nothing away from McAllister on debut. 3 for 38. You must be impressed with him.
No, I'm definitely impressed. Like I mentioned yesterday, I was looking forward to see what he would do with the ball. He was given the opportunity right after lunch, and he struck immediately. He showed good pace as well. Fairly good control, I must say, as well for his first-class game. Came back here today and picked up 2 wickets. Once again, that very first over that he delivered today took the edge. And here now again with Matthew Nandu. So he's certainly showing that he can do something here at this level of cricket.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the young man again. And I look forward to him really being successful and probably going on to the higher level as well, and making all of us here in the Caribbean proud. 354 for 8. I think Barbados, the Barbadian players may well be thinking that the end could be near, and those fast bowlers could actually put their feet up, especially Jai McAllister, 3 for 38.
They'll not just be thinking that is near, they'll be hoping that is near, because earlier this morning, after taking that wicket of Kevin Sinclair relatively early into today's play, they would have had their tails up saying, all right, yes, this is the moment that another partnership formed. And you had to tell yourself that maybe that was when things would have gone in their favor. However, it didn't. We're once again at a position whereby they'll be hoping, 2 batters at the crease now, Shamar Joseph, and we'll see who joins him. But they're hoping that they can do this very quickly, because one thing we know is that these boys are tired. There's no two ways about it. They've been in the sun now for a day and a half. They are tired out there. It's hot. And it's going to be a lot of pressure as well on them when they come to bat, given the platform that Guyana Harpy Eagles have set. So they will not want that this total gets anywhere close to 380 or anything like that. At this present moment, the way things are going is looking like it could trickle on maybe to that 370, 380 mark. They'll be hoping they can wrap this up at 365, 370 at max with some brilliant bowling. It will just take 2 deliveries. But it's going to be an interesting moment here, especially when they have to come back on a bat with those tired legs.
Well, the skipper is off the field. He had an injury. Have to get an update on that. McAllister, 3 for 38. I'll put him ahead of the other Barbadian fast bowlers in this inning so far.
Based on the returns for numbers, yes, I would say that he's certainly been a touch.
But even more than that, Joel, for impact as well. I think he had a great impact, and had the others followed through, and had the catching been better, they would have been in a much better situation.
Most definitely, especially the fact that they would have dropped Kemal Savory and Leon Johnson, both on not. They would have dropped Matthew Nandu on 48. They dropped Versami Pramal off the bowling of Keon Harding. I'm not sure what Versami Pramal was at that point in time.
McAllister. Effort ball.
But yes, when you look at those chances and you look at this score, this could have easily been a 230, 240 Guyana Harpy Eagles all out. Had Barbados held their chances. But instead, they're staring down the barrel at 354 for 8.
So he'll want to end strongly. He'll probably look to see if he can get the final 2 wickets and get a fifer. And then the statisticians like Harold Eastman will be busy at work, going back to see all those Barbadians who would have taken 5 wickets on debut.
It definitely would have been nice for the young man to cap off his first-class debut with a fiver.
Say good afternoon to David Harris out there in Barbados, Cricket 360 reporter. David Harris, Sir David Harris. I dare say, do you know David Harris?
I know many of David Harris, so it depends on which David Harris you're referring to.
I think David works as well for the Barbados Today as a journalist.
Oh, well then, yes, I do know the David Harris that you're referring to.
So he tends to walk around the place saying he's the karaoke champion of Barbados.
I'm not too certain about that one. I've heard some lovely voices and some not so lovely voices strolling around the island when it comes to karaoke. Not sure what category he finds himself in.
And his good friend cameraman Kerry believes in him. Good afternoon to Kerry as well.
This has been a very good over here by Jair McAllister. He will want to close it out. Probably take a wicket, make it a double wicket maiden, but so far you would have to say that this has been a wonderful second spell of the day from the young man.
Yeah, I think he has done enough here to show that he has the potential to really go far. Niall Smith faces. Well, it's a lovely on drive. It's going to be pulled up just short of the boundary. In fact, yes. Curtin made it look a little harder than it was. But at the end of the day, he pulls it back. So it's the end of the over by McAllister. And at the end of it, the score is 356 for 8.
Certainly some good work being done out there by Nicholas Curtin. Had that one trickled into the boundary, he might have been a little disappointed there, given that he prides himself on being a top-class fielder.
So Holder, 2 for 71. He will be continuing from the far end.
We're talking about a potential Jair McAllister 5-wicket haul, but given how things are situated currently, Shem Holder will take great interest in bowling to Shamar Joseph here as the left-handed batter. And knowing that there's a great chance of him taking this wicket now. Thought about one, but once again, good work by Nicholas Curtin there, getting around to his right from backward point. Seems to have done himself a bit of damage though. Walking a little gingerly. Looking quite solid in his defense is Shamar Joseph. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what he does with the ball. I had a chance a couple of days ago to watch him for the first time in the nets. And he was certainly looking quite good. Not a tall guy, but was working up some decent steam. People in Guyana have been talking about him. They're eager to see how he goes. He's a young man that has not really come through the youth system of cricket, but he's all of a sudden...
Not out, says the umpire. Umpire Tuckett, Carl Tuckett, would have played a few signature ODI matches for the West Indies back in the day. You wouldn't have been wrong then.
No, I think we established the fact that I came along just a little bit later than some of these gentlemen.
So good afternoon to Joel Big Bird Garner, who would have struck a mighty six at Kensington Oval against New Zealand in 1985 that landed out of the ground into the gas station nearby.
Well, that certainly is a big hit.
That's a big hit.
Given I know where that gas station is.
Yeah, it's just past the Sir Garfield Sobers statue into that gas station in 1985.
So
end of the over.
356 for 8. It was interesting with that final delivery, hearing the words of Shamar Brooks saying, "That is what I want you to bowl." That delivery just around the off stump, turning slightly away from left-handed batters. Shem Holder actually has not been getting as much purchase since he's been bowling from that Sir Andy Roberts end. It has been turning a lot more coming from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, but nonetheless, he's still been keeping it relatively tight, answering a few questions of the batters.
He has been tight, sticking, and also McAllister has been tight as well. He's been as tight. He's bowled what, 18 overs just to 40 runs. He's been as tight as the Barbados economy.
I dare not comment, given that I know that our Prime Minister enjoys a good cricket match and might be watching.
Oh, she has done a fantastic job. This is down the leg side, and it'll go into the boundary now for 4 byes. Brooks would not be happy about that. Yes, the right Honourable Mia Motley. I think the entire Caribbean is proud of her.
You would have to say that indeed. She's been championing the cause when it comes to the environment. She's been at the forefront of several issues and been leading well, I'd have to say, thus far. Now in her second term.
I always say that Barbados is a place that produces good leaders. I always say that. And I know a lot about Barbados. I've been there many times and have a number of friends there. You know, so much so that I receive calls ever so often with guys asking me when I'm coming home.
Coming home.
I want to say good afternoon to Kevin Pyle. McAllister has done his work, and you feel for him in the heat of North Sound. He's running in still, driving uppishly, down past gully for 4. Unlucky there, McAllister.
Unlucky indeed, but fortune favouring Nell Smith on that occasion. Going hard, getting that outer edge of the bat. And it really sums up the day for Barbados Pride. Nothing really going their way yesterday or today, for that matter.
Again, going over the top this time. It's going to come back for 2. So Smith is showing too that he wants to get into the fun as well.
Well, this certainly is the right approach from these Harpy Eagles batters. It's at that stage where they need to start going after the bowling a bit, putting that additional pressure onto the Barbados Pride, getting that total ever closer to 400. And with that, we'll definitely see some heads starting to sink. There's been adjustment now in the field. A man drops back, almost to somewhat of a fly slip.
This goes down to fine leg for 4. Again, McAllister on. Lucky that one. Let's have a look at that again.
He was almost bang on the money.
Wow.
With that one. Shamar Brooks cannot believe that it missed everything. A perfect delivery almost from Jaron McAllister. 3 centimeters to the left, and it would have clipped that leg stump of Niall Smith. But as it stands, runs away down towards that fine leg boundary. And more importantly for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 4 more runs being added to that total.
It's safe to say, Joel, that the luck has not been with the Barbadians.
Certainly it hasn't. It has not been with them. And they've not taken their chances to increase their luck either. And that's just how the cookie crumbles on days like these.
That's the end of the over. 370 for 8.
You know, they always say at times you have to make your own luck. They were given chances and opportunities. They did not take them, and then forced to wait for errors by the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters. And I say errors and mean it sincerely, in the sense that when you look back at some of the dismissals, there were certainly batting errors on the part of the Guyana Harpies Eagles, whether or not it was a case of going too hard at certain deliveries, taking the wrong chances at certain deliveries. So they've been made to wait on errors and made to wait extremely long on them as well. As we can see, they're still in the field now after lunch on day 2. That delivery on the line of the pads, unable to work it towards the man down at fine leg on the boundary. Or rather a whitish deep square leg, I would say. Looks to get after him, does Shamar Joseph. He's done well thus far, 20 off of 31. He's been busy in accumulating those runs.
Loud appeal, he's gone. So Joseph playing across the line, and Shem Holder picks his 3rd wicket.
Well, we have to say that Shem Holder deserves that one. He's been bowling good lines, good lengths on this occasion. Shamar Joseph just swinging all across that one, crashes into the back pad, and definitely out on that occasion. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles lose their 9th wicket, 370 for 9.
I think that the end is near.
I would say the end is closer. You see, I like to choose my words carefully.
I realize that.
In situations like these, because earlier this morning, I believe the end was near.
Yes.
I thought that the way that things were going for the Barbados Pride, that the momentum shift was in their favor and they could have wrapped up the innings. I would have made a mistake there and said the end is near. But no, I'm not so sure how near it is. Obviously, from their perspective, they will want to wrap up this innings. They want to wrap it up every sense.
Well, let me bring on a man who can probably help you with that. He's a tail ender, so he knows about wrapping things up, but he normally got it wrapped up. He never wrapped anyone up, and that's Vernon Springer. Well, he's saying that he's having his second lunch. He'll come on probably in about half an hour time. He's having his second lunch.
I would like to be Vernon Springer right about now. Shamholder, though, with a chance to pick up his 4th wicket in this match. Ronsford beaten, the last man to the crease for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And it looks as if they're telling themselves that he will look to get after it from ball one. There's a man back at long on, a man at deep mid wicket, a man now drifting out towards the square leg boundary. Instead, he comes forward and blocks this one into the offside. So 2 deliveries left in this Shamholder over.
Shem has deserved his success. Nice loop on that one, but coming forward there is Ronsford beaten. End of the over, 370 for 9.
Shamholder really deserves all that he's gotten today. He's been someone that on occasion you tell yourself probably should take a couple more wickets given how skillful he can be. He did well back home in the first division competition, or rather the elite competition back home, picking up 27 wickets from 8 games. Had a chance to go into the trial matches again, did relatively well there, and now showing that he has good skills with the ball against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So Jerry McAllister will not be able to get 5 in this innings, but he can definitely get 4 as Niall Smith now faces up to him.
Driving one-handed through the offside, knocked on at point. He wants to, and he's gone. So that's the end of the innings. Niall Smith wanted to go back for 2, and Guyana's innings comes to an end at 371. It started yesterday morning at 10 a.m. and it ends today at 1:58. Quite a long vigil for the Barbadians out there. They will now leave and put their feet up, as Springer has been doing for the entire day, putting his feet up. You can see the flags fluttering there in the wind, strong wind. So the end has come finally, Joel.
Yeah, finally indeed, and with a stroke of luck as well, because Shamar Brooks actually missed his stump on his first swing and managed to just recover very quickly and break those bails before Niall Smith could get back in to his crease. So almost handed a bit of a gift there with that last wicket, running on the misfield, looking for 2. But 371 all out. This is an imposing target, I would have to say. When you started on day 1, won the toss and batted, you would take this for sure. 371, knowing that there's a bit of pressure on this Barbados Pride batting lineup with the fact that a couple of their stronger batters are simply not here, obviously because of West Indies duty, and then Shea Hope playing down in Bangladesh in that BPL T20. There's also the factor of Shane Dowrich, and the question is, will he bat if required to today? Obviously, Barbados Pride will hope that he's not required today, given that he bats fairly low down the order. But the question is, when it's his turn to bat, will he be able to bat? So we have to find out with regards to that injury. But he is a key man for this batting lineup. A lot of pressure will be on the debutant in Zachary McCaskey, who will be opening the batting more than likely with Shane Mosley. So all to do for the Barbados Pride in pursuit of that 370.
Well, should be 372. Yeah, it's scorers just making an adjustment there. 372. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The good news is that the Barbados Pride will start their first innings here in this all encounter. As I say good afternoon to Joel. Joel Manning, thanks again for linking up here with us. What do you think we can have in store here? Two opening batters for the Barbados team. Test of character here.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to all of our watchers around the world. Certainly a test of character, beginning with the fact that there will be a lot of tired legs out there and a lot of tired minds, given all that has gone on here so far at the Sir Vivian Richards Oval. However, two talented batters out there in the form of Zachary McCaskey, who is on debut, and Shane Mosley, his opening partner. Two gentlemen who certainly pack a lot of talent, and be hoping to at least bat through this first 15 overs here. See what is on offer from the Guyana Harpies, Eagles bowlers, and then take things into their own hands from there.
So the right-hander McCaskey will take some time out. Got a lot of time for him. So I'm in the Super 50 for the Barbados team. Look very, very, very organized, and almost plays the ball very, very, very late. And once the ball is pitched up, it has a very organized defense. And that's it. As a coach, that's what you tend to look for. I don't really look for, everybody can play a cover drive, everybody can play a hook shot, everybody can play a cut. But I tend to look at your defense and see how you can be able to handle pressure. Pestana starting for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Some 27 wickets, best bowling figures of 6 for 55. And this is his 12th game, Niall Smith. And he's been someone who's been around the block and has been touted as one of the potential fast bowlers. The first time I saw him, I think it might have been 3 years ago in a Super 50 competition up at Coolidge. Leon Johnson starting with 3 slips, a gully, backward point, a short leg pretty far. Yes. Smith bounds away. The ball to McCaskey. McCaskey just more or less just wanted to just get his first delivery. He's on debut, as you heard from Joel Manning.
Yeah, just looking to get bat onto ball there. Very easily handled, got up tall and killed the ball at his feet. Always a good feeling to feel the ball off the middle of the bat very early in the innings.
371 all out, set by the Guyana Happy Eagles. The 3 slips go down. Now Smith from the circle Lambers end pitched up, and McCaskey just feeling his way out. Not really coming forward, but ball is just getting bat onto ball. So I'll have a look.
The ball certainly coming on nicely here. What is also interesting to note is that inward movement that Nell Smith is getting, similar to Akeem Jordan. You'd think that they're probably about in the same pace range, both of them.
I think Nell Smith is much quicker than Akeem Jordan. He's got bigger shoulders. He bowls a more heavier ball than Akeem Jordan. Akeem Jordan tends to swing the ball around, really. But Niall Smith, he can work up some pace once he gets his rhythm going. Strike pattern looks good right there. Good carry. And Anthony Bramble is the keeper. But I wanted you to look at a pattern in Joel, and you'd look at the way how the slip cordons are set up by Leon Johnson as compared to the Barbados slip cordon. And you're taught it's like a staircase. It's something that a lot of modern day captains now miss. You know, you just put people in artificial positions. They have to be in the right positions, and that's why they're going to catch the ball. Ball darting around and moving around nicely. Good seam position there from Niall Smith. And the important catcher in all of this is anywhere between your second and your third slip. Those are the ones who are going to come up with the masterful catches that are not going to carry to first slip. And so that person has to be very sharp and have to stay, center of gravity has to also be executed well to stay low to the ground. Smith, wearing the number 46, is in out to bowl to McCaskey, who's on driving, can't score.
Very watchful, very early as he should be. It will not be an easy task for Barbados Pride to reach that 371 put on by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
I think their batting will be tested here because they've really not, outside of Craig Brathwaite, and we'll come back to that in terms of how much runs he scored last season. I think they'll tend to struggle a little bit. Smith, bang on target, and really half forward there, McCaskey. Made over to start from Niall Smith. McCaskey is not, Mosley is not. And we often run in 371 of 121.1 overs.
Certainly a lot more runs than the Barbados Pride would have been hoping to chase once things got started here yesterday. But with that said, the runs are on the board now, and it's about getting through this first session without losing any wickets, and if any, at bare minimum or that maximum, just one.
So I wanted to touch a little bit on how weak the Barbados batting and how it will be tested. Because if we look at last season, there were 17 centuries scored. Craig Brathwaite scored 3, 276, 111, and 109. And Shea Hope scored 119. And those were the players in the Barbados team who scored hundreds last year. You only had one player from Guyana who scored 100 last year out of the 17, Vijay Singh. Ransford beaten. It's good to see him back into the mix of things. Some 17 matches, 17 first-class matches, 36 wickets. Best bowling of 5 for 43. Starts from the Sir Andy Robertson. Is in now to bowl to Mosley. Mosley is almost chopping this one onto his stump.
It's very interesting to see him going that type of a delivery for the first one he faces. A ball that he could have very easily left alone. There was no danger or trouble in that one, and almost created some by playing at it.
Beaten. Bang on target. It's not around. He's over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander Mosley. The one is going across him. And movement coming down the line right there. And Mosley tends, his right foot does not come out to the pitch of the ball really. He tends to struggle once the ball is pitched up into that area. And I don't think he's a very good player to spin bowling. So he will be tested here. McCaskey, in the meantime, is a little bit more accomplished to both spin and pace. And Mosley will be under some pressure here as well. 2 test matches under his belt. We'll come back to that. And picking up a big leave right there. So no need for him to bother at that one. Last season, in fact, he's played some 33 games, Mosley. This will be his 34th game. 1,724 runs with 3 centuries and 10 half centuries. High score of 155. Not out. So he's shown the capability that, you know, he can bat. But I think there are just some technical areas that he would really need to work on in terms of his balance and his setup in terms of how he goes about his alignment of where his head is. He's not trying to retake a guard again. And it looks to me as if like he's batting middle and leg, really.
Yeah, Ransford beaten has changed his approach to him coming now over the wicket.
Forcing him to play. And that one hit the bat very, very, very hard. Mosley mainly concentrating on trying to remark his guard.
I mentioned over, but in fact, around. So coming from over the wicket, that angle going across Shane Mosley. And now he's bringing that back into play by coming around the wicket.
Just thought that Beaton just needed to be a little bit more patient. He's gone from a round to back with the action. And good line. I hope you understand what I'm talking about, Joel, in terms of Mosley is in his head position. And you see that line of that delivery there. Sometimes his head tend to go down to mid-on. Really, rather than keeping it as still as possible, because he's moving. It's always a tricky situation in terms of what you're going to do, especially when the ball is pitched anywhere between the 2 meters and the 4 meter length into that area. Let's see how consistent Beaton will be on that line. Forcing him going at those pads. And I think that's where the Guyana bowlers will have to look to aim at. You got a new ball, and I want to see them bowl a lot more straighter. 2 of us bowled, 2 maidens so far. And Barbados yet to get off the mark. The Barbados pride, they need 372. And if they don't need 372, they need to bat the rest of the day first. And then we'll see what happens on day 3.
Certainly first objective from these pride batters will be to bat to the close of play, because it's only then and that they can actually get even remotely close to this target of 371 put on by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's been a lovely start though from the Eagles bowlers, hitting good areas, asking a couple questions.
Here comes Smith, Niall Smith to McCaskey. Good delivery, he just turned it down to the final gear, getting an easy single. Little bit apprehension in the run in there from Mosley. Not intent as if he really wanted to get up there. Fielder had to run a good way across, and had there been a little bit more urgency, McCaskey was willing to come back for the second run, but Mosley looked like he'd already settled for one.
I think he was better advised to stay with the one there, especially on debut. It would have been a travesty to have been a run out there, especially with how much time.
You're very conservative, Joel, and there's no conservative when it comes to cricket, because it's got something called intent. And if you prepare yourself, then it won't be a travesty. When you don't prepare, that's when you'll have a travesty. And Mosley had already made his mind up based on his approach of his running that he was just one. I'm just looking at the intent. He'd already put his hand up. So McCaskey was darting, and then it's a two-way street. I understand what you're saying, and don't feel like I don't understand that. But I'm just saying the intent really, and this is something which I find that has been hampering Caribbean batsmen. They just think that, oh, we're playing a 4-day game, so we can just jog a single. You got to look to get runs all the time. Because when you go to the next level, sometimes a single is going to be hard to get based on the pressure. McCaskey and debut is off the mark. And there's still some adjustments made by the man himself, Leon Johnson. 4 slips now on a gully. Could carry to Anthony Bramble. So they maybe want to try and see if they can get Mosley, who really plays away from his body. Now Smith will have to bowl a more fuller length to have those catches come into place, unless that he's going to bowl express pace and really get the ball to fend off and go to one of the 4 slips there. But we'll see what happens. This is just only his second delivery that he's going to bowl to the left-hander Mosley. He's worked on his fitness, Niall Smith, gliding away from the circuit Lambros end into bowl to Mosley, pitched up. And Mosley just pushing it down the ground but can't score.
Certainly good areas by Niall Smith, as you mentioned. Probably better served just getting a little closer to Shane Mosley. Probably asking him to invite, or rather play that drive into that vacant cover region.
Interesting times ahead here for West Indies cricket. As we wait for a moment. This is the 3rd over. Smith. Caught! Dropped. That's gone through and gone down the road for 4. Just what Smith was working on. Chance created, and the catches continue to be dropped here.
Well, another one goes down.
You have to catch those. Square them up. Niall Smith did the job. Leon Johnson set him up. And those have to stick. You got to take that at this level. Hope we can see the replay here back very quickly. But a catch going down pretty early here. Let's look at it. Squared him up completely. At this level, that's a dolly. You have to take those. He started almost like he was celebrating even before he caught the ball. 4 to Mosley. The score in the meantime goes to 5 without loss. Niall Smith in the boat to Mosley, and Mosley's just turning this one into the leg side area, getting an easy single. And he's already shut down. Goes to 5. McCaskey on 1.
He'll be happy to get off strike after that chance. But another one goes down in this match. I make it probably about 6 catches so far that have gone down.
Regulation catches.
Yeah, at this level, you will be expected to take those.
Over in Grenada, Windward Islands 273 for 1. Commanding Malius is 168 not out, 213 balls, 17 fours and 3 sixes. Kevin Hodges on 78 not out. McCaskey is pushing this one but can't go past Niall Smith as over number 3 comes to an end. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. In reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles 371, Barbados a 6 without loss.
Niall Smith doing what he was asked to do, produce the chance, and well, regrettably, it's gone down and gone to the boundary. So he will have to go and come again. But good signs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles quite early in this encounter.
Leeward Islands bowled out for 260. Jamaica, as we speak, they're often in a hurry. They're 91 for 2. Leeward log is 68. 58 balls, 8 fours and 4 sixes. He's a crazy man when he gets going, Vinod. Jamaican. We break for a while as Ransford beaten. Bounce away into bowl to Mosley, and Mosley is playing a nothing shot here. He was neither forward nor back, and he wasn't even thinking about defending. He was still looking to force it. Jamaica trail Leewards by 167 runs. Colin Archibald 2 for 28 from his 7. Kirk McKenzie and Morrison back in the hut already for Jamaica. Down the onside. And coming across is Anthony Bramble to take that one.
Almost looking for that magic delivery on that occasion. Ransford beaten. Kevin Sinclair letting him know if he can line it up, that something will happen.
Just need to just land into that right area. Looking forward to see Shamar Joseph bowl. Here's Mosley coming forward, playing it up to cover. Can't score. So the good Lord has brought some lunch for Vinod Manchan. In fact, I consider that to be dinner, not lunch. Lunch is gone like a long time ago. Sit out to the sun, boss. Go in the cool and enjoy your lunch, man. Flags fluttering here. Trinidad and Tobago Vinod Manchan getting some lunch here. They might need him in Grenada. Here's one tucking up Mosley. And the reason why he was tucked up is because the left foot didn't get deep enough into the crease. He maybe needed to look at Nandu. Nandu got deep and was able to just work the ball around with his hands and his wrists. Mosley tends to just play from the crease area.
Things have certainly looked a lot different if we were to compare the two starts in terms of the Barbados Pride bowlers and the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers.
Here goes beaten into Mosley. Mosley is whipping this one around. And I think it's gone for 4. But the umpires are unsighted. I certainly thought that the fielder coming around there, Niall Smith, when he did touch the rope, he was in control of the ball. But we don't have the privilege of the review system.
And no, it was actually brilliant work
Brilliant work, okay, all right.
in the end by him.
All right, Joel. You would have seen that one, right?
Just managed to get around in time. Whilst hugging the rope, the ball was actually in the air. So a good work in the end by Niall Smith there.
3 slips, no gully, backward point. Looks like in Nandu. Bang on target again. Different opening spell here so far by Beaton and Niall Smith. They've been attacking the stumps with the new ball. Barbados had to use 2 cherries, and they really didn't really attack the stumps, but under Leon Johnson, the seamers to date so far, they've been attacking the pads of the Barbadian batsmen.
And like I said earlier, things certainly look a little different if we're to begin to compare how the Barbados Pride bowlers went about it and now how the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers are going about it. They're creating chances quite early. They're in the right areas and right channels very early. And by doing that, they give themselves the opportunity to take something.
Wait for a little while. Here is a push by McCaskey down the ground. He can't score. It's just lovely to witness franchise cricket. You've got Tevin Walcott, who originally would have played for the Barbados Pride, now playing under Coach Shirley Clark with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And they'll be looking to put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. I hope the next time I'm on with Vinod, I could be able to ask him a little bit about Darren Bravo's captaincy and why Imran Khan is not captain in the team. Vinod will most likely give me a better insight. Oh, there's a beauty there.
Brilliant ball control by Niall Smith here. In and around that area, that might potentially cause a few problems for Zachary McCaskey.
Early days yet. So wait and see what's going to be happening. Let's look and see. Here goes Smith, and McCaskey is just helping this one onto the leg side area, getting a very accomplished single, as he would said. Before this championship, Joel, there were a total of 170 centuries that have been scored and broken down in this order. Barbados with 36, Guyana 34, Windward Islands 29, Trinidad and Tobago 28, Jamaica 24, and the Leeward Islands 19. And this is just in the Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League format from 2014 to 2023. We've had 2 on day 2, and all have been from some young enterprising names that we'll hear for a very long time, with God grace, Athenes and Nandu. Smith to Mosley. And Mosley is, that one hit high on the splice there, squaring him up completely. And I'm almost very much concerned, Joel, when you look around as to how many half centuries have been scored as compared to the ratio of centuries. And it's been it was a headache for me in terms of the Leeward Islands to get players to score hundreds. If we look to the list last year of 17, for the Leeward Islands we had Kyron Powell, and Devon Thomas. They were the only 2 batsmen who scored hundreds last year out of the 17. Mosley will be looking to get 100 here. He just undrives this delivery here. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. No, there's somebody. Oh, Vasami Pomold. The running just not clear there at all. They started and then they stopped. And they're going to have to get the communication right. One is a right-hander, one is a left-hander. So the importance of how they turn is also going to be very important in facing the ball.
And communication will definitely be key. What also be key is ensuring that they don't give anything to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, making them work for everything. A situation like that could have certainly have been serious problems.
McCaskey, this too. Short, and he pulling that one. That's a lovely shot. Short delivery, set up. And he climbed into that and hit that to the square leg area for 4. And Smith knew it. That it was a poor delivery by him. 40 without loss. McCaskey goes to 6. The end of over number 4. And that set up. Let's look at the replay there. He just rolled the wrist on it. Didn't come up. He was into position like a flash. And you know, if you're from Barbados, you'll fancy that. You face fast bowling almost all the time. Don't know if it's fast as people like Malcolm Marshall and Sylvester Clark and those guys, but be fast enough. 5 overs bowled, 14 without loss. I also want to just explain to you that there were no tournaments in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID. But even within that spectrum, you still expect a high proportion of centuries to be scored, and we've got a number of half centuries. And we want big ones. If you look at last season, you would recognize that Craig Bradford scored 276. And when you're a West Indian player, you need to send a statement. And a big one, sometimes he scored 300s last year. His 276 came off 407 balls. Conversation taking place now. Leon Johnson has come from slip to go down and speak to Beaton. One thing I like about him is that he's almost like a teacher. Shamar Joseph is going to come into the conversation now. Because explaining, Joel, an interesting story behind this young man. Let's see what his finds will be. Ooh. Sort of looks like a Ulysses Lawrence from the Leeward Islands, the way he's jogging in. Sort of, yeah, you wouldn't know that. Ulysses Lawrence, that's from a... Vinod will maybe remember that name as a medium pacer for the Leeward Islands from Antigua and Barbuda. And Shamar Joseph straight away, as I saw him come up with the arms, got that sort of approach. Interesting that he's... Interesting run up. Thinking about it, looking at it. He's on debut. He's attacking those stumps, getting an easy single. Beaton can't stop the single. And Shamar Joseph is on his second delivery in first-class cricket. 15 without loss, Barbados. Mosley 9, McCaskey 6.
I've really been looking forward to see Shamar Joseph bowl. I was telling Vinod that a couple of days ago I had a chance just look at him in the nets very quickly, and he looked fairly sharp across the practice surfaces, hitting some very nice areas. I would also heard the conversations about him and the fact that people are very excited to see him go about his work. He actually picked up 6 for 47 in the first practice match that they had for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
It's a human interest story when it comes in terms of cricket. The sacrifice that he has made so far. Let's hope that it will pay off in the very long run. That one hit him in the helmet. I think he was just going too early. The umpires will have a concussion check. And the doctor will have to come on. Umpire Carl took it straight away. And Patrick Gustard. They're calling for the ball. And out comes Lady Jackie. She'll ask him a couple of questions. Do you know Vinod Manchan? What's your name? Do you have any children? What time of the day it is? And is today Monday or Tuesday? And if you can answer those questions correctly, and she will alert the umpires that he is good and ready and ready to go.
I guarantee you, if he asks the question if it's Monday or Tuesday, and he responds it's Tuesday, he'll need to walk off the field.
And he has to. You didn't even have to go there, Joel.
But it's interesting that directly after that particular delivery, Leon Johnson as the man at square leg to just head back to the boundary. So they're also seeing that Zaki McCasey is not going to shy away from that pull shot.
Well, most Barbadian players, and if you follow the history of Barbadian players, they hit the ball very square, very well. So that's an automatic. You don't have to wonder about that. They're going to cut, they're going to pull. And that's because of the pitches that they've come upon in Barbados. So that's a given. Leon Johnson been around this cricket for a very long time. He's been one of the most successful captains, regional captains, winning like some 5 championships, 540 titles under his belt. So he would know a thing or two. They might have to replace this helmet because it's taking a little longer time than normal. And if not, they might have to maybe use a replacement helmet, which looks like the automatic era. She's making him walk now. There are a couple of paces that he has to go through. He has to come forward. And she has to make sure, and this is very, very serious because the concussion rule, anything can happen these days. She's still checking to make sure. Looks like everything is okay. And McCaskey has been cleared. And let's hope that everything goes well. 15 without loss. So good afternoon to Your Excellency, Right Honorable Basil Morgan in Montserrat, a student of the game, statistician, former cricketer. In fact, let me not say former because he's still alive. A cricket umpire, cricket analyst, excellent cricket brain. McCaskey waits for Joseph. Rushing onto him. And he's attacking the stumps. He's like a zigzag in his run just before he approaches the crease. So it might tend to throw you off.
Very busy run up, and also he gets very tight onto the stumps right before he delivers. But thus far, he's hit very nice areas. Like I said, I'm very excited to see how he goes across the course of these 2 innings.
And on this track, you're going to need somebody with his pace to bowl wicket to wicket. Juggies away, forcing the batsman, and he's really darting at those pads for Sammy Pomar, firing and returning to Bramble. Now, I want to ask you a political question because Savory was the reserve wicketkeeper for the West Indies team. He's not keeping here, but Bramble is keeping. We always go to serious headaches of selection. You wonder sometimes. Just thought I would bring that one into the discussion. Here's McCaskey just turning this out to Nandu. Could somebody please give Nandu a break, please? He's batted almost a day and a half, and we've got him out at deep backward square. Leon Johnson, I know he's 19, but give him an opportunity, please. 6 overs bowled, 16 without loss.
Well, Barbados Pride 16 without loss as we head into Tino on day 2 of this first round encounter between the Barbados Pride and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Pride batters will definitely be happy that they've been able to traverse this period of cricket without losing a wicket. Guyana Harpy Eagles will also take great pride in the fact that they've been hitting good areas, not too many wasted deliveries, forcing the Barbados Pride batters.
And 1 drop catch already.
And 1 drop catch. Well, yes, that was there in the mix as well. It could have seen the end of Shane Mosey, but he survives. And, well, all still to play for here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
It's tea. And just to give you a recap, because, you know, Joel, they're expecting us to give a live recap for those of you who've been following our game in terms of what has been happening all around the region in Grenada and at Coolidge. And we certainly will oblige them by giving them an update. Windward Islands are 282 for 2 at tea. And at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Jamaica are 97 for 3. Leeward Islands bowled off for 260 over in Grenada. Windward Islands in their first innings 243. Trinidad and Tobago 315. They're 282 for 2. And here at the North Sound Ground, the home of Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground, Guyana batting first, 371 all out, 121.1 overs and a tee. We could consider that to be 16 without loss. So on behalf of the entire team, which included Vinod Manchan and Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Springer signing off. See if we can get a cup of tea. We'll be back. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the final session of Day 2 of the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament game. Barbados trailed by some 355 runs and a T. There was 16 without loss. And I'm joined by one of my mentors, somebody who's been around the broadcasts of cricket, sports in general, in the Caribbean for a very long time. Won't tell you his age. His name is Vinod Manchan.
Thanks a lot, Vernon. Of course, we're here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground in Antigua. You don't have cricket commentary in Antigua if Vernon Springer is not involved. Very passionate man about his craft, well organized. Vernon, would Guyana live to rue that mischance?
Yeah, it's something which we have seen. It would be interesting also, Vinod, to find out how many other catches have been dropped during the other games. There was a 10-10 tournament played here in Antigua and Barbuda, and that seems to be a thorn in the issue of feeling. The youngsters these days don't look like they don't like to feel, Vinod. I don't know what you think.
Even in Trinidad, at the Dream 11 in Trinidad, a number of drop catches.
Serious. Niall Smith bounce away. Big strong lad to McCaskey. Could carry to Anthony Bramble. And so we've started back with the action here. 3 overs, 1 maiden. Some 13 dot balls to date. So he's working up some pace, except, to be honest with you, Vinod, if I was Leon Johnson, I'd have really preferred to see him coming from this on the Roberts end.
Yeah, he is. But I think he wants the win with him. This is why he's bowling from this end, as opposed to running against the wind from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I think he's the stronger out of all of the bowlers so far who've come from that end. And I saw him from that end already, so I know he's got some pace. That died on Bramble, he banged it in short. And in fairness, Vinod, that end, the Sir Andy Roberts end, has a little bit more pace than the Curtly Ambrose end. And that's been my observation so far from yesterday until today, even looking this morning.
Well, speaking about Sir Andy and Sir Curtly, I want to get back to you on your best 11.
Yeah, you're piquing my interest there. I'm going to come back to you, Vinod.
Because
If-
I'm
if
sure
not to-
those two will be there.
Of course, that goes without question.
I think they'll open the bowling.
That goes without question. We wouldn't have to wonder who will play and who will not play. Here goes Smith into both to McCaskey.
Nice carry again. This is
Yeah.
a strong lad, Smith.
Yeah, he is. McCaskey will also have to be careful. I'm just looking at his right foot and I'm seeing that he's been turned around. He's got to be very careful. If Smith could land that into the right area, you want to stay side on to the ball as long as possible. I think that was one of the guilty decisions where Mosley tends to square up. 16 without loss. Went over number 7, Niall Smith. One for the future.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
one-
Rushing in there. And McCaskey had to take that one in the midriff. That one really cut back sharply.
He did.
And that good pace. You know, Fernandez commentary is, of course, going all over the world. I want to say good evening to DJ Sean out of Orlando, young and upcoming commentator as well. I worked with him at the US Open. I was impressed with his work. So it's good to see that these young guys can be listening on to the experienced commentators like yourself. I'm sure that they're going to learn.
Also good afternoon to DJ Sean. Brian Walters also in USA. He's also,
Brian is a great guy.
yeah,
Great guy, Brian Walters. Commentator there as well.
looking forward one day, Vinod, to join you in the US Open.
I look forward to that day.
Another delivery bang on target. I'm a little just skeptical with McCaskey. And I don't know if he's still worrying about the spot yesterday, Vinod. I don't remember we had some repair work.
He's looking at it though.
Yes.
To be honest, he's looking at it. Yes.
He doesn't want to come forward, Vinod. He's just playing half cock from the crease. And in playing half cock from the crease, it means that your right foot, you need to be able to get deep into the crease because Smith has some pace. And he's not an ordinary bowler. So you gotta be on your game. Again. And he sort of does a little drop and skip. He doesn't really go side on. He tends to turn that right foot when he comes across. Something he's going to have to be careful about. 7 overs bowled here. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados Pride. They are 16 without loss after the Guyana Happy Eagles scored 271. The man standing as a wall on debut. 19-year-old Matthew Nandu, 126 from 339 deliveries. Niall Smith completes the first over after tea, and it's a maiden. Barbados trail by some 355 runs. And we look at Joseph, who will start from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I'll tell you a story again, Vinod, about Sir Andy Roberts. And in my hometown, Warner Park. You've been there a number of times. Joseph, not Azari Joseph, but Shamar Joseph, hitting the bat very hard. In the days of old, he used to have a groundsman called Vince Deming. We call him Jackson Stonewall. And he produced some outstanding tracks. And when you came to St. Kitts, it's one thing you'll be thinking about. You said, well, that is a batting track. And every time the Leeward Islands or Antigua or Cumberland Islands would come to St. Kitts, Andy Roberts would always get wickets. And everybody would be coming up and saying, but the wicket dead. And Mr. Roberts said, did you see dead mark on the pitch? Good delivery right there. But Andy always found a way. Sir Andy Roberts, Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, always found a way of coming up with something special at Warner Park. And a lot of times, Vinod, you come to a track and somebody says to you, oh, Vinod, this is a batting track. You know, and it's almost like a mindset. So you've been told that this is a batting track, and so you come and you bowl nonsense. So if you bowl nonsense, that is what is going to happen. So Andy Roberts said the ball is round. you make it work for you. Here's Mosley just clipping this one away.
That's 4.
Into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. It was a short delivery, didn't have any pace.
It's hiked it away, helped it more than anything else.
Yeah.
Mosley starting to look good here.
Joseph will have to understand. After that drop chance, you always look good at a drop chance. You remember yesterday, Leon Johnson was dropped and he looked good for a little while until he gave his hand away. Ghana's catching will have to be sharp if they want to restrict this Barbados powerhouse team. It's going to be incumbent on them to come next. Shamar Brooks will be playing in his 40th game. High score of 166, 2,532 runs at this level. And Shane Darwish, who we understand is not doing very well. We'll get back to that. That ball is pitching between.
I think it might have struck him just outside the line.
The leg stump. But again, he was playing around the pad there. And they're working on something. They're working over Mosley. And what I like about it is that Carl Tuckett himself, he was a medium fast bowler. If you get a leg before, it's a good one. That's all I will say.
He's solid, Carl Tuckett. I'm
very much almost concerned, Vinod, as to who are going to be the new crop of umpires getting onto the world stage. We've got here Patrick Gustard, we've got Butler, we got Carl Tuckett. You know, they're almost like they're just there.
There is a very solid guy across at the at the Coolidge CCG ground, and he's doing that Leeward Islands versus Jamaica Scorpions game, and that's Zaid Bassarat. He's solid.
Well, he's the youngest out of the lot.
Yeah, he's solid.
Yeah,
so a number of players have given him great reviews.
And I was looking at the age, Vinod, and when you look at Bassarat, he's 39, Gustard 51, Carl Tuckett 52, Butler 48, Christopher Taylor 42, Nigel Duguid 53, Jonathan Blades 47, Gregory Brathwaite 53. We'll come back to that in a little while. Again, that's squaring him up. This guy's hit the bat very hard here, Vinod, Joseph. The boundary of that over, score in the meantime goes to 20 without loss. And the reason why I said that is that Bassarat is into his 41st first-class game. 85 T20s under his belt already. And he's quickly moving up the ladder. Now, I was making the comparison to someone like a Gregory Brathwaite of the Barbados, who's done 59 first-class games. In fact, he's just now doing his 60th first-class game. So, as you rightly said, Bassarat is solid, and he's quietly moving up the ladder. Originally, it was Leslie Reefer Jr., who seems like he was there, but he's gone to the T20 league. And let's hope that Mr. Bassarat can get into the big leagues.
Smith.
Yeah. To McCaskey again. That hit him on the glove is coming on there.
Oh, I like the fact that there is a 4 short leg in place. And it seems as if it's a young man who scored the century, Nandu.
Yeah. I was asking for some relief from him. But I guess being the debutant tonight, in any team, if you just come in, they're throwing the helmet to you and the pads. And they say you go under the helmet.
Well, he has on pads there at the moment, and it means that for this entire match here, well,
he's just been in pads.
90% he has been in pads.
Interesting. McCaskey. Got some time for this youngster. He can get going. Pitched up, and he's driving, just pushes it down the ground. Won't get 4. We'll get a couple of runs here. Looks like Vasami Pomal is after it. And they're thinking about 3 again. Mosley, his attitude in the running, he's already shut down. It's just 2. You got to look to run everything. You might need that single to get you past up to 371. And I don't see that intensity all the time, Vinod. It's a sort of casual approach that, we're playing a 3-day game, 4-day game, so we'll just run 2, conserving your energy. What energy? Run the runs. 22 without loss, Mosley 13, McCaskey 9. Going in confidence. Niall Smith. Good carry there. He's above the waist height there, taking that one to Anthony Bramble. Ryan King is also one of the match referees here. He's just into his 22nd first-class match as well. Ryan, former Test player, would have made his debut a long time ago in 1999. Had a rude awakening. Bowled some 28 overs, not for 130 in his 2 innings. Here's McCaskey pushing again down the ground. This time this is for.
Lovely shot indeed. All he did was to lean forward onto that and use the pace of Smith, and that is what really took it to the boundary. Sensible batting, not trying to do too many things. And Barbados Pride, they have started well here, 26 without loss.
Easy on the eyes there. Not as easy as a Lawrence throw, but good enough to get a boundary.
Lawrence Yagaro.
Yes. Had the privilege of seeing him at Warner Park. Such a beauty to look at. He had to pay. By the time he finished batting, you would go out and pay again. Can we rekindle the days of the Rowe and the Richardson and the Canais and even the Brian Lara? It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take some foresight, and it's going to take some vision and some people who understand cricket to be able to bring back those glory days. 26 without loss. Both batsmen are on 13. And Niall Smith, we're in the number 46. Big number.
It's the number of Darren Bravo.
Yes. Again, he's attacking the stump and he's pushed down the ground. Sweeter. 4 more. Down the hill, hits the rope. So, Niall Smith guilty of serving up lovely, nice half volleys. The partnership is 30 from 54. And McCaskey, moving into overdrive, goes to 17. And Shane Mosley is on 13. It's a lovely day here. A little tinge of overcast just shaping over. I want to say good afternoon to the folks in Montserrat, our next door neighbors. Folks in Barbados who are also listening to us. And as Vinod said, all around the world. We've got some folks in London, in England, in Canada, in the USA, who are also glued in via the YouTube channel, Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Cairo White, a young player from Montserrat, living in England. He's going to come down and play in the Leeward Islands tournament, proposed Leeward Islands tournament. His dad is a very excellent friend of mine's, Stedford White. So good afternoon to Mommy White also. 30 without loss. Joseph, the little zigzag approach. Mosley driving, but can't score. Some 2 test matches under his belt, Mosley.
Not really lighting up the place in those 2 matches, not really grasping the opportunities like others did, like Nkrumah Bonner did on that same tour. That was a tour of Bangladesh.
Yeah, he struggled, he really struggled. And is still struggling.
This time he's driving nicely. Only 1 though.
Sami Pamal putting his body on the line. One of the things, Vinod, while I'm here talking to you, that I want to see happening going forward is Cricket West Indies in the professional setup having a second team 11 cricket. So what you would have is Guyana having a second team, Leeward Islands having a second team. So some of the players who are on the fringe will get an opportunity to play second team cricket, really.
Yeah.
That I think is something that Cricket West Indies will have to certainly work on, because in one season, Vinod, you might maybe only, just depends, you might maybe play 8 first-class games.
I think what you're seeing, and I think it's a fantastic idea, but that will depend a lot on revenues coming into CWI. It's crashed away by McCaskey, and he should be coming back for 2. Yeah, that depends on a lot on the money coming into the coffers of CWI. But I like the idea. Let's say, for instance, you have Leeward Islands versus the Jamaica Scorpions. The big team is playing at CCG.
The second 11
Then
team.
in Sabina Park, you should have the second team playing from both countries.
Yes. And you can alternate that because you have guys. Let's suppose Vinod Manchan is struggling at the first team level. You go down to the second team and you get some runs and you earn a spot to come back into the first team.
That's excellent, and we'll have our cricketers playing all the time.
All the time. That's what you really need.
That's a brilliant idea, absolutely brilliant. You live so close to the headquarters of Cricket West Indies. I think you should walk in one day and have a chat with Mr. Johnny Graves and these guys.
Well, I've been talking to you, been talking all around, but sometimes, you hear a concept. Everybody think that you have to play test cricket to understand cricket. I mean, that to me is a major problem.
You don't have to, and I think Australia leads the world in that regard. A number of the people involved in Australian cricket didn't really play the game at the highest level.
There has to be something, Vinod, that made us successful for at least over 30 years, for 3 decades. So we need to go back to some of those simple things, the simple things that made us successful and the things that can take us to the next level. That is what is missing. Good line, good leave there.
I think your comments should be sent to Dr. Kishore Shallow, who is one person I know at CWI who loves to have a good listen at anything that can push West Indies cricket forward.
I don't think sometimes, Vinod, that people really also understand that West Indies cricket is a brand.
It is.
And
I can tell you that it is.
Even though we might be down at the bottom of the ladder, it is still the most wanted team in world cricket. Ooh.
Struck on the pad, going across the line, probably a bit high. We'll have a look at that again.
Yeah, that cramped him for room again there. And got to keep your eyes on this young Shamar Joseph. He's got something in him.
There goes the match summary, so we can't really see it.
Technical guy, a producer, he's a magic man. He will come up with something. Here we go.
Yep.
Doing a little bit too much, Vinod.
Yeah, going down.
And it was
good decision there by.
Yeah, well, you could see Bramble.
Tuck it.
Yeah, but Bramble also, well, he tried something. His left foot went first, and when he caught himself, he decided to bring it back.
Runs unbeaten is going to come up, it seems, from the circuit, the Ambrose end. And he has a very fancy hairstyle. What do you call that hairstyle?
Well, boy, these days, Vinod, what you get? What you see is what you get. I'm sure he might tell you, and not for sure it's not a tomahawk. So we'll wait and see what's happening. It's good to see him back. Not only back and playing, he would have had some problems over the years with his action. He's remodeled his action. Went around, moving around once was beaten. But he played a couple of, at least 2 ODIs way back made his debut.
So he played recently in Atlanta, the Atlanta Open. And
came to the West Indies under 19 ranks too, 2012. So he's been around. It's just amazing, Vinod, how that channel of cricketers under 19 level has produced so many of our West Indian cricketers. Hooper, Benjamin, Lara, Gale, and company.
Mosley.
Yeah.
Not really getting hold of this as he would have liked. Has to be careful there. So packed offside field. And of course, 3 slips and a gully waiting to accept his offering.
And you know what is crafty enough, Vinod? You have someone like a Leon Johnson who has been around first-class cricket for a very long time. This is his 62nd game at this level, at the Cricket West Indies professional level. So you must understand he's one of the seasoned campaigners, Johnson. I think he's served Guyana's cricket well. He continues. Anthony Bramble also will be up there, Vinod. This is also his 62nd game. And for Sammy Pomo's 61st game. So, quite an outstanding contribution. Johnson also has the most runs for Guyana at this level, in this category. 3,185 before this game. Short delivery. And just punching it. And somebody could be in trouble. No, he gets back. And Vinod was talking about the communication with McCaskey and Mosley.
Yeah, I think they need to have a chat. I don't know how often they play together in Barbados, but they need to have a chat.
I don't know if you would feel. Would I be right to say that McCaskey was ball watching?
Yeah, he was. It was not his call. It was Mosley's call, and he just sent them back. Yeah, I think he was ball watching.
But they did have a chat as prescribed by your Vinod. Let's hope that they will get that sorted out. Once we're beaten, certainly settled into a groove here so far. He's bowled 3 dot balls. We're in the number 14. Turns from the circle Ambrose end. In out the bowl to Mosley. Mosley's driving elegantly to cover 4 runs. It was a half volley and it was wide. And anyone could put that one away, even Vinod in his own class.
So that's 4. It's a lovely shot indeed. Look at it, overpitched. He had to reach for it, but he has long legs. He has good reach.
The levers are long.
Yep, and that's 4 more. So good response here, Barbados. 37 without loss. They're responding to 371 made by the Harpy Eagles.
The trail by some 344 or 334. Trying to give them 10 more runs extra. Maybe they might get the 10 over. Mosley 18, McCaskey 19. It's been a solid start here by the Barbados Pride.
Continues to have a very strong wind blowing across the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. And it's going to help. Beaton pushed the ball across the left-handed Mosley. Has been over pitching. Just needs to pull it back a bit.
2017, Barbados would have scored 480 for 3 against Guyana at Kensington Oval. They might need another 400 score here today. That's a Vivian Richards Stadium. Over completed.
So that's the end of the over. The latest score here. 37 without loss in response to 371. I'm going to leave you now, Vernon, and you'll be joined by your good friend out of Barbados, the man Joel Manning.
Certainly. All the best, my brother. God bless you. And we'll hold the fort for you. 37 without loss. 371. And Leon Johnson will be thinking about some options here. He's got Sammy Permall in his camp. And sure, not too long distant future, either Sinclair or Permall will be coming into the conversation. 4 runs off that over from Beaton. 37 without loss. They trail by 334. And I like the look of Joseph so far. He looks like he's going to be the workhorse of what is happening. He's in now to bowl to McCaskey. McCaskey's just turning this one around. Down to Niles Smith. And they get an easy single in the end. Leg buys. Umpire Carl Tuckett just hopping on his left leg. Score in the meantime goes up to 38 without loss. Shamar Joseph will be looking to create something special. .38 without loss. Barbados trail by 333 runs, and the left-hander Mosley comes in to strike. He's 18. Joseph into Mosley. Mosley is playing around his pads, but keeping that one out. Give you a roundup of scores around the region from Grenada to Coolidge in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. The first 2 rounds of matches over in Grenada. Windward Islands are 300 for 2. Give you Mosley driving through cover. You get a couple of runs here quite easily. And Kimali Melius is on 179. And Kevin Hodge missed out on 100. He scored 80. Alex Athenes, the captain, is on 9. So the pressure being piled on there in Grenada. Windward Islands leading by some 230 runs. And at Coolidge, I'll give you an update in a while. Here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados at 39 without loss. McCaskey 19. Gets a wide ball from Joseph. Has nothing to do with it. Jamaica 110 for 3. Leeward Islands bowled out for 260. So, in match boundaries so far, very high proportion of boundaries. Some 52 boundaries have been hit to date. And we wait for a little while now as Joseph bounding away in out the ball to McCaskey. McCaskey is not really coming forward, it's half forward in his approach. But he looks like he's going to be the donkey cart that is going to be putting in the work, and they're going to maybe have pace from one end and maybe seam spin from the other end. Wouldn't be surprised if you see Sinclair coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Interesting times ahead in this game. Joseph bounding away. The ball to McCaskey is back and punching. Can't beat Sinclair. End of another over. 12 overs bowled. Latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados 39 without loss. Smith was bowled 5, beaten 3, and Joseph 4 so far. Smith not for 22, beaten not for 6, and Joseph not for 10. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Springer. I return to what has been a wonderful start by the Barbados Pride batters. 39 without loss. This is certainly the start that they would have wanted after bowling out the Guyana Harpy Eagles for 371. Barring that one chance, it's been a very fluid and I dare say class-filled innings, given some of the shots that we've seen from Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley. A couple drives back down the ground, a whip off the hips, as well as been good cricket by these Barbados Pride batters.
Yeah, pretty interesting. So the contest continues here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with much to play for. Two cricketing nations powering away. And just for a moment, Mosley was not ready, and so Beaton had to return back to his mark. And any time now, we'll see Beaton looking to run in. Again, still not ready, Mosley. It looks like he's finally got his radar and he's ready to go. Round the wicket, and he's driving but can't score. Couldn't help but look through the history of Barbados cricket, and would have seen that at the first class level they would have played some 488 matches, won 230. This is their 489 first class game, lost 104, drawn 154, and abandoned about 4 games. And you match that up with Guyana during their tenure. I'll give you the numbers in a little while. Beaten around the wicket and got wide and started to go a little wider. Guyana in their spectrum, some 296 first class games, 173, lost 95, drawn 128. So when you look at the cricketing nations, Trinidad and Tobago 482, won 168, lost 161. Jamaica 454, 143, lost 140. Windward Islands they've been in the conversation as well too. 300 first-class games, 169, lost 150. We'll come back to that. Pitched up, driven, took cover, 4 runs. Friendly half volley there by Beaton and put away nicely. Johnson is asking, what is happening here? Is this a batting practice or what? Mosley goes to 23. Lovely stride, and every now and again, Beaton serves up a lovely half volley, especially from this end.
Well, that was certainly splendid indeed off the bat of Shane Mosley, getting a good stride and middling that one through the cover region. Good signs for him. He scored quite a few runs in the elite competition back home.
Mosley getting a delivery undriving, but can't beat the short mid-wicket. Coming around to matches, you know, we would have had a combination of the Combined Islands playing together. They played some 54 first-class games, 111, lost 24, drawn 19 during their period. And then when we look at the Leeward Islands, 199 matches, so this would be their 200th game at Coolidge Ground. 166, lost 68, and drawn 65. So Barbados really has been the mecca of cricketers fancied, and had more opportunities to play against a lot of teams. Bang on target is Wasford Beaton, hitting the bat very, very, very hard. And they've also, if you want to learn cricket, you have been told from a very long time that you have to go to Barbados. Yeah, I can remember us in St. Kitts and Nevis taking a St. Kitts and Nevis 13 and under team, which was then coached by Stuart Williams. You had the likes of Keswan Archibald, Jeremiah Louis, Ross Powell and company. And they're all now playing for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 15, 16 years on. Craig Brathwaite is a test player. Shamar Brooks. Devon Thomas, lovely shot through cover, 4 runs. Another half volley again. Put away nicely. It's meet and greet for him. So 8 runs coming off the over. Barbados, excellent start so far, 47 without loss. And Shane Mosley is growing in confidence.
A bit of copy and paste there from Shane Mosley. Not looking to hit it too hard, getting there and timing it beautifully. And as I said before, these are good signs for Shane Mosley, good signs for the Barbados Pride as they get into, I guess, gear, you would have to say, in pursuit of this target. Trailing now by 324 runs. So still a lot of work to be done. They will know that. Guyana Harpy Eagles will know that. But it's definitely good to see this pair stand up and bat right now at the crease.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very, very important. They trailed by some 324 runs. So still a long way off. But the platform is being cemented here. And it's going to be important to see what is going to happen over the next hour as to how deep they can get in terms of their concentration levels.
Well, those concentration levels certainly looking quite high. We talked about the fact that the surface would probably get a lot better for batting on day 2, and with the shots that we've seen being played over the course of this day in comparison to yesterday, we could probably say that a lot of the moisture has now disappeared out of the surface. It's flattened out, probably gotten just a touch quicker, and definitely a lot better for batting.
Got to bend your back here anyhow. Joseph is bending his back, hitting the bat very hard here. I like him. I like his approach. And he looks like he's going to be the workhorse. And like I said to you earlier, he reminds me of a Ulysses Lawrence from Antigua and Barbuda. Played a lot of cricket in Antigua, the recreation ground. And he was a very slippery, medium-pace fast bowler. Has a look. His action more looks like a Conrad Bartlett out of Nevis also. Just a little zigzag just at the point of release. But he's steady. Shamar Joseph. Bang on target again, and he's attacking the stumps. So you know he's coming. Keeps coming all the time.
Certainly a lot of the deliveries have forced these Barbados Pride batters to play. And it's quite good to see this young man on his debut. He's looked good so far. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. But he certainly looked good.
Jamaica won 13 for 4. They've lost the wicket of Leroy Lugg. Caught Hodgeboard Walsh for 79. He teared into Jeremiah Louis. And he's now back in the hut. 8 fours and 4 sixes.
I heard he actually got off the mark
With a 6.
with a 6.
He's a crazy guy when he gets going.
His second scoring shot was also a 6 that I was told disappeared into the pool down at Coolidge. No water in there anymore, but it was certainly a brutal display of batting down there.
Kamanya Melias is approaching a double 100 in Grenada. Here is an inside edge. And there was no feet movement at all there for McCaskey. And he's just tentatively not coming out to the pitch of the ball. And he's going to have to be very careful. He looked around for like a scaredy cat for a while to find out where did that go. And he went down to Niall Smith, got a single. Score in the meantime goes up to 48 without loss. Steady start here by Mosley and McCaskey. McCaskey is on debut. So a lot of debutants making their first class appearance here in this competition with the absence of some of the test players who are in Zimbabwe. Wish them all the best in that series. Mosley again driving. This time just playing a little bit just too early. Over completed. 14 overs bowled. Barbados Pride. They're 48 without loss here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That's the latest score in reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles of 371 all out. 121.1 overs have been bowled so far on this track.
Yep, you mentioned that quite a few debutants on display here. There are actually 6 in this match 3 for either side. For those just joining us, Jerry McAllister, he's making his debut along with Jonathan Drakes and Zachary McCaskey for Barbados Pride. And then Kemal Savory, Matthew Nandu, the century maker from the first innings, and Shamar Joseph, those 6 debutants here in round number 1 of the West Indies Championships.
So we break for a little while. Looking at Ransford beaten, where they had a drop chance. How costly that will be, we don't know. We'll find out at the end of the day's play. Beaten with a beautiful Yorker to McCaskey. Looks very conservative, McCaskey. Seems not to be in a hurry about anything.
And given the match situation, it's definitely a great approach from him. He's all about batting that time, taking time out of the game. It's just the latter half now of day 2, so still a lot of time left, and you want to make sure that he is there for a lot of it.
Bang on target again. Good length delivery. Back of the length more or less, and McCaskey just defending. .48 without loss. Guyana Happy Eagles against the Barbados Pride. Whoever you're following us on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you very much for joining us. Again, this is a really good over so far. A good start by Ransford Beaton. Settling into a lovely groove. And what they may be going to need is for a couple of bowlers to put together and build some pressure. Not those half volleys that have been served up. Got to hit the deck. On this track, you can't bowl half volleys. You got to bowl wicket to wicket. And you have to bowl a lot straighter and be patient.
Yeah, given how flat this surface has gotten those half volleys, it will certainly not trouble the likes of Zachary McCaskey or Shane Mosley.
Barbados trail by 323. McCaskey is 20s. Ken playing this one up to the short mid-wicket era. The score remains on 48 without loss. Very high proportion of boundaries have been hit in this encounter so far. 54 to date. Ghana with 2 slips, a gully. backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. And more or less a wide, long leg. Maybe Beaton will have other ideas. Let's see if he'll bowl something quicker, more gas. He just worked down to that feeler. Looks like it is Joseph. He lobs a return into Anthony Bramble. The partnership now goes up to 49 from 89 deliveries. McCaskey goes up to 21 with that single. He now brings Shane Mosley on 27 into strike. So there's been a good control over so far from Beaton. I want to say thanks to the producer and all of the crew here in Antigua and Barbuda from 360 TV. There's been a change here to the left-hander over the wicket. I always just like to see bowlers bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and Beaton is making my day. He's thinking about it. Looks at the ball, looks at the seam, make sure that everything is in position, and he's taking off. Oh, that's that touchdown. That was a perfect line right there. End of a lovely over. 15 overs bowled, 49 without loss. And Barbados with a solid start. Mosley 27, McCaskey 21. 8 boundaries so far in the Barbados innings. More comments from you, Joel.
Definitely a good end to the over. They always say you want to end the over, you want to start it well and end it well. And Ron Beaton did just that. That one in a very good channel, inviting Shane Mosley to come forward. And that one narrowly missing the edge on that occasion. It was certainly a lovely delivery to close things out there. As we now see possibly the first introduction of spin from the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the form of Kevin Sinclair, the off spinner. So we saw earlier in the day and yesterday Shem Holder getting some purchase out of the surface. It wasn't a quick turn, but it was enough. And we'll see what happens now for young Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, pretty interesting. And Guyana's strength really is spin. So it didn't take long for that to materialize. And we see Kevin Sinclair, who is going to come into the conversation pretty early. This is his 9th match, 15 wickets so far. And so he'll be wanting to add to that. One thing I like about Leon Johnson is he works on his angles. He always looking around and making sure that he's got the feelers into the right positions. In fact, the correct feelers. He goes now to slip. Sinclair to McCaskey. That beat him all ends up. That was a lovely drifter.
Certainly a lovely start there from Kevin Sinclair. He's going to ask some questions of these Barbados Pride batters. A bit of a misfeel allows him to get the single there. Opting now to go around the wicket to Shane Mosley, as that man who was previously at long on, now at mid off because of the left-handed batter in Shane Mosley.
Let me work for one now, guys. 50 for one, Sinky.
Plays that one straight back up to Kevin Sinclair. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. This one, the right arm off spinner to the left-handed batter. Gets back and punches that one. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Pulled back just inside, but good running by this pair. They've had some communication issues before this, but a good 3 runs on that occasion.
Let me go, boys. Come on, lads.
Great transition of the weight on that occasion by Shane Mosley. Just getting back and working it into the gap. A little uppish on that occasion from Zachary McCaskey as it passed the man short leg. No harm done though. And another single to the total. That takes it now to 54 without loss with just 1 delivery left in this Kevin Sinclair over. And he closes it out with a dot. So after 16, Barbados Pride 54 without loss.
Not a good start for Kevin Sinclair. In fact, as we speak, he's going off the field, so I don't know if he's going to change his boots. But to not McCaskey, but to Mosley, I just thought that it was just a little bit too short. And what you really want is to get Mosley to drive. Mosley's not comfortable when the ball is flighted to him. So you want to get him. He's a good back foot player. So as a spin bowler, you want to get him to just above his eye lines and make him got to think about it. And hopefully when Kevin Sinclair comes back out, he might be told by his coaches, come on, get your lines. But runs with beaten will continue from the Circuit Lambros end. 54 without loss, 54 from 96 deliveries. Over to you, Joel. It's your call. You'll have a field day here.
Wrapped on the pad, but that one sliding down the leg side, a bit of a half appeal there.
I think we saw the movement earlier of Anthony Bramble, who was heading down the leg side, so that's why the appeal became half.
I guarantee you, even with a full appeal, and there was no way the finger was going up there.
Well, we've seen stranger things happen, so be careful. It's cricket, Joel. Never say never.
It is true, I'm not the one with the finger holding.
McCaskey is a little torrid time here so far.
Gets forward and pushes that one out into the offside. Can't get it past the man at cover.
It's Nandu.
Well, he's certainly been a busy bee all day long.
And he's got on the pads as well. So he's still in pads. It was a short leg.
I actually saw him doing some short leg practice the other day. Obviously, as the youngest man in the side, he's been selected and elected to do that job.
He gets thrown into the hot seat, but I think it's a little bit unfair after he would have batted for about a day and a half. But that's cricket.
Well left by Zachary McCaskey. A confident leave
Good.
There, you'd have to say.
Well bowled too. It was a lovely delivery, touchdown, and once Beaton hits the seam, you always could see something happening. He just needs to be consistent in landing the ball in the right areas. Now there's a 2 meter length, there's a 4 meter length, a 6 meter, and he wants to be anywhere between just that 2 meter, between the 4 meters, really making the batsman come onto that front foot. But he just has to be consistent in hitting that seam. Nice strong wrist would help him in that area.
Worked away into the leg side, but still can't find that single. 5 beautiful deliveries thus far by Ronsford Beaton.
Captain Leon Johnson would want someone to consistently build pressure, and then they can be able to attack from either end, because if you if you take away the boundary balls, then you can build pressure. And Ronsford Beaton so far has put his hand up and has done an excellent job here so far. Playing in just his 17th first-class game. Lucky to get away with that full toss, Joel.
Definitely, you have to think that. Zaki McCaskey probably telling himself that it could have been just a bit straighter with that one. Obviously not expecting it there and unable to get it past that man at mid-off. But nonetheless, no damage done. That's still a great start by this Barbados Pride team.
Beaton looked like he was trying a slow delivery there. Sort of slipped out of his hand. But it's no danger to be called a no ball. Maiden over.
54 without loss.
Yeah, 54, which has included some 8 boundaries so far. Mosley 30. McCaskey on debut 23. 371 all out by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Anthony Bramble is bringing down the helmet for the young Matthew Nandu. He himself will put on the helmet for the spin of Kevin Sinclair, who's come back onto the field of play. Maybe a fresh new pair of boots, maybe his golden boots. So we'll find out if Sinclair can create the magic. And we maybe can have a sugar cake bet to find out who will get the first wicket for Guyana. I back Ransford beaten.
Well, at this stage, I'm almost inclined to think for Sammy Pramal at some stage.
All right, so there we go. So I think we've got a better. Let's see what's going to happen. Johnson at slip. Goes down. Anthony Bramble. Around the wicket comes Sinclair.
Wrapped on the pad with that one. Probably sliding on with the arm. Asking the delivery to do too much
because he was
on that occasion.
Plus he was coming around the wicket also.
That one a bit flatter on that occasion by Kevin Sinclair. You can hear Bramble behind the stump saying bowling, encouraging signs for the Harpy Eagles. Goes big. And that one will trickle away into the boundary. So another boundary to Shane Mosley.
And nothing wrong with that shot at all. That's what you want Mosley to try and do. But except that you don't want him, you don't want to pitch it between middle and leg. You want to pitch it more middle and off and getting him to drive into the offside. He tends to get caught a lot at short extra cover area. In that area, typical left-hander style, he could be able to hit that over mid-on. That would be his pet peeve shot. You see? Sinclair pulling that one down. I would have gone for the flight again, just above the eye line, above the line of the off stump, and force him to try and hit it through that area. But Sinclair will tell me I'm the bowler.
Still goes flatter on that occasion. A lot tighter into the pads of Shane Mosley as well. Not give him a chance to free those arms again.
Phew. That's pretty close.
At the end of 18, 58 without loss. Pretty close indeed. I think Bramble made it seem maybe a little closer than it was by gloving and just skipping down towards the leg side. But it was definitely a good delivery, and I will also say a good leave.
But he didn't cover his off stump because that's why it looked close. He just almost like he played down the wrong line. His off stump was exposed. So one of the things you want to do is to cover that line, because just in case it came back.
Well, he lives to fight another day.
I think you could be a politician, you know. I'm picking you up very, very, very closely.
Oh, they say all is well that ends well.
You're very conservative.
At one stage.
58 without loss.
You see on screen there, Kamani Amelius goes short of that double 100. 192 is what he was able to get there. Still a fantastic innings by the young man, going for that reverse sweep.
Now, why would he want to play that? You see what shot he played. You see what we were talking about. You got 192. You just bat normal. You're looking to get 8 to get to a double 100. Reverse sweep is not needed at that time. Pomalo, your trump card is on.
Oh, this is where I'm now in the money. I mean, I will not be too hard on Kamani Emilius here. Yes.
I am going to be hard. I am going to be hard. I'm a coach.
On 192.
He's got to pay the kitty. He's got to pay the fine. You can't give away your hand like that. Not that ball, not that shot. You've done all the hard work. You see, let me say something to you, Joel, and so you understand what's going on. You got to put a price on your wicket. You got to make people work for you. There's a time in life when you're in good form, you cash in, because there's going to come a day when you can't get any runs.
Well, talking about can't get any runs. 3-dot delivery so far by Versami Pramal. We do expect that he'll be very tight. The experience that he has. Just pushing it in towards that middle and leg stump line. Looking to see how much purchase he will get out of the surface.
What I want to see happening for our young players is for them to have the hunger and the appetite to bat for long periods, bat for all day. You have to enjoy batting. Yes, you want to entertain the crowd, but you also have to put some value on your wicket. And when you get out into that manner, when you've done almost all of the hard work, you know, that's almost like a cardinal sin for me. Maiden over here so far by Vasami Pamal. It's a water break here. And as we speak, Barbados 58 without loss, 19 overs bowl, a solid start. We will also take a water break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the evening session. Guyana searching for a wicket. Shane Mosley, 34 from 53. Zachary McCaskey, 23 from 61. They trail by 313 runs. They're 58 without loss as we take a water break here from the commentary booth here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The final water break for the day. Barbados resuming on 58 without loss, 19 overs bowled. And Guyana searching for their first wicket. Kevin Sinclair around the wicket, goes past umpire Carl Tuckett, is in now to bowl to Mosley, flatter faster and bang on target. Kevin Sinclair, not for 9 so far. Commanding Melius scoring 192, 269 balls with 18 boundaries and 3 sixes. Here is Mosley back and just whipping this one past the short leg area down to the boundary. Won't get 4, but if they want, they can get 3. And McCaskey turning blind in the end there. But 3 runs quite easily. Score goes up to 61 without loss. Mosley goes to 37. And this is day 2 of round 1 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. It's day 3 in Grenada. Matches in Antigua played at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And the national venue here at North Sound, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Sinclair to McCaskey. Flatter faster. It's got to defend. Just would like to see Kevin Sinclair just take his time. He's almost like a medium pacer now. He's put a little rip like Shem Holder on the ball. They're 2 different style bowlers. But he can learn a thing or 2. Has gone past Nandu, who's very close there.
There was certainly no chance for him to take that one.
No.
On that occasion.
That came off the bat very quickly.
I'm happy that you started to make that comparison between Robbie Sinclair here, though, and Shem Holder. Shem Holder obviously was a bit slower in the air yesterday, giving the ball some time to do something off the surface as well.
Just feel that Sinclair's rushing his action. Just needs to relax. I know he wants to get in the overs, but sometimes you gotta think about it on this surface. It's gonna turn. Give yourself some time. See, everything is almost fast enough. I mean, just above the eye line for Shane Mosley. Over completed. 20 overs bowled so far. 62 without loss. Mosley 37. McCaskey 24 is the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles 371 all out.
I just took a little peep up towards the sky as I realized that things were starting to get a bit cooler, and a couple clouds have started to drift now over the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Hopefully nothing will come from them.
Well, let me teach you a little bit about the weather. On the eastern side, if you look over into the little hills right there and you see them start to get a little dicey, you can see a little bit more behind here, which is in the Param area. But once the weather, or you just see one of the groundsmen lingering around to get around on the top of the hill, then you know that rain is in sight. Positive run in there by McCaskey and Mosley. Mosley was a little late. He sort of drove on the drive there, McCaskey, getting an easy single to Niall Smith and mid-on off of Sami Pomal. I hope that they were looking at Shem Holder. He took his time and he bowled slow on this surface. If you try to bowl too fast, I think you could be in some problems.
Thus far, it looked to be a couple trust issues between this pair, especially on the quicker singles. As Versami Pramal is asking for a change to his field now for Shane Mosley. That man that was behind square on the boundary now comes in front of square on the leg side, and now a man drops behind to a 45 position.
I think that man is wasted, Joel. I'll give you my reason why in a minute. Let me see what is going to happen with this delivery. If he's going to bowl that pace, if he's not going to flight, then those 2 fielders are wasted. Sami Pomal, 309 wickets from 61, 62, you could say, games. Single given away. See what I was talking about? You can't afford to give away this single. There's something in cricket called trying to conserve and save runs. And one of the things which I find sometimes is that a lot of the bowlers tend to just give the batsman runs.
That one a lot slower through the air by Versamy Pamal. Probably along the lines of the pace. And that we would want to see him bowl here in this first spell. Probably take it a bit closer though to Zachary McCaskey. Somewhere along those lines. Looking to bring him forward. What we saw was very good from Shem Holy yesterday is that he asked the batters to come forward to him. A lot of them pushed with a lot of uncertainty and it brought about their downfall.
Gotta give the ball enough time that it can work for you. If you're continuing almost like a medium pacer at the end of 21, 64 without loss, some 9 boundaries so far in the Barbados innings, high proportion of boundaries. I have to consider a lot of half volleys, especially from some of the seamers. It's all spin now. Mosley, 38. McCaskey, 25. 2 singles coming off of Sinclair over before this. And he's going to bowl. Flatter, faster. Hustling through there. Trying to go to the defense of Shane Mosley. And I don't have any problem in bowling wicket to wicket. I just feel that you got to give yourself a chance to make the ball spin. Right now, I just think he's just rolling his hand over and just bowling quick and fast. There's no zip, there's no bite. Plus he's coming around the wicket, which makes it even a lot more easier.
Looking to go hard there was Shane Mosley with that ball peeling off the inner portion of the bat on that particular occasion.
This might be a long day for Guyana, but they might tell me, Leon Johnson might say to me, I just need 1. If I get 1, I can get 2.
The first signs to my mind of something out to the surface for Kevin Sinclair. Just a bit more bounce on that particular occasion. Zachary McCaskey walking down and just patting down is that area.
One went to the left of Nandu. This must be a real test for him. Somebody's saying it's coming, Nandu. Overcompleted. So 22 bowled, 65 without loss. Barbados, they have been steady.
Certainly been steady. If you make a quick comparison to the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings at this stage, as they were 2 down, and it was a tricky period of play for them. Barbados have managed to get through those initial 15, that first hour of batting. They've seen off the threats, so to speak, with the new ball, and the batting actually looks quite easy for them here at the moment. It'll be interesting, obviously, with Pamal only bowling 2 overs, how he goes in this spell, but thus far I've not seen anything that should trouble them or anything that should prize them out before the end of the day's play.
Easy single, been picked up onto the leg side area. left and right combination always will be a worry. Quietly come forward. Jamaica forging on at Coolidge, 142 for 4. And over in Grenada, Windward Islands 344 for 3. Big question is still being asked. Joel, you able to find out what's happening with Shane Dorish?
Well, quite a few people have messaged me to ask that question, and I had to give all of them the same answer. I'm still unsure.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to make my way across to that other side of the venue. They are quite a distance away from us here in the commentary booth area.
At least 150 meters away. No, that's the line. And that's where he's uncertain. When the ball is just above his eye line, Mosley. But for Sammy Pomal just need to give himself like a chance. And pushing through will be comfortable enough for Mosley. He can play that shot all day.
It's very easy for him to play off of that back foot. Gets back, breaks the arms on it, and gets another easy single. So that's the end of another over. 68 without loss.
Yeah, they're trailed by some 303 runs as we say good afternoon to Harold Eastman in Barbados. One of the institutions of West Indies cricketing comes in terms of documentation. Guyana Happy Eagles, they need wickets. They need them fast. The earlier drop chain Mosley. Will it cost them? He's on 41 now. Only time will tell. Ken Sinclair firing this one into the pads really. Just need to just slow it down. Just take his time. Think about it. He's more comfortable when the ball is that pace. I think he'll be in two minds if it just takes his time. Just put some revolutions onto the ball. He's undriving nicely down the ground. Looks like Beaton coming off the long on boundary there. They get an easy single in the meantime. Mosley waves to the pavilion. He wants a new sets of gloves. Goes to 42. McCaskey, the right-hander, on 26 comes into strike. 69 without loss. Into over number 24. Still a long way to go for the day's play. Here's McCaskey. He's out caught. He got a short ball, and he was really not into position. And Joel is very much upset. But that's how the cookie goes. So we both lost our bets.
It looks that way, but no, it was somewhat of a very soft dismissal there for Zachary McCaskey. Nothing ball almost, and he turned it into something special, just fractionally short, and not there for that particular delivery. You'd have to say a good field setting there by Leon Johnson, and it brings about the downfall of the debutant in Zachary McCaskey. Gone for 26, 69 for 1.
Easy catch there for Shandapal Hemorrhage. And McCaskey walks back a disappointed man. You can't feel a day and a half and get out in that way.
Definitely not. He turned that delivery into something special on that particular occasion. After being there for 72 deliveries, he spent a lot of time at the crease. You can understand why he would probably be very disappointed with himself, because he knows that they didn't have to work very hard for that particular one. He simply gave it to them there, and he will know that he could have certainly done a lot better with that particular delivery.
So Barbados trail by some 302 runs, losing their first wicket, 69 for 1. A very important number in the life of many. 69 for 1 into over number 24. Kevin Sinclair picks up his first wicket of this game. And he would want to not only get 1, he'd want to get 2 and get 3 very quickly.
A new batter to the crease is Jonathan Drakes.
Much has been talked about Jonathan Drakes. He's under a little bit of a pressure also. And most people felt that Kevin Wickham should have been given this spot to bat at 3. Drakes gets the opportunity. And straight away Leon Johnson, understanding that the young man is on debut, he'll be put under some pressure here. So the over is completed. Sinclair has broken the thought process. He's picked up an early wicket in over number 24. 1 for 15 from his 5 to date. 69 for 1. Verstappen Pomar will continue from the circuit the Ambrose end.
Well, Jonathan Drake strikes at the crease, and he'll be hoping that he can score some runs here today. He scored 417 runs playing for the Wanderers Club in the elite competition back home. But what he also did was score a massive 170 in the trial matches back home in Barbados Legends Cup. He looked quite good. That 171 came off of 230 balls on that particular occasion. So hopefully he can take that form that he had back in Barbados and bring it here to Antigua.
Different bowlers, different conditions, match scenarios completely different. But if I'm following up from what you said, anybody who's scoring 100, they've got to be a decent cricketer.
You know, he's definitely a decent cricketer indeed. He's been knocking at the doors for some time. He's played a few List A games. But now is his chance to show what he can do on the big stage.
For Sammy Pomar will be fancying his chances against him. That's the line that was Pomar would want to bowl to Mosley, just above his eye line. Doesn't play the ball very well on the offside. Anything down between middle and off. That single is just too easy, Joel. Can't give away that single. When you got that sort of control, Maul is a test bowler. That's unnoticed. You don't give away a single of that nature. If Mosley wants to go, let him go.
Certainly an easy single indeed. Agreed there, but what it does now is bring the debutant on to strike. And Pomar will probably be licking his chops at the prospect here.
I might have had a leg slip for him rather than the second slip. But away from the pad there, he's going to have to be very, 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 very careful. It's going to be a little more tighter because Pomar is a crafty guy. He's been around the region for some time.
This will certainly be a challenge for the young man.
And you would know also that Barbadian batsmen don't play left arm spin very well. That's why somebody, my good friend Winston Reed, always picked up so many wickets and company. So good afternoon to George Linton, if he's listening. One of the coaches from the 13 and under. He's out like before. A poor shot. And that shot certainly was not on. He's looking to hit Pomar over into the mid-wicket area. A slug sweep. and Barbados lose their second wicket. Jonathan Drakes goes on debut without scoring a very poor shot wide of the crease. Look at it. He's getting down and having a hoik, missed it completely between wicket and wicket, and umpire Patrick Gustard took his time and raised the index finger.
Well, Vernon, this is what pressure can do to you. The experience of Pramal, 5 men around the bat. John Drake's not looking certain with the 2 deliveries that he had before this one. One coming off the inside edge, one going back and not really finding the middle. And then looking to release that pressure. I'm not sure why, but looking to release that pressure. And he's given away his wicket here on debut. He will certainly be disappointed because he knows that he has a lot of talent inside of him. And not what Barbados Pride needed on this occasion. Zachary McCasey goes, Jonathan Drakes goes, and out to the crease now strides Shamar Brooks.
Yeah, Brooksy. A lot rests on his shoulders. And he would maybe want to seize this opportunity after not being selected in the Desmond Haynes, Roland Butcher new panel to travel to Zimbabwe. He'd want to make a statement here for Barbados and get himself some scores to remind them that he's still quite capable of getting into the West Indies team. One of my products from the 13 and under competition, Shamar Brooks. Easy on the eyes. Age 34, some 13 test matches. First class record of 4,580 runs with 7 centuries and 26 half centuries. The average doesn't depict the man. 29.93 in first class and 23.04 in test cricket. He's a much more accomplished player than that. But sometimes I think early on in his innings, he takes a long time to get his feet moving. And I'm very much surprised that the coaching staff has not been able to get that sorted out. Pressure mounting here on Shane Mosley now. He's 43. Brooks on the non-strikers and he's on naught. We're in the number 13. He looks on. They asked him when last he got 5 wickets. Sinky. So Kevin Sinclair. Moving now to bowl to Mosley. Mosley's just tucking this one into the leg side area. Get a couple of runs quite easily. If you want, they can get 3. But Shamar Brooks is not interested.
I thought you might have talked about the intensity there, Vernon.
Well, the players already have, I did talk about it and will talk about it, and you understand what I'm talking about.
I do understand the angle that you're coming from there in terms of the intent. Even though you might not run the third or you might not run that second, still looking to see what could be possible.
45 is Mosley. Sinclair into bowl to Mosley. Mosley has to being forced to defend. What I don't like about Mosley, Joel, is that he goes hard at the ball when he's defending. If you're forward, you're forward. You can't be forward and still looking to score. So you got to play with soft hands. If you look at Matthew Nandu, he kills the ball. Mosley doesn't kill the ball. He goes hard at the ball. He just needs to relax and just use the top hand some more.
And I find that it's just a bit of a momentum shift. Even though Shane Mosley has been at the crease for some time, things are certainly looking a lot different for him here. Harpy Eagles sensing that something else can happen. A lot of chirping going on out there.
Barbados trail by 299. This partnership is going to be key. Mosley is driving in the air. That's what I was telling you about. Just that he doesn't play the ball well into that area. He always looking to go hard at the ball. And he wants to play an extravagant shot. Sometimes you just need to just find the gap.
Well, there's certainly going to be an interesting passage of play this. And now 4:30 in Antigua and Barbuda. Still a little bit of time left in the day's play. And Guyana sensing that maybe 1 or 2 more here. And the Barbados Pride could be reeling in pursuit of that 371.
This is going to be an important passage of play.
pressure also will rest on the shoulders of Shamar Brooks. He's no stranger to pressure, but he will know that he needs to be out there at the end of the day's play.
Flat, fast. All he can do is just defend that. Shamar Brooks overcomes to an end. 26 overs bowl. And the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're chipping away. Two important wickets there so far. And Guyana would feel that they're almost back in the game.
Oh, they would definitely feel that way indeed. And this is why when you're in, you need to stay in. Zachary McCaskey was looking set there. And just one lapse in concentration, one lapse in stroke play has brought Guyana back into it.
Just been corrected, and thanks very much to Harold Eastman. Wasn't even aware of that George Linton had passed away. Sorry, gentlemen. Thanks, Harold. You must send me a note now and again to keep me going. Say good afternoon to Milton Small. The ICC Women's World Cup squad has been selected. Haley Matthews, captain. Shamil Campbell, Leah Lean. On drive down the ground. Another easy single being given away. You're a test bowler. You can't give away those singles. You make Mosley work for every single run. Shamila Connell, Afi Fletcher, Shabika Gajnabi, Chanel Henry, Trishan Holder, Zaida James, Dajanabi Joseph, Shadi Nation, Karishma Ramnarak, Shakira Selman, Stephanie Taylor, and Rashada Williams. That's the ICC Women's World Cup T20 squad. West Indies will be looking to upset the apple cart. If that is the situation, then Niall Smith needs to go back to long on. If you're going to give away that single for Brooks. You're a test bowler. You got to back yourself. Easy on the eyes of Shamar Brooks as he comes quietly forward. Slip, or more or less slip, a gully, silly point, short leg. It's all happening here. Brooks comes quietly forward. Backward point, a cover, mid on, mid off. And feel on the deep backward square leg area. Pomal moving into a lovely groove here. This is just his fifth over, 1 for 7. And Brooks will do that all day. No, he just needs to pull back. Just bowl that one just a little slower. Ooh, good line there. So, over completed, 27 overs bowl, 74 for 2. And the cricketing fraternity in Barbados, they've lost some really excellent heroes, some gone beyond. The late Ezra Mosley, I know about Ezra because we were very close. David Holford, Neil Phillips, and the noted photographer Gordon Brooks. So good afternoon to the entire Barbados, Republic of Barbados, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Jamaica. All the colleagues in Jamaica who are following the cricket as we speak. One thing about Leon Johnson, he's very acute with his field placing. Thanks very much, Harold. Here's Mosley just on driving and getting an easy single, getting off strike. Goes up to 48. Shamar Brooks is on naught. Sinclair is trying to search for his marker. He's not been able to find it as yet.
All of a sudden, the cricket is just starting to look a lot different out there.
That's when you get wickets. And you get 1, you get 2. You feel you can get 3, you can get 4. The wicket they need is Brooks or Mosley, or maybe both. And then could be cock a hoop into the Barbados dugout. Can put some pressure under them. We still yet to find out what's happening with Shane Darwish. Sinclair thinking about it. Going to Brooks. There's protection out there. Brooks is finally off the mark, and that's simply because Sinclair pulling that one down, trying something different. You just got to be patient. Just put the ball in the right area.
That's something that Versami Pramal did quite well in that last over. He was spotting well there, looked in a very good rhythm as he was bowling.
The trail by 295 runs. This partnership is going to be important. Guyana Happy Eagles, can they just pick Mosley's wicket up? Mosley getting a little impatient. He's 48. This is going to be a good contest. Let's see what's going to come out of it. Again, he's onto the back foot. It's because he's been given room. Sinclair has to bring Shane Mosley forward. He's comfortable when you bowl in that pace. He can rock back and he can just nudge the ball around and open his face as a bat onto the offside, above his eye line, and make him use his feet. That's what you want. Partnership is building. It's pretty early. Brooks is 1 from 9. Mosley 49. End of another over. The overs are fast and furious here. We almost thought that we were on a racetrack, even though there's a drag strip just next to the left of us. North Song drag strip.
I've heard that racing and drag racing is a big thing here.
It is.
In Antigua.
It's big business. Could tell you that much. We have a testing Tuesday. And that's when the street rollers come off the road. So the government has been very, progressive by taking all of the. You still have some folks who go on the streets of Antigua and Barbuda and race, but they've been able to minimize that. And the body has been able to have a day where you can bring those folks off the road onto the track. Shane Mosley approaching a very important half century, which could do some good for his confidence and also for Team Barbados. That'll be his 11th if he gets there. So you realize the conservativeness now, right? They still got out the long on. And to tell the truth, I don't know why they need the long on. But Versami Pramal will tell me that he's got 300 first-class wickets. And so he knows what he's doing. Pressure mounting here. Mosley on 49. He just needs to relax. Needs to bat for time, as Joel has been talking about. Hope he's listening to you, Joel.
Well, thus far he has with his delivery.
Let's see. Is it the difference now he has to use his feet?
It was interesting because you said you're not sure whether they still have the long on, and it's an interesting question because there's that man now
who's cutting off the singles. That's what I was trying to tell you. You're a test bowler. And your test bowler, force him if he wants to go, let him go. Oh, poor feeling there by Ransford Beaton, giving away a boundary. That's a poor effort. Pramal is disappointed. You have to stop that. 50 to Shane Mosley. 86 balls, 7 boundaries in his 50. Lovely knock by the young man.
On that occasion, Pramal just tossing it up a bit more, getting close to Shane Mosley. He would have expected, though, that Ransford Beaton cover would have stopped that one. Releases the pressure. And another deserved half century here for Shane Mosley.
This is first-class cricket. You have to stop the P for leg before. But that one, I think, hit him outside the line of the off stump. Just for a moment, Pramal thought that he was true. But I think he was missing off stump if we look back at the replay there. Going down. A little bit high too. Pitch out to the line of the off stump.
Maybe a little closer than we think, but I could potentially say maybe just on height, given where it would have struck Shane Mosley there. But it's been a lovely innings thus far from the young man. 53 off of 87. He started a little shaky going after some deliveries with those hard hands, but he's found his stride. He's played some lovely shots, and it's been a good innings.
Here is Brooks driving through the offside. Beaton will have a long run. And a little bit lazy there, asking him to come up, but Brooks gets 3 runs quite easily. Good intent in the run in there.
Good intent indeed. And that's something that is going to be crucial for the Barbados Pride going through this innings, ensuring that they capitalize on those ones and twos, because this is certainly a big total for them to get here.
Here comes Beaton. Not Beaton, just maybe just moved into position. A drifter there from Kevin Sinclair to Shane Mosley. Now he's bowled around the wicket all day, and he has not tried to bowl even over the wicket. And that's the challenge that I'm having with the bowlers. You just one track mind. Flatter, faster. It's almost like a medium pacer here, Sinclair. Give the ball enough time so you can get some spin onto it. 442 in Antigua and Barbados, 342 in Jamaica.
You talked a little earlier about getting that spin, and it's been interesting that I've not seen the same type of purchase off the surface here for Kevin Sinclair.
You have to understand, one is a spin ball and one is a medium pacer. Sinclair is automatically performing as a medium pacer on this track. And you can't be bowling that fast, really. You got to give yourself a little chance to put some revolutions onto the ball. He's just firing with the ball as if, like, you know, he's bowling in one-day cricket. This is playing into the strengths of Mosley and Brooks. So over number 30 is completed. 86 for 2. Niall Smith 5, Beaton 6, Joseph 5, Sinclair 8. And Pamal will start his 7th over.
Uncertain of what our cameraman is hoping that we pick up there with those shots.
He's really testing his range.
I'll give them credit and say that it was a lovely tree on that occasion.
Brooks drive in, and the throw really off. I think it was to the left there. Good return, but umpire Carl Tuckett said not out.
A slightly better throw on that occasion. Could have done the trick, obviously, running to his left, looking to get the ball out of his hand as quickly as possible. It definitely was good work there by Sinclair, mid-off.
The ball was hit to his left, so it means that he had to get around. Almost a 90 degrees area to fire that in to Bramble. That would have had to be either a direct hit or right over the top of the stump. And umpire Carl Tuckett, with a remarkable decision, said not out. Mosley, 54 in strike. They trail by 284. Mosley's back and just turning this down into the vacant fine leg area, and they get 2 runs quite easily.
What's interesting to note is that is exactly where Nell Smith was originally. There at a leg slip, then being asked to come back into that short mid-on position.
Real short. Another dot delivery there. Mosley has now faced some 93 deliveries for his 56. Down the onside, that one sort of kept a little bit low. It didn't really bounce enough. Mosley is going to have to concentrate. Don't want to give the Guyana Harper Eagles any insight of getting into that batting lineup, the Barbados team, especially with maybe an injured Shane Dorwich.
It will be very interesting to see, indeed, if he comes out to bat. Obviously not today, from a Barbados Pride perspective.
You never know. Stranger things have happened. Over number 31 is completed. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados Pride 89 for 2, Mosley 56, Brooks is 6. Guyana Happy Eagles, they scored 371. And the struggle continues here for Leon Johnson.
We had that period of play where it looked like Guyana were back into it, like Guyana would prize out another wicket. I'm not saying that they won't before the end of play, but things have just started to simmer down and settle down with this pair at the crease. Shamar Brooks has looked very easy. We know the caliber of batter that he is, and Shane Mosley has just continued on about his work. So things looking to kind of mellow out here as we head towards the end of play on day 2.
Just to give you an update in terms of the other matches that are played in Grenada and also being played here in Antigua and Barbuda. Jamaica 166 for 4, reply to the Leeward Islands 260. And over in Spice Isle of Grenada, the Windward Islands in their second innings are 383 for 3. Emmanuel scoring 192, 269 balls with 18 boundaries and 3 sixes. It's been a beauty. Barbados trail by 282 runs. Is Joseph back into the attack? Bang on target with his first delivery, Shamar Joseph. He's bowled 5 before, not for 11.
He had a very good first spell,
yes.
I must say, on debut here. It'll be interesting to see how he comes back now. The ball, obviously a little older. Actually, not a little older, a lot older than when he would have first had it in his hands. Let's see the level of skill set that he possesses in terms of his ability to use this ball now.
Might be able to get the ball to a reverse swinger around her. It's bang on target. So let's look at the field placing. He's bowling more or less to a 7-2 feel. That has to be really excellent control. And not 7-2, 6-3. Good control. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. On the low in the field. Looks like Smith, Niall Smith, 89 for 2. Joseph. Brooksy's on driving, can't score. He always looks so elegant, Brooksy. Just think, even in that shot there, maybe just pivoted the right foot, he'd been able to push that to the right of Pomal, get some runs. Brooksy will be thinking about coming back for tomorrow, depending on the situation of Shane Mosley. Good leave, good carry. Dying a little bit on Anthony Bramble.
It was at that stage where the pitch has certainly flattened out a lot of that moisture that was in it that the ground staff would have put into it, especially at the start of play. Yesterday's evaporated thanks to the beating down of the sun, and it is now just a perfect batting track for the likes of Shamar Brooks.
Well, McAllister really was the fastest bowler on show so far. On the Guyana team, it would have been Niall Smith. No shadows beaming out here yet so far. Shamar Joseph has bowled 5 good deliveries into the right areas. Partnership is 19 from 41 so far. So it's almost like a rebuilding time here for Brooks and for Mosley, 2 of the senior players. In fact, 2 of the test players, with 1 more test player to come in Shane Darwish. Maiden over by Shamar Joseph. More comments from you. The latest score here at the Silver-Rated Stadium. Barbados Pride at the end of 32. They're 89 for 2. Shane Mosley is on 56. And Shamar Brooks, the acting captain for day 2, is on 6.
Well, they're certainly starting that quote-unquote rebuilding effort in the Barbados Pride after losing those 2 wickets in Zachary McCaskey and Jonathan Drakes. This pair are doing what's expected of them. Obviously, Shamar Brooks, the more experienced of the 2, and he'll be talking all the way along with Shane Mosley, ensuring that he knows that he needs to be there at the end of the play. Barbados Pride still trailing by some distance here in pursuit of that 371 set by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. As I welcome Vinod Mamshan back into the commentary box with me.
Thanks a lot, Joel. And of course, Barbados not doing badly at all here, 89 for 2. And you would have seen some images just a while ago of some towers that are close by. I was told that those were actually erected by the British Broadcasting Corporation many years ago to beam signals back to England. But now it has been overtaken by the government here, and they're using it as cell towers. Shane Mosley, man who got a life early on, he is on 56, and with him, Shamar Brooks. Shamar is a very classy stroke player. I don't think he'll want to pull out all those strokes this evening. I think it's all about building a partnership here, Joel.
Building a partnership indeed. Right about now, it's not about the runs for this pair at this particular point in time of the day. It's simply about ensuring that they are there when the umpires call time.
Struck on the pad, going down the leg side. Pomal, 1 for 14. So he's in the wickets already. Mosley squeezes it just forward of square, gets 1. Joseph can't stop it. And Mosley understands that he needs to stay there for the rest of the day.
I like the fact that he's put away a couple of the shots that he's played earlier in the day, recognizing that the sun has drifted off into the west. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west, correct? Yes, drifts off into the west, almost signaling that we're near to the end of play.
So the first target for Barbados would be 221 to avoid the ignominy of a follow-on. Pitch has remained true and good for batting. Here's Pamal. Driving nicely through the covers. Runs here for Brooks. He should be going back for 2, and he does.
One thing about Shamar Brooks is that he's an elegant player. Whether 1 or 99, you are guaranteed that it will be some elegant stroke play somewhere in there. That particular shot just oozed of the class of this young man.
He's one player who you would like to see carry on. He normally gets good starts. Just pulls away. He's not ready just yet.
It's a good thing because the umpire had to sneeze.
How did you hear that? Nicely played up on the offside. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 92 for 2.
At times like these, my mind thinks about interesting scenarios where Brooks pulled away, the umpire sneezes. Out of sheer curiosity, should it have been an LBW decision at the point of the sneeze? What would have happened? Because he can't exactly hold back the sneeze. I'm sorry, viewers, but I just had to get that one out. We continue here, though. 92 for 2 Barbados Pride. Shane Mosley, 57 off of 99. Shamar Brooks holding anchor, 8 off of 22. Like I would have mentioned before, it's really not about the runs at this time of the day. It's really about ensuring that they are out there when time is called at the end of day 2, because they'll be needed to set that platform for Barbados Pride come tomorrow morning on day 3.
Just to take you across the region, at Grenada, the Windward Islands 243, Trinidad and Tobago 315. As Joseph continues here. And listen to this. 392 for 3 in their second innings, the Windward Islands. And just to look at that entire scorecard, Kimani Melius, 192 of 269 balls. The man from St. Lucia. Jelani Robinson got 23. Kavim Hodge, 80 of 195. Alec Atenes is there still, driving Mosley down the ground, not really getting hold of it. Sunil Lambris, he's on 41 not out as well. So the Red Force really up against it here at the moment in Grenada. And 2 wickets to Brian Charles, 1 to Carrie Pair. Right here in Antigua, just down the road at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Leeward Islands, remember they made 260. They fought back well. Jamaica 175 for 4 in response. And this is after 79 from the opener Leroy Logg. 18 to Kirk McKenzie. Romaine Morrison had 2. Alden Thomas 4. Skipper Paul Palmer 41 not out. And Abhijay Mansingh is on 29 not out. Mansingh is having a good game. Just to touch on the bowling for the Leeward Islands. 2 wickets for Colin Archibald. 1 for Rakeem Cornwall and 1 for Hayden Walsh. Right here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. Well, Barbados, they're replying pretty strongly here on 92 for 2. Oh, some bonks there for Joseph.
He's really bold with a lot of energy here today. But what was interesting to note as you were calling out those scores is that Versami Pramal actually had to leave the field there when he came around to collect that one. He seemed to have done some damage to his left hand. So that'll be something interesting to monitor as we go along.
Here's Joseph. Again, this one rushes through, probably hitting Mosley high. He's a tall man as well, Mosley. I'd like to see that again.
Probably a question of where did it pitch on that particular occasion. On first glance, I was thinking outside the leg stump. Yep, confirmed just there.
Definitely outside the leg stump. Also hitting him above the roll. Well, this goes right back to him and he drops it. Joseph could have gotten his first wicket in regional cricket. It was struck right back to him and he floored it. Let's have a look here, Joel.
Oh, I have to say that that one was definitely a difficult chance for him in his follow through. Not really looking for it on that occasion. Struck hard off the middle of the bat by Shane Mosley, and that would have had to stuck in on that particular occasion. Maybe a matting, or rather a mitt, would have been needed, a bit of super glue probably.
But had he taken that, it would have been his first class wicket. Reactionary period was short, and again through the slip corner and down to the boundary for 4. Unlucky Shamar Joseph.
Unlucky indeed. Shane Mosley not in control of that one at all as we come to the end of 34. Seeing that replay now, gets back in it. Almost steered by Shane Mosley.
That delivery played Mosley. Mosley didn't play that. And I think he was very surprised at the pace generated by the young bat. He slid that through and give Mosley 100 marks for placement.
Well, you have to say perfectly placed, indeed, because it did also get to the boundary. It didn't have a chance of being caught, you might say. So he lives to fight on. That takes him now up to 61. And Barbados Pride will be happy that he is still out there, as it's now time for some drinks.
Those are the BBC towers I was speaking about. There are about 6 of them very close to the ground. It's a lovely country, Antigua Barbuda. Joel Manning says that he intends to extend his stay in this country.
I would take an extra week or 2 to explore.
I think Vernon Springer has promised to take him to Englishman's Bay.
And
what's it? Harbour? Nelson Dockyard. An English harbour.
Oh, I actually did go to English Harbour over the weekend as well. I've gotten around, you know, I've been trying to familiarise myself with the surroundings. And I had a bit of a night out there. Not a 3 a.m. night, but a bit of a night out.
One hopes that you were not out with John Phillips.
Well, he was a driver.
So it's 96 for 2. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Have been refreshed. It's now 5 p.m. here, but I think that we'll go to 5:30 at least here to make up for time lost yesterday. We had a 10-minute early start this morning. As I say, good afternoon once again to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon, Vinod. Game nicely balanced, 96 for 2. Felt a little sorry for Shamar Joseph there with that ball on court. That would have had to stick, really. It was firmly hit back to him, really. Reflex action. He had to be like a Superman. He would have to parry it up and then rebound. But this partnership is also going to be very important, and Leon Johnson knows that. He knows if he can maybe get Mosley and Brooks at the same time, Guyana could be in the dance.
So it's going to be Niall Smith to try to bring Guyana back into the dance. 96 for 2. Mosley's there on 61. Smith had Mosley dropped off his bowling very early on.
We hope that might not cost the Guyana Happy Eagles total. He's had 2 chances so far. Mosley, sometimes you need a little bit of luck to make things happen. Just thought that the spinners just didn't bowl tight enough lines to him. Good first up delivery there from Niall Smith. Good carry through to Anthony Bramble. And if I was Captain Leon Johnson, I'd be saying to Niall Smith here, listen here, I want you to run in for 3 to 4 hard overs and give me something special. I think that in itself would be pretty interesting if you can get that there sorted out very quickly.
Well, he's giving him the support. 3 slips of gully, waiting for that edge.
They all go down.
Well, outside the off stump, not really making height. Some inconsistent bounce just outside the off stump at that end. Skipper Brooks would want to stay there, run on to the end of the day's play.
Yeah. Well, a lot of responsibility is on his shoulder, and he knows that. And he's a man who always relishes the occasion, Shamar Brooks. And we don't know the circumstances to date yet of the acting captain or the incumbent captain, Shane Dorish. So I think this partnership is very, very important.
Trying to entice the drive from the languid Shamar Brooks. He doesn't fall for that temptation.
Yeah. Still would like to see him attack the stumps, mainly anyhow. Find too many of our bowlers want to bowl 4th and 5th stump line. You got to keep hounding away at the pads.
Much better.
Got to make him play. High proportion of boundaries so far in this innings, Vinod. 57. On a big, massive ground here.
The outfield has been quick, has been lightning fast. And that will aid that as well. Also, both captains have been ultra aggressive with their field placing. So once you get it through the inner circle, more often than not, it's going to the boundary. Then you have bowlers like Smith, who offers so much in terms of pace. All you have to do is to touch the ball and it goes to the boundary.
Much better line delivery there from Smith. Just would like to see him attacking the stumps. Because I think that he's got an inducker that could maybe worry Brooks, especially at the time of the day. He's bowled 5 legal deliveries so far. But you want to make Brooks be thinking, especially looking at that left boot. One of those fiery Yorkers keep coming at it.
Smith. Driving nicely through the covers. Brooks should be looking for 2 here. Turns with the bat in the right hand. And is able to come back.
Yeah. So over completed. Some 35 overs been bowled so far.
So the Pride just 2 runs short of a century. Is that your favorite bar? I think that's a restaurant and bar there.
Original.
Original.
I have to be careful when I'm speaking to you, you know. It's no longer opened anymore, so that's why I had to say original.
Original, yes.
More pace. Somebody saying to Joseph, let it fly. But he certainly has got some pace with that.
Yeah, he has.
He's a little slingy guy.
Driving. Beautiful shot down the ground for 4.
But he really let it fly there, Shane Mosley. And he's coming down now and he's also saying a word or two to to Joseph. So the partnership is 32 from 61. Beautiful straight drive down the ground there. And with 2 chances, you have to grow in confidence. Shane Mosley goes up to 65.
Well, that brings up the 100, 102 for 2. Barbados replying strongly here to Guyana's first inning total of 371. Joseph on debut.
Yeah, searching for his first wicket. And I wonder if we're going to get an acrobatic performance if he gets his first wicket.
This time, yes, he gets it. Let's see. Yes, a wicket. His first class wicket. Vernon Springer called it. And that's wicket number 3. That one not getting up. And I think it's an under edge. We wait to see the replay. But Shane Mosley has to go. Vernon.
On the edge.
On the edge. Into the gloves of Bramble. And let's have a look again. Definite on the edge. And he has to go. So Mosley goes. It's 102 for 3.
And the look from Brooks, as if to say, what shot is that? When you execute such a lovely straight dive down the ground, there was no need for that shot. The time in Antigua and Barbuda is 5. At the time when he got out, it was 5:13. So really, you don't need that. He's done almost all the hard work, and to get out that way. In the end, the young man on debut, Shamar Joseph, winning the war.
So Joseph gets his first wicket in the first class cricket. And Harding is going in there as the night watchman.
Do you believe in night watchman?
No, I don't.
I think you need to come out and bat.
I don't.
Whoever.
Because if a proper batsman can't keep the bowler out, how would a night watchman do it? And even if he does it, tomorrow morning
he's gone up for
he's gone, and then you give the ascendancy to the opposition immediately in the morning. I've never agreed with it.
I could never understand it, Vinod. I really could. Vinod, you know, I saw something strange. Is Carey Pear that accomplished that he can be opening for Trinidad and Tobago?
Carey Pear is not opening. I don't think he's that accomplished. He has a first class 100 for Trinidad, but not opening.
Pretty interesting scenario. Leon Johnson.
But you'll remember that Vikash Mohan across in Grenada was injured on debut.
Yes. So maybe that's why the change happened. Pressure here, Vinod. This is going to be an important period of play, the next 3-4 overs. Joseph is his tail up.
Well, he's in the midst of a good spell here, Joseph. That's getting carried away.
Yeah.
That's a perfect delivery that a new batsman will want. A
Well,
good sighter.
I think it's because he's bowling to Harding. So Harding really was bowling a lot of those deliveries. So he just copied that. It was a carbon copy.
I
delivery.
tell you, for a moment there, I thought Harding was bowling, not batting.
When you've been around the block like Vinod Manchan, you've got to be creative in your thought processes. More ammunition being secured at the slip area. We now have 3 slips, a leg slip, a gully, a short leg, short mid wicket. Wow, it's all happening here.
Ooh, well played there. Well played by Harding. Don't know how good Harding is as a batsman. But I'm getting the opinion, the impression he's in there as the night watchman.
We'll wait and see. One thing I can tell you, the Guyana Harper Eagles, they're chipping away.
Well, you gave me a very interesting story early on today about Joseph. Guided down. That Joseph was a security guard.
Yes.
One wonders if he was a night watchman.
Well, if you're a security guard, you have to work a number of shifts. Sometimes you have to work the what they call the graveyard shift.
Yes.
And that is a very long shift, depending on where you're working.
Never
It could be
ends.
a lonely one.
Yes, it never ends.
We want to say good evening and good afternoon to all of the security officers all around the world, men and women,
Of course, they do such an important job.
along with the health workers.
Edged down and through the slip cordon.
You won't get 4 because Brooks is not interested.
So only a single.
Well, Brooks has maybe decided that, listen, you let me farm this bowling here. Let me take most of the strike here because young Joseph is working up some pace here.
Well,
I think he should have come back for 2 there.
yeah, because he now exposes
To Niall
the
Smith.
night watchman to Niall Smith. Well, in the true sense of what a night watchman should be, he did the right thing.
Well, our producer sent us some scores.
Most runs in an innings by a night watchman. This is excellent. Jason Gillespie had a double 100 as a night watchman. I think I would have graduated him now to a watchman. Boucher was an expert at it, 125 and 108. A.L. Mann, I didn't see him play, he got 100. Said Kirmani, 101. He was actually a wicket keeper for India. Naseem Ulgani had 101. Alex Tudor,
I'm going to ask the
99.
producer. We want the Caribbean most runs in an innings by a night watchman, and leading that way will be Franklin Stevenson. So I leave you with that one.
Good work there by Michael Rupwa.
3 slips of gully go down for Niall Smith, including a leg slip. Harding is just turning this.
All of that, and he bowls down the wrong line.
Yeah. Just trying there. And just releasing the pressure, allowing Brooks to come back onto strike. So maybe Brooks knows something about Kian Harding, so he's maybe not too flustered. Finad, I was talking to the Minister of Sports. I want you to look at the Sir Andy Roberts end. There are 3 tiers. And I said to the Minister that the only time that the stadium comes close to being filled is when England is touring the Caribbean.
Yeah, more English supporters than locals. I've covered English matches here, and I've seen that.
I'll come back to that, Vinod, and give you my vision, and you tell me what you think. Ooh,
Right ahead.
I want to add some gas. The 2 floors, talking about the yellow and blue, going right up to the top.
Yeah.
I said to him I would convert that into a hotel.
Ah, that's perfect. It's perfect.
And when
You're a vision man.
when touring teams come and for your VIPs, you use the lower tier, and you have those boxes there that you can entertain folks. Because really, in fairness, only England that brings that amount of supporters that will fill out that area. Not even India.
And that's a perfect suggestion. I remember covering a one-day international in Dharamshala up in the mountains in India, and there was actually a hotel on the ground. So I stayed at that hotel on the ground. My window, I could have stayed in my room and covered the match. And then at Southampton in England, the Hilton is actually part of the stands. So underneath the Hilton Hotel, you have bleachers. The press box, you have to actually enter the hotel, past reception,
To get to the press box.
and head up into the press,
Press
box.
box.
So the press box is just down the corridor from the rooms. So
I think we have to be innovative, Vinod.
I like your ideas.
yeah.
You seem to be hitting it right today, Vernon.
Yeah, but you got to be unsung. This was a gift from China. And you have to now look at the economic value in terms of how do you convert this, because whether we like it or not, Vinod, the 2007 World Cup that came to the Caribbean, it has left us debt-ridden. And a lot of the countries will not be able to recover. But the most important thing is that you got infrastructure. You now have to think now, how are you going to improve on the infrastructure that you have?
What you don't want is white elephants around the region. So you want to make these things very sustainable, at least self-sustainable, because the issue is maintenance. If I can go to Trinidad and Tobago with an example, you have the World Cup did not leave Trinidad and Tobago in debt because they had the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes.
Now, they were building the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That there was a lot of controversy there. It did not finish in time. They were actually building it to host warm-up matches for the World Cup. The matches were then sent to UWI Spec in St. Augustine, the University of the West Indies ground. But the ground has been completed, and now it is pretty self-sustainable because of what they are doing at the ground. Just Friday night, I attended a carnival fete at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the massive car park. And probably every other night for about a month heading into carnival, you have fetes at that ground. So they're raking in the dollars there. And then there is a huge, just where the Sir Andy Roberts end is, that sign, there's a huge hall I see there. There's one at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy that they normally rent out for weddings.
Certainly.
So you have to make it work.
And there's still a major talking point in Antigua and Barbuda about the investment of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium over the Antigua Recreation Ground. There are most persons who felt that the government should have continued at the Antigua Recreation Ground based on the historical perspective of the ground and the achievements and it being central. But the vision by the folks who brought the World Cup to the Caribbean sort of energized a lot of the Caribbean governments. I know in St. Kitts and Nevis, they came in for a tongue lashing because most people felt that Warner Park should have been moved and there should have been a new Warner Park. Now, when you have a population of St. Kitts and Nevis with 50,000, how do you build a big stadium like this in St. Kitts?
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no economic sense. It means that everyone and their grandmother has to be at a cricket to fill that ground. So, I mean, I understand that. And the Water Park is a nice boutique venue. It has its own charm.
So Vasami Pamal, Vinod, I don't know if the umpires have warned Leon Johnson, so he's taken off the pace.
But it's pretty bright.
Yeah,
It's pretty bright.
and he's gone for a spin.
Yeah.
And maybe this might be a good ploy to put some pressure on Kieran Harding. They want a wicket.
Yeah.
So it might be a good ploy.
2 slips, a leg slip, sealing it off, and a forward short leg. So he has 6 friends around him, including the wicketkeeper.
They look like they want to win the game, and the pressure is eased off. So Harding is doing his job.
He's still there. 105 for 3.
You look at Grenada, Vinod, a massive ground there again. You look at St. Lucia. Even in Jamaica, you know what was happening there at Trelawney, what they were trying to achieve there.
Yep.
It's just really painful sometimes.
What's the situation at the ARG? I know that was in a state of disrepair. I don't know if anything has happened since then.
Well, nothing much has happened because what was the formation is that the Football Association had a consider a 99-year lease there, and because after everything was moved to here, and then being central football said, okay, well let's grab it. But the double decker stand has come down now, and there are plans of maybe coming up with a new concept for the Antigua Recreation Ground. I don't know how far that will come. So we'll wait and see over the next couple of maybe over the next 18 months what really transforms there. But the West Indies Oil Company, they're seriously thinking about also establishing back another stand in the Antigua Recreation Ground. And the ARG is also used for carnival.
Yes.
So that again is another challenge. But I know the minister, who's now the Minister of Sports, he had a concept where he thought that you could be able to, there's going to be a balance as to how you have carnival and still other activities at the Antigua Recreation Ground, because carnival does take a toll on the field.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of it's actually smack in the middle of the city.
Yes.
So it works well for carnival, but I can understand the damage that is done to the outfield unless they cover the entire thing.
Yeah, it's costly.
Yeah.
And then the soil in Antigua and Barbados is a clay soil. So it's really completely different. Unlike the soil in St. Kitts, the soil in Antigua tends to be clay. So when rain falls, then you know what happens.
Yeah. It expands, it retains the water.
And we see already somebody getting some treatment here, Vinod, for Barbados. Is it Harden? Donna is pressing out somebody. Looks like Harden because Brooks is looking at him. I hope he can make it.
Well, in the interim, Shamal Joseph is now going to come from the southern end. Well, the northern end is a Gertley Ambrose end. Man, from the village of Sweets. Isn't Sweets somewhere just to the back of that stand?
Yeah, just going down into that area there. It's just amazing that Sir Curtly Ambrose's mother should have rang the bell a number of times when he got a wicket.
Yeah, 405 times actually in Test cricket.
In Test cricket.
Test cricket alone, 405 times.
You could just imagine that.
Well, I was passing through that area a couple months ago and I saw a huge billboard announcing her passing.
Yes, that's in the area. That's a sweet area.
Yes.
Yeah, you got it. Well, you have been around.
I've been around.
You're no stranger to Antigua and Barbuda.
Definitely no.
You came at a point in time when we had the late King Frankai.
King Frankai was the man.
Yeah, was the man. The king. Say good afternoon to Collins Bones Cumberbatch.
Yes.
The guy who produced so many outstanding photos over the year. It pains me, Vinod, when I go to the Antigua Recreation Ground and I see all these old photos just there still.
Yep.
They should be here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for historical perspective and background. 105 for 3,
I totally
Joseph.
agree with you. Allowed to go by. One of the grounds that I'm very, very impressed with, and it's because what they've done there is that they've given a management company to run that. It's Comey and that's Kensington Oval. And that ground is well maintained.
It is. To use the ground there, Vinod, is 7,500 US a day.
Well,
Kensington Oval.
I could see where the money is going back. There are tours off Kensington Oval.
Well, and that is something that also, Vinod, that in talking to the minister that I've been establishing, and I think we've missed a trick for a couple of years here with the tourists coming to Antigua and Barbuda, and even the English tourists coming for the test match here in Antigua and Barbuda. There has to be a particular, there's so many rooms here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium that you need a room that can show you glimpses of Sir Viv, Sir Andy, Sir Curtly, Sir Richie. You go in and maybe about 5 minutes, 10
There should
minutes.
be a museum.
Yes, and you pay a fee.
Yeah, you pay a fee, you go in. There should be a museum here, and you can have items that the great man himself used.
Of course,
And
ties,
you can
anything.
have-
You know how many people
Then you can have replicas on sale.
You know how many people pass here? In fact, it is one of the tour guides, Vinod, for most of the tourists who come here. This is now part. In fact, 2 years ago, Vinod, the government had introduced where they had almost like a toll. So you were told that you had to pay to come into the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Some of the taximen raised hell and saying, why do we have to pay to go in to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? But you can't just pay and don't have anything else. So you've got the statue out there, but you need more than just that.
Just today I saw some tourists there and a talk I had brought them in and they were actually taking photos.
That's a big landmark here also for a lot of the tourists who visit here, especially the English and the Canadians. They always want to be searching around. But as you said, Vinod, we need a museum. You need something so when they come, even though they pay $2 US, they might spend $50 US on cups, mugs, balls, you name it.
And it adds up, doesn't it?
Over a period of time. Joseph is getting a lecture from Vasami Pamal. What do you think he's telling him?
It's something he probably would have seen with Harding, noticed with Harding. Probably telling him, pitch it up and let him drive it to me.
Nah, that's a wasted delivery. I think I would like to see him attacking the stumps. He's got that sort of pace. And I think he will hustle hard in if he can maybe just get one lined up in the correct area.
So I don't think we're far from the end for today's play.
No, not at all. It's 5:32 now. Maybe this might be the last over. Well, Brooks is certainly making sure that it is the last over. He's just gone down. But Vasami Pamal is holding up things here. And umpire Patrick Gustard is having a few words to look around to say, what is happening here? Vasami? Maybe the Guyana Happy Eagles, they maybe want to have an early night as well too, Vinod.
Who knows? Who knows? It's a good match. It's a good match. And all set up because of the fact that Matthew Nandu got 126. And it's something that's gotten the Caribbean people, the fans, excited because they want to see the next best thing. They want to see a fighting West Indian player. That's a good delivery. He's able to ride it nicely. An effort ball.
I think that's it, Vinod.
My friend Ian Wason back in Trinidad says that he's the 8th person to say that Matthew Nandu will be the next great thing. And that's a good way to end proceedings today. Barbados, 105 for 3 in response to 371. That last wicket of Mosley tilted the balance slightly in favor of the men from the land of many waters. Shamar Brooks is on 10 not out. The captain has faced 38 deliveries. He'll come back tomorrow and fight as well as Keon Harding. So it's a situation where they need to come out and graft and take a page out of the book of Matthew Nandu.
So the bowling figures so far for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Niall Smith, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Runsford beaten, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Shamar Joseph, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Kevin Sinclair, 8 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 1 wicket. And Versami Pamal, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 1 wicket. The Barbados Pride, they lost wickets. The opening partnership, 1 for 69, Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley. 2 for 70 was Jonathan Drakes without scoring. And 3 for 102 was Shane Mosley. And as Vinod said, that would have tilted the balance right back to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But the man of the day and the innings of the day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium has to belong to the young 19-year-old Matthew Nandu. 126, 331 balls faced, 14 boundaries. He was caught Brooks, Bowl McAllister for 126. Chandapal Hemorrhage, LBW to McAllister for 37. Tevin Imla, LBW to Jordan for North. Kemal Savory was caught Dodge Bowl holder for 25. Leon Johnson caught Jordan Bowl holder for 26. Anthony Bramble caught Kirsten Bowl Jordan for 20. Kevin Sinclair gave away his hand this morning. Caught Brooks Bowl McAllister for 43. Versami Pamal caught McAllister Bowl Harding for 37. Shama Joseph LBW to holder for 20. Niall Smith run out for 9 and Ransford beaten not out without scoring. In the end, 371 all out of 121.1 overs. The bowling figures for the Barbados team. Akeem Jordan, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 54 runs, 2 wickets. Keon Harding, 23 overs, 1 maiden, 128 runs, 1 wicket. Shamar Springer, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. Jaya McAllister, 18.1 overs, 4 maidens, 43 runs, 3 wickets. Shem Holder, 36 overs, 15 maidens, 72 runs, 3 wickets. And Nicholas Curtin, the lone over, 1 over for a maiden. So, we close out the day with Barbados Pride trailing by 266 runs, 105 for 3 on behalf of the production team here on 360 Television, Vinod Manchan and our good friend out of Barbados. I think I had a sugar cake bet with him today, but none of us won.
Sugar cake bet, what's that?
Sugar cake is where you get coconut.
I know what is a sugar cake,
Oh,
but what's the bet about?
Well, the bet was about who was going to get the first wicket for Guyana.
Who won?
None of us won. Sinclair won.
That's a good note to end today's production. Thanks a lot for being with us. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.